Supervisor Brandon, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so we're here to learn and to listen and to better understand the budget for Tuolumne County. And we have the fire department, the sheriff's office, animal control, probation, district attorney, and public defender presenting today. So if folks are watching at home and wanting to participate, I believe what we'll do is allow time for folks from the public to speak after each group comes up and kind of presents their budget. So I'm really grateful to have these departments here and to go over what it takes to operate these different departments and the challenge that it is trying to budget in any public agency now that we're all going through. So I'll look to our board clerk. If you could read our 9 a.m. appointment, we'll go ahead and hand it over to our CAO.
Chair, would you like me to read the public participation procedures?
Yes, please.
In order to protect the health and safety of our Tuolumne County citizens, the board meeting is open to the public with modifications. Face coverings will be required of all attendees, regardless of vaccination status. During the board meeting, citizens physically present who wish to provide public comment will be invited to do so by the board chair. Citizens who are not present and wish to comment should be prepared to use a call-in line at 209-533-6581 to queue for verbal public comment. Options for public access audio and video live streaming. The public will not have access for public comments via these media options. They are available for audio and visual only. Number one, the Tuolumne County website at https://www.tuolumecounty.ca.gov/745board-meetings. Number two, access Tuolumne County at www.accesstuolumne.org and click Watch Live and/or Comcast Cable 8. Number three, Zoom webinar via computer at https://zoom.us/j/98737385155 and/or call in at 1-669-900-9128 with webinar ID 98737385155. Note, Zoom webinar services tends to have a reduced broadcasting delay in comparison to the county and Access Tuolumne live streams and is suggested for the closest to real-time viewing and listening. Important public notice under the Governor's Executive Order N 2520 and N 2920, members of the Board of Supervisors can participate by teleconference. Accessibility requirements: if you need swift, special assistance during the board meeting, please call 209-533-6581.
All right, thank you very much. And we also have Supervisor Kirk joining us remotely, correct? Are you with us, Anaya?
Correct.
Okay, great.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Ren.
And you're able to see everything we see?
I can see it all. So thanks for working with me this week.
All right, fantastic. Okay. Ms. Riggs, do you want to start us off?
All right, good morning. So today and the rest of this week, so Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, will be your department heads coming before you to give a presentation on their operations, their budget, their organizational structure, as well as any needs and or challenges that they are expecting in this fiscal year. And then they may be asking you for different ways that you may be able to support them in those challenges, everything from maybe legislative advocacy to some type of financial consideration as we begin putting together the adopted budget. This is a time that also we will be demonstrating something we've talked to your board about in the past, which is the My Story function on the outward-facing portion of our budget software. So everything that everyone will see, yourselves included and those watching, is actually available on our website to anyone at any time. So this is just another way to demonstrate this software and what's available to the public. If they want to go on there and look at any of the departments, they will be able to see all the information that the departments go through today. They will also be able to go on there and look at some of the historical financial information, should they so desire. So hoping that you will take this time to ask any questions you may have, knowing that we are developing the fiscal year 21-22 adopted budget. And that public hearing is set to take place on September 21st at 9 o'clock. So with that, today is our Public Safety Day, so we start with your board's number one priority this year was fire safety, so we are bringing up our fire department for your first presentation.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Andy Murphy. I'm the Assistant Fire Chief for County Fire. I'd like to thank the board and the CAO's office for this opportunity to discuss the Tuolumne County Fire Department. So some of this information we've covered previously and in other board meetings, and some of it is continuing on the message that we've been sharing over the last several years. So currently, the County Fire Department, as you can see with the CAL FIRE patch, and you're aware of, through a cooperative fire protection agreement with CAL FIRE, preserves life and property, promotes public safety, and fosters economic growth through a commitment to prevention, preparedness, response, and recovery as an all-risk emergency responder and leader in our community. The County Fire Department is funded for 26 full-time equivalent positions. 23 of those are through the CAL FIRE agreement. And this coming year we'll add one inspector, so that number will go up to 27. There are also agreements with Mariposa County and Columbia College that add some staff to that are included in that number. The county currently has 41 volunteer firefighters. This includes 8 fire explorers, which are volunteers under the age of 18, and 6 student firefighters at Columbia College. So the actual number of volunteers at the 10 remaining stations is 27. That number has decreased significantly through the years. There are 5 major components to Tuolumne County Fire Department: administration, fire operations, Fire Prevention Bureau, training, and fleet services. Of course, administration consists of 1 administrative staff. There used to be 3 that complete all clerical, finance, volunteer personnel management, logistical support of all the different components of the fire department. Operations is what the public is most familiar with. These are the fire engines and the firefighters we talked about. We have 2 combination paid and volunteer fire stations, one at Mona Village and one at Jamestown, and 10 volunteer stations. There are also 3 Amador stations which are funded by the county when CAL FIRE is unstaffed. Those are at Groveland, Twain Harte, and Blanchard. A lot of information coming. Just trying to share it all. The Fire Prevention Bureau, we've had some discussions about that, especially over this last year, about adding a fire inspector to do the mandated inspections, and that more of that will be coming to the board later in the year. But they provide a safer environment for the citizens of Tuolumne County by preventing loss of life and property caused by fire explosion. So they enforce the fire code and county ordinances to keep the community safe. This includes plan review, site inspections, code enforcement, permit issuance, fire cause determination, and public education through school programs, fairs, and other many local community events. And even with COVID, we're able to participate in school events with CAL FIRE and the Smoky Bear program this year. The Training Bureau, we have county funds a training captain, CAL FIRE captain, at Stryker Court there. He coordinates, or that position coordinates all of the training, all the mandated training, and also the annual Volunteer Fire Academy. which we'll talk about in a minute. We had 5 graduate in July, or I'm sorry, early June from the Fire Academy, new volunteers from the community. And then we also have a training captain that's funded by Columbia through an agreement with Columbia College that oversees the fire station there at Station 79. Fleet services, we have 1 mechanic that's funded. For county fire, we used to have 3. This position is responsible for all the preventative maintenance and emergency repairs on the fleet. So we have, if you count all of the fire engines, the water tenders, the snowmobiles, the pickups, the fireboat, there's about 50 pieces of equipment in the fleet. And we have this year, $136,000 budget to keep that fleet running. That's a pretty small amount compared, especially when you consider the age of the fleet. So as we talked about real briefly, we are anticipating and was approved in the preliminary budget to add 1 inspector, fire inspector in October to carry out those mandated inspections. Okay. The organizational chart there looks like a lot of stuff going on. There is. Looks like a lot of positions. There's not really. So we have that broken down into the volunteer fire stations, the Amador stations, the combination stations, and then those 5 other support positions. So with that in the parentheses is the numbers that are funded by the CAL FIRE, or by the agreement with CAL FIRE.
Just real briefly, can you, so what's going on with Station 57? I mean, do we have an active volunteer crew there? How does that station?
So there's currently 3 stations on that list, and Station 57 at Crystal Falls is one of them that we do not have any volunteers currently assigned to.
Yeah. So we don't have any volunteers there. Any other volunteer stations where we don't have anyone?
Yes. So Station 54 at Long Barn
Okay.
has none. Station 63 at Smith Station has none. Chinese Camp had 1. Now we have 2. 100% increase. And same with Station 53 at Ponderosa Hills. Just had an increase with a couple of new graduates. But yeah, the numbers are really slim out there. So what happens then is the next closest station responds, and a paid engine will respond.
Yeah.
So that increases the response time for those communities.
Right. And the reason I kind of singled out Station 57 is it sits between, Bellevue, Crystal Falls, Sonora Meadows, Phoenix. I
Yeah.
guess, it's a highly populated area
Right.
with a fire station that's right in a very strategically
Yep.
advantageous location, but we just don't have anybody there.
Right. Yeah.
I know we have a contract with the Forest Service that they use that station, but it's a struggle.
It definitely is, and it is a high-density population area. It's a great, as you mentioned, it's a great location. It's a great fire station. There is that agreement with the Forest Service that we lease an apparatus bay to them to house an engine there during the summer, as well as at Ponderosa Hills and at Smith Station.
Yeah.
Again, those are Forest Service resources. And so, yeah, there's definitely a need for increased participation. So that's one of the things we've talked about in the past too, is Station 56 is an all-volunteer fire station. They have 6 volunteers. 3 of them are really active. They run over 900 calls a year, and a lot of that is responding into that Crystal Falls area. And then that's an increased response time. That is one of our goals in the future, is to have that as a staff station, because it covers such an area and respond to so many calls.
If I recall correctly, too, Station 57 had roughly 500 calls in their normal response area.
It was over 900 last year, yeah.
900?
Yeah.
in 57s.
Oh, I'm sorry, 57.
Yeah, 57 I thought was about 500.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thanks.
I was confused, all the numbers. All right. So moving on to our department accomplishments, just want to briefly go over the statistics. And I believe we've mentioned them before, but just for 2020, so a lot of fire history and historical numbers are on a calendar year, which is it is interesting when we're doing a fiscal year report. But just for statistical purposes, in 2020, county fire responded to 5,479 incidents within our jurisdiction. Of those, there were 3,900 were for medical, 95 were vegetation fires, 40 were, these are confirmed fires, these are not false alarms, 95 vegetation fires, 40 structure fires, 459 other fires, 200 hazardous situation or emergency standby, 754 other incidents. Last year was a down year. We were down about 10%. Of course, the economy and the communities were shut down for several months. We attribute it to that. But if we look back year to date, when we made this report in early June, in calendar year 2021, we've seen already a 15.3% increase over 5 years ago and a 38.3% increase over the last 10 years. So it's not a sudden increase this year because the economy is back up. This is, if you look at the statistics, and we put them in one monthly report not too long ago, it's been a gradual increase. And so that's something that we're pressing the community and your board to prepare that 10 years from now, we should be looking at an average of 1,000 calls a month, which at our current funding and staffing level and equipment level is unsustainable.
Andy, quick question on that. With having, is that based on some of the old population growth estimates? Since we've been kind of anemic, are we seeing a lot more calls per person in the county on average?
Yes, I think it's, so the demand, the population, as you mentioned, hasn't gone up too much over the last 10 years, but certainly the demand for service has gone up. I think we see it as an industry nationwide, the public demand for service, maybe the visitors coming in. I don't want to put it all on the visitors, because even locally with business growth and residential care facilities, the need for the service and the aging of the population, it continues to increase in Tuolumne County and the state. That demand for service continues to grow.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly. All right, so we are very proud of several accomplishments, and even with limited staffing, we feel like we're able to accomplish a lot of things over the last fiscal year. So first of all, the exceptional fire season last year, with over 4 million acres burned throughout the state. Our volunteers responded to every fire in the county with water tenders. Sometimes they brought engines. Of course, we had the mock fire. There was a huge reliance on not just county fire, but other local agencies and from around the state to catch that fire when there were very limited resources around. It was really quite a stop. And over 3,000 acres burned in Tuolumne County. Our fuel conditions, as been talked about, I think everybody sees it on the news with the fires that are burning, are critical levels, not just for this time of year, but for the whole summer. They're at critical levels. Levels we have, record levels that we might not see until August or September. Well, it is August, but it continues to it's going to stay dry until we get the wetting rains. Also, continuing to adapt to the delivery of emergency and non-emergency services to provide a safe working environment under COVID for our community and for our first responders. We've had a few incidents of illness in the department as well, so that's been a continuing challenge. But the engines, the paid staff continue the paid engines continue to be staffed. Some big improvements in the fleet. as I mentioned, there's over 50 vehicles, so a couple of vehicles might not, or a handful of vehicles might not sound a lot, but it is a lot. So this last fiscal year, we had the approval of a mobile breathing air support unit, a fleet support vehicle, and a utility vehicle. That mobile breathing support, we've been trying to get replaced on grants for several years, and finally it quit. It was no good. The motor blew, the transmission slipped, it needed new, just too much in June. So for the last year, we've been running with a pickup with spare bottles in it, which is certainly not ideal. So the new breathing support should be delivered in October. It's a huge addition. It's in the Columbia area. It'll be stationed at the College Fire, and they respond to over 600 calls a year, including every structure fire in the county. And they also respond to medical and rescue calls in the area. The fleet vehicle, again, 220,000 miles on that vehicle. It's the mechanic is having a hard time keeping his own vehicle running, so we ordered that. That hopefully will be in the fall, and then the utility will be this summer. Again, very excited to hear the news from yesterday's meeting of the possible to be voted on, approved in a later board meeting, but the additional monies for the fleet. That certainly we have 6 water tenders. One of them is 3 of them are million-mile water tenders, and I've told this story. I think you've probably all heard it, but just to say it again, 3 of them are what we call million-mile water tenders. They were rebuilt 30 years ago after they had 1 million miles on them, bought from a vendor and refurbished, and the holes, I mean, you could push through the back of the tank if you push hard enough, and just the rust. So having, we got one that's pictured here, 518 was purchased in 2018, and then we have another one that we're going through the RFP process, and then these additional water tenders. That's the most used resource for the county fire volunteers is the water tenders. Like I said, they have 2 or 3 water tenders on every fire in the county. That's
Murphy,
great.
can I ask you a quick question?
Certainly.
Hey, I know the board hasn't taken a formal vote, but yesterday we discussed maybe $1 million. Do you have an idea of what you'd spend that $1 million on right now, as far as equipment goes?
Absolutely. Our likely preference, or we have needs in every part of that, the 5 components of the fire department. Dramatic needs, every part of it. There's not one thing that feel like we're at where we should be. But our priorities are the water tenders, and then the daily drivers, the fleet, the utility vehicles that are driven daily, and then equipment. We need our PPE for this fiscal year. Our funding, our budget is $30,000 less than it was last year, for example. There's holes in that. Our budget, and we'll talk about it in a minute, but our budget is based, most of our financial projections are based on the 18-19 fiscal year. And it's insufficient. It was insufficient then. So there's some things. We need generators at our fire stations. We need, additional PPE, like I mentioned, not just structural turnout PPE, but also with the COVID coming back or still at it, additional PPE equipment. Now it's available from the vendors, so we have to purchase it. When it wasn't, it was coming through Public Health and Cal OES. So those are some of the ones right off the top.
Okay. I think I just wanted to clarify because I got some emails and phone calls. That money's going to go, if we grant it, or if we give it to you guys, it's going to go towards equipment. It's not going to go towards salaries.
That's correct. No, yeah, it wouldn't
Thank
be
you.
going towards salary.
Andy, what's the fully equipped cost of a water tender these days?
It's about $315,000.
And how long would it take from the time of placing an order to get one in?
Yeah, I think everybody's aware of the microprocessor shortage in vehicles. The engine that we ordered for Jamestown in December 2019 hopefully comes this month. So kind of give you an idea. The RFP that we just tentatively approved, they'll be coming to your board in a few weeks. We asked for 12 months. And they said they think they can do it.
Okay,
It's
so
it's pretty optimistic.
Pretty substantial
Yeah.
time lag.
There's no, with anything with lights on it and sirens, there's no quick turnaround, especially these bigger pieces of equipment.
One quick thing, this is probably not something too much for today, but in the future, we've talked about not only the issue with, and I think it's in the strategic fire plan, and our board priorities, not just replacing a lot of the equipment that we have, but the sustaining funds to not be in this position again. If we put a lot of money into this 20 years later, where everything again is, hitting 200 or 300,000 miles and wearing out. If there's any proposal, which I'm sure there probably is, of different levels of like a vehicle replacement fund, just what that looks like. I think that's information that would be really good to begin sharing with the public a lot more, because obviously it is a challenging position. We're, I think, trying to do what we can up here for some of that, but it's kind of piecemeal, so.
Right. Yes, for sure. And it's definitely, we have a plan. I think we didn't do a good job of presenting that to the public prior to the election. I think as things move forward, and I think there still is a strong need to seek, as you mentioned, stabilized funding. And so working with the public over the next months and years, however long it takes to get back on the ballot, definitely need to share those plans. There's, like you said, we had, when the new engine was approved in 2 years ago, there was, like, all right, we got an engine approved, hopefully we can get an engine every year. And it's like, well, if we get an engine every year, in 20 years, we're going to have 40-year-old engines still. So there's a lot of equipment. And we do need to bump up our plan was 3 to 4 pieces of equipment a year and get on a sustainable cycle. So we're not hit with this. It is really it's a sad state of affairs with our apparatus, but it's getting better. But we do need that sustainable funding. Okay, I think we left off with that equipment. So additional accomplishments, the Board of Supervisors approved funding the Groveland Amador, which is a tremendous addition to fill the gap for county fire on the 120 corridor and lessen the impact of county incidents on the Groveland district. Board of as you mentioned, supervisors approved as a several-year process for the staff to put the strategic plan together. As you mentioned, there's a link to it there, and a strategic plan provides a vision of the future for TCFD. And while some ask, why are you doing a strategic plan when you don't have any money? Well, it provides a vision, so we're all working together towards the same purpose as elected, as a community, as a fire chiefs and the firefighters. So we're all working, and not all of it takes money. Some of it is just more elbow grease. The enhancing of cooperative relationships among all fire agencies within the county. Securing, this is I think one of the greatest accomplishments over the last couple of years is securing the employee assistance program for the mental wellness, health, and safety of volunteer firefighters. That's something that wasn't previously available to the volunteers. They're not the full-time county employees, so they didn't have access to the county's employee assistance program. So for a few dollars a month, we're able to get that wellness program. We've talked about the impacts of these incidents on the emergency responders, going to fatality incidents and just destruction and the firefighter suicide and the mental wellness month we talked about in May. Having this options available for the firefighters and their families was a great addition. The Fire Prevention Bureau conducted over 200 mandated site inspections, initial site inspections, and nearly 600 plans reviews. As I mentioned, we completed the Volunteer Fire Academy. We updated agreements we had with the Forest Service for the lease of those fire stations, working with the CAO's office. Also, it updated agreements with Somerville School District for the use of Long Barn Fire Station and the Yosemite Community College District for the staffing out at Columbia College. Last year was a down year for us, last fiscal year for grant funding. We only got $60,000. It's very much appreciated for certain. There were some great enhancements, but over the last 3 years, we've secured almost $900,000 in grants. We are proud to say that we did submit, there's a group of folks that submitted over $4.4 million in private, local, state, and federal grant applications. These are for a variety of programs, including recruitment and retention of volunteer firefighters, firefighter personal protective equipment, fire prevention and education programs, proactive fire code and life safety inspection program. We had put in a grant for the mobile breathing support that was denied. A replacement of unsupported mobile and handheld radios is something that we're going to need to address if we're unable to get that grant. We also updated the county fire website to include the presentation, this presentation, and also the monthly activity alert, our report, and various other reports that we've done. And then something that we had a couple of aged pieces of equipment that weren't running. And we're always looking at ways to streamline and reduce redundancies and increase efficiencies. And so we were able to auction off 4 pieces of outdated and out of service fire apparatus. So it's pretty much been a theme. Top department concerns is stabilized funding. It's the most challenging issue for county fire, for the continued viability of the fire department, and for the community. This includes the need for a funded fleet replacement program, specialized equipment replacement programs such as the Jaws of Life, the rescue equipment and tools. We just got the SCBA's on the grant, but in 15 years, well, first of all, if we wouldn't have gotten that grant, it would have been $600,000 to replace the breathing apparatus that expired at the end of 2020. We got the grant that covered 90% of that, but in 15 years, we're going to need to look at that, and getting that funding ahead of time stabilized is important. That's just one piece of equipment on the fire engine. We need funding for new career positions, administrative and operational staff, staffed fire stations and facilities improvements, and volunteer recruitment and retention. We see an increased staff workload. So with that increase in call volume is an increase in staff workload. Increased development continues in the county, and emergency response expectations remain high. The number and complexity of emergency responses continues to increase while operational and support staff levels remain stagnant, and the equipment ages and becomes less reliable. Just this picture here, 761 out of Jamestown, which is a frontline engine, responds over 1,600 calls a year. Again, got towed to the shop last week. It's the engine that we're going to replace. That was funded in 2019, but it's going to be a reserve. And so it's just 170,000 miles. That's a lot of miles. That's just an example. We're going to continue to strive for an offensive, proactive commercial fire code and life safety program for the protection of the citizens and emergency responders. We're going to continue to use and work to improve the technology to provide more efficient client services through OpenGov, social media, our web page, access to information, forms, ordinances, and reports. And then building on a strong foundation, we'll continue to improve fire services delivery throughout the county with all allied agencies. So looking forward, our planning goals for next year and beyond, it's really blatantly clear to us the current budget does not sufficiently address the needs of the fire department. With reduced revenue from last year, which was a big year from the general fund last year, 1.8 million. But with reduced revenue of 800,000 and increased expenses of over 300,000 from fiscal year 2021, the value of the budget dollar continues to decrease for county fire as an unacceptable level. This fiscal year, even with ending a modest fund balance, due primarily to a decrease in the CAL FIRE contract cost, the increased fire reimbursement, and continued financial tightrope, we are still vastly underfunded to meet the needs of not just today's fire service, but we're not planning for the future. We need to take steps. We need to continue to take steps to secure financial stability of the county fire, including increased special tax revenue, proactive fire code and life safety inspection programs, impact mitigation fees from new development or Geiger, and reimbursements for other services to create a department that is able to come up to today's standards, but also to plan for the future. This current budget that's been proposed is only funding and not sufficiently funding the very minimum of fire services. Basing most expense categories, as I mentioned, off of fiscal year 18-19, we continue to maximize opportunities to increase efficiencies, reduce duplications, and remain vigilant, working to find ways to be more efficient. We will continue to aggressively work for increased sustainable funding to provide the fire and emergency services that the community demands and deserves. There's simply nowhere else to cut. We have to increase revenue. In short, the situation for Tuolumne County Fire Department remains dire. As we discussed in the strategic plan, we all must continue to fight, not for a dollar amount, but for a level of service the community deserves and demands. And we look forward to continuing to work with the Board of Supervisors, county administration, and staff to find ways to creatively address the fire service needs of our community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have any questions, or I can open it up to?
I got a bunch.
Do we want to do public comment first, or? Okay, why don't we start out with your questions then?
So, thanks for the complete presentation, Andy. Yeah, no secret here that, the fire department has got a lot of shortages in many different areas. It's our number one board priority. Looking at a few areas here, we're making some gradual, increases on the fleet replacement, including, discussion we had yesterday, of course. But we really do need to get to the point of having a well-managed fleet replacement plan, similar to what a trucking company does. They don't.
Yeah.
We could hand you millions and millions of dollars right now, but we'll be in the same problem as Supervisor Brandon mentioned a little bit ago. We've got to space this out so that we can budget accordingly. The basic problems that we have are not so dissimilar to what the sheriff's office has, right? We heard, largely from a lot of members of the public, they want to see that sheriff officer, the deputy arrive on scene, and people want to see their fire department arrive on scene. And the only way we're going to get there is to ensure that we have appropriate staffing, paid volunteer, and equipment that doesn't break down on the way to a fire or medical emergency, right? That's the last thing we want to see happen. The volunteers, you've got some stations, like I said, Station 57. I believe at one point you mentioned during a separate discussion about 300 calls per year equating to the need for a paid station. And so this is a station that has 500. So we need to look carefully at that. And they're a very centrally located station, as Supervisor Campbell said, that they could service a large populous area. That's a very populated area surrounding that station. On the volunteers themselves, what are we doing, as far as, I know it's been a diminishing, workforce, and so the recruitment becomes an issue. The amount of training hours, per year is something that is a turnoff, to getting people to sign on to that. At one point, we had a discussion about, the Columbia Fire students. How many students do they run in their program? It's a 2-year program.
Through their degree program or
Yeah.
through the college itself, I'm not certain.
Okay. The thought was that, perhaps we could look at, creative and alternative ways to get more volunteer staffing. I believe you mentioned that you had 6 college students that were currently volunteers, which is good. But, if we could get more of them, or most, if not all, maybe by paying their education. And their return would be that they agree during their time as a student that they would give back, and be a volunteer. Got some explorers going there, 8 explorers. Hopefully, typically from what I've seen in explorers in the past, those do become volunteers, and they get a lot of training
Yep.
out of the way as explorers. So yeah, we just have to, we've got to move forward, and the critical thing is to have the long-term sustainable funding for the fire department. And so we need to revisit, where we're going in the future, whether we look at another tax measure or how to do that. We need to educate the public, and we need to bring in all sectors of the public, different communities, including agricultural and ones that had some pretty concerns about, how the fire authority had their, makeup, planned, how it was going to be structured. And so maybe there's some inherent things that could be changed there. So we need to bring back that group. They're no longer a fire authority, but we need to bring back these people into the same room and get to talking again and soon so that we can get this plan down. So thank you for everything you're doing. You've got limited resources. You've got a lot of issues, and I know you do the best you can, and it's much appreciated. Thank you.
Certainly. And if I can, just a couple of things. So that 300 calls a year was referenced, was a number that came up in the 1992 stabilization plan. It's referenced in the general plan for the county. That was a goal of that when stations 30 years ago now reached that level, that they would become staff. So right now, the majority of our stations run over 300 incidents per year. Station 61, over 600 calls. As I mentioned, 79, over 600 calls. 56, 900 calls. 57, 500 calls. 53 and 58 at 55 all run about 200 or so. There's definitely a need. And that all is, and the reason for that is increased call volume. A staff station is generally going to get, it's not generally, it's going to get you an engine to your house faster. To whether you're having a heart attack and you need to be defibrillated, or your house is on fire. There's things and goals and response times that we try as an industry to achieve that we don't in this county for a vast majority of the county jurisdiction area. So that's certainly, it's not because we want more gadgets or more people, it's to get to your home faster to save you and your property and your family. Also, you mentioned the hours and requirements of volunteers. Certainly, yes, over 300 hours of training just to be a volunteer. It takes about 6 months because most of them are working or in school. So the training is at night or on weekends. Just this last class, we started with 10, we ended with 5. So people realize the commitment that it takes to be a volunteer. They back out, understandably so. I was a volunteer for 15 years. I quit because I worked full-time, had a family, and it takes a toll on you. I think, so recruitment and retention, we put in for a grant for that. One of the things in the grants that we've had in the past is we did movie ads. You see the signs on the road. We got those, and we were able to do a lot more outreach, but we don't have the money for it. Those cost money. We don't even know with our level where we're at right now with PPE, if we can do a fire academy for volunteers next year. So we might not be able to fit them out. So those are some things. There's some of those 27 volunteers that aren't active anymore. We're trying to get some of that. We're going to try to get them to respond or get active, and if not, to turn in their gear so that we don't have to buy it. But still, that PPE, which for one person is about $6,000, it has a time limit on it as well, about 10 years. So that's if it's not damaged. And then we are looking at other options to retain or recruit interns, or we have resident firefighters at our 2 career stations. So one of the big differences is when I was a resident firefighter, which is some people call it intern in this county back in the early 90s, there weren't very many departments that had interns in this county or even Calaveras or adjoining counties. But now just about everybody does. So there's more competition for those people. So we are continue to look. We do recruit, not very many, but we do. We have openings right now for people that are interested. It's about $675 a month for 2 days a week to be a resident intern firefighter.
Yep.
Chief, thank you for the presentation. And as always, I got just a big old list of questions. I'm gonna try to skip a few of them. I think the main thing, because it's absolutely true, we have to find sustainable revenue. Voters chose to not support Measure V. That was, potentially what was going to fund things like fixing up the station in Jamestown or improving one at Columbia College and getting the equipment and sustaining funds. I mean, a lot of these really good ideas that we just don't have the money for. In lieu of having an alternative ballot measure, and I want to express support too for what Supervisor Goldenberg said. I really do hope that the fire authority comes back to be able to, continue that communication between all the districts. But before that, comes back, the main thing for me in looking, how do we fund this long term? I look at the number of calls you're running, the increase in calls that you're running. And I know we've talked about this before, and I just wanted to get an update. 70% are medical, 20% about our other, and about 10% are related to fire. And not to say that you shouldn't be going to those, but fee recovery. And where we're at in that discussion, obviously an ambulance or some of our services end up going, to a crash, they're able to bill insurance. And I think for ambulatory assists and a lot of these, you're not able to do that right now. So how can we assist in that, which even though on a few folks it will put some of a burden, a fee for service I think is also a very fair way of going about it, especially if we're talking about just what are we providing the community for a level of support and safety. So where are we at with maybe having a proposal brought back to the board for fee recovery on especially those calls, medical calls?
Yeah, so there's a lot, and I mentioned it just very briefly in the presentation. We are looking at more or less cost recovery, fee for service. There were a lot of things, when we go back to Prop 13 in 1978, that the fire department does now that they didn't do then. So property taxes just aren't keeping up with the demand for service. And that's what the need for additional revenue is. So we are looking at several avenues for cost recovery. There's something that's known as fee for service. There's 130 fire departments in the state right now that charge for responses. They're to varying levels. A lot of those are paramedic fire departments. So it's a lot more easily justified, I think, because they're providing a higher level of care. We are currently researching that. We have reached out to other nearby departments that do it, Ebbets Pass most prominently, and some other agencies. We're coming up with a presentation, I guess you'd say, with county staff.
That'd be great.
There's a lot of nuances to it. From what I understand, Medicare and Medi-Cal won't pay both fire and ambulance. So if the patient's transported, goes to ambulance. Some other challenges we have is getting the information. Firefighters can ask you for your social security number, your insurance. Well, maybe your loved one is having some difficulty. There's some public perception issues there that may be difficult to overcome, but ultimately, it's a service. It's something that should be reviewed and see if it's appropriate for county. The other challenges too is a lot of our incidents are responded to by other agencies. Sonora, Miwok, Columbia, all of the other fire districts respond to county fire calls. So if we charge for a call, where would that money go? Kind of thing. Those are things that would have to be figured out. It's not an easy answer. There's a lot of tentacles, just like everything else. But other things like lift assist at care facilities is something that needs to be addressed. 25% of call volume at our busiest station is to 5 care facilities. Some of those are true emergencies. A lot of them perhaps could not require a fire response, so the Sheriff's Department implemented the EMD, which has helped, but there still is a big draw of resources. Sometimes it's for incidents where the facility staff, we feel, should be able to perform that service like a lift assist. And instead they call 911 for various reasons. And now,
Free.
yeah,
Yeah.
right. So that's something that I think should look at.
That'd be great. If at all possible, I understand there's some more complicated ones in there. I think, having the whole dispatch system, or who's paying and the billing and all of that. If there are some of those things that we can start implementing now, instead of having an entire, waiting for everything to have an answer to it, if we can just do the ambulatory assist and just piecemeal that, I would love to see those come before this board, because I think that's some of the sustaining revenue we might be able to start adding into county fire until we're able to get an alternative to that. But thank you for looking into that, because I know that's not an easy thing. If at all possible, just to follow up later to get a little more of a breakdown. I think you've covered this before, but the breakdown between calls between locals and tourists as well, and visitors, as well as if you have a heat map of incidents. I assume that's already kind of plotted out. That would just be useful to be able to get, I think, maybe email after this. For the site inspections, we have the extra person coming in 2022. Are we expecting those positions to be self-funding? And the reason I'm asking some of these, and I know we've covered it before, but we've since had these ARP funds come in. Fire, code enforcement, it's in a very similar situation as code compliance, right? Where we might have to put up a position to go out then and be able to, enforce a lot of this. I think that one position was hired with ARP kind of preemptively, right? Do they pay for themselves, and is there a greater need? Because obviously we got a lot more than 200 buildings in the county needing inspections.
Right, yes, absolutely. So I'll work on those. I believe the EMS agency tracks local versus out of the area. So I'll work with them. And then we do have heat maps. For the fire inspector, we did just fly the position preemptively, looking to hire in October. So we do expect we are working on an ordinance for the Airbnbs or the short-term rentals. That's still got to work its way through the process. With that and the inspection fees, we do believe will fund mostly the position. We won't know until we get a year into it.
Okay.
We do also anticipate, as we go through this process, we'll discover additional businesses and short-term rentals that will need to be inspected based on the law, fire code. And then, of course, we'll also, we've talked briefly about it, I believe, in January, about proactive fire code and life safety inspection program, and doing inspections on all businesses, as the fire code requires a local jurisdiction to ensure that the fire code is followed in all occupancies. but there's some that are specifically mandated, like schools and multi-occupancies. That's a conversation we'd like to continue to have and look forward to. That is, one of the things when we talked, I think briefly about it before in the winter was, when we go out to a shopping center that's not a mandated inspection, but we're enforcing or looking for fire code violations. They're not just looking at, are the exits not blocked, is your fire extinguisher been serviced, but they're also looking at the exterior of the building for their defensible space. And so that's an added thing where they're getting, where CAL FIRE does residential development. That's something else we could add for community safety. But, and we talked, I think the hangup was charging for a service that we haven't, that's not necessarily required. Right now, it's a complaint-driven process for fire inspections on those non-mandated. So if somebody calls and said, hey, this business's back door is chained and blocked during business hours, we'll go out and we'll look at it and we'll tell them they need to unchain it during business hours. But short of that, we don't know any of that. So that's where we believe having an annual proactive fire code and life safety inspection program is vital for the community, the employees, the staff, the owners, and public safety. That just inherently we're going to find, we go to places, we make appointments months in advance, and we go to these mandated inspections and we find violations, significant violations of the fire code. And they know we're coming, and they've gone through it before, so they know what we're looking for. So that even more important to those 90% of the other businesses out there that we don't see, to share that information. Education, it's compliance. It's not enforcement. We're just looking to make it more safe.
And building off something I think Supervisor Half had mentioned yesterday as well, I'm also a big advocate for us having a vegetation management ordinance, defensible space ordinance, and obviously that's going to be a pain. It's going to be a difficult process, make sure we're getting people up to that standard. And so how are we going to address a lot of the issues that come up with that? Folks that can't afford it aren't able to do it. What do we need to have for you in place to be able to do the inspections you need for that, the capacity to get rid of that? I know that's starting to probably go into Dory's sphere and everything as well, but what would we need from your side? Because obviously I think it's a good core idea, but the details really matter and how it's going to impact people's lives. And so I really look forward to that coming back to the board, because I think that's one of the biggest things we can do to be able to fix that here. I also want to ask if you're planning on attending the volunteer fair that was presented yesterday.
Yeah, we will have somebody there for sure.
Great.
Yes.
Excellent. Yeah, with that, I think that's the main questions I had. So thank you so much, Chief. Appreciate it.
So we are working with Dory and the OES and the Fire Safety Advisory Council on that vegetation management ordinance. I think that to answer all those questions would require a whole nother day of meeting. There's just, again, it's one of those things, there's so many tentacles to it. The difficulties of now requiring somebody, an elderly person or somebody who's physically challenged to clear their defensible space. And imposing that on them again. It's vital for the safety of the community, but how we accomplish all those things is another long, lengthy discussion. But it is something that.
It's a law and they can't do it anyways, too.
Right, and then the other part on the fire side where we'll need the help is in positions to do the inspections.
Okay. And I did have, I'm sorry, one last question that I wanted to talk about. This might be a little more a statement, just the need in Jamestown in particular. There are new developments coming in. The tribe is considering development. You know, there was that out there. As to the need for, specialized equipment that can handle something like a fire on the 6th story of a building. We talked about, a quint and discussions with the tribe on how these services will be provided. I know that's all in contract negotiations. Anybody watching, the county is certainly on this and having a lot of meetings about it. If there's any way for the residents in the area to be able to, if not reassure, at least give updates on, this is some of the proposals out there. I have gotten a few calls in of people just wondering what's happening, and I know a bit of what's happening at the county behind the scenes, but it's a challenging position for me, given the legal complexity of what we can really share. And so what can we do to say we are aware of the needs of that? We are asking for these options, and see something where there's a really good partnership with our tribal partners there, and figure out something I think that works really good for the entire area. Because I think we can work really well together, and that will be the best outcome on it. So.
Yeah, I think you said pretty much most of it right there. The relationships are very important, and working with the tribe and the community to provide the best level of fire protection as possible out there is something we're striving on all levels to accomplish. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Supervisor Heff.
Yeah, as always, I appreciate your presentations. And I just wanted to broach this subject. I understand Measure V did not pass, but our neighboring county, Calaveras, had basically the same issues, and they chose to take the approach of each individual fire district running an election just on their area, and every single one passed. And I think that kind of points to ownership. People take ownership for their local fire departments, and that, I heard talk on this board about the Joint Powers Authority that all the fire departments got together, and my understanding was that if Measure V did not pass, it was disbanded. So it's disbanded. So I'm not suggesting that we go that direction. I'm suggesting maybe the different fire districts look at what Calaveras did, and maybe there would be a different feeling from the voters at the next election. I'm not suggesting a special election for this, to pass a measure for their beloved fire district. I think there might be something there that could be worked on. So I just wanted to mention that and ask if there's been any momentum in that direction.
I think there's a lot of value to what you're saying there with each individual district. And the reason I think the county chose to go with the JPA or initiate the JPA was after the board decided to go for a tax measure. Other agencies felt it was a good time as well. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, Sarah, but the reason why the county did or pursued the JPA was that the potential confusion if, for example, Sonora City did a fire tax and the county did a fire tax individually, that the voter in Sonora would see two items on their ballot, so they might think that they're going to get taxed twice. I think that's where the push was to do a JPA. I still think there's value in a JPA for a lot of reasons, or something like that, but not just for revenue. But for just services and grants and fire inspections, and there's just a whole host of reasons to do a JPA. But you're right, is my understanding that the JPA did end after the election, after it wasn't passed.
I heard a lot of mistrust in the government, and people did not differentiate that JPA between its own entity, which it is, and the county. They just figured the county was trying to get more money. And that was basically the sentiment I heard over and over again. Plus, there were different things that they didn't like also. But I think we might be able to take a page out of the book, the playbook from Calaveras, learn something, and we've got enough time to educate the public whatever direction the districts decide to go in. But it's obvious from your report today that we can't sustain any fire district or the department, the county department, with the funding structure that we have right now. So, I just wanted to put it my 2 cents about that.
No, I agree. I think that we did learn a lot from the last attempt. I think there was a lot of public input we received and monitored. That will provide a good opportunity, a good information going forward. There still is definitely a need. As you mentioned, I kind of referenced the matrix report from 2018 when you said there's not enough revenue out there for any of the districts. So that's one of the big takeaways that we got from the matrix report was regardless of how you split the county up or who does what, there's just not enough money. Every agency is hurting.
All right, Supervisor Kirk, are you on with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you. Did you have any
Cool. Yeah,
questions?
we have a very long day ahead of us, so I'll try and keep this short. Otherwise, this is going to go into 10 o'clock. But yes, I wish we had another $10 million of ARP funding. I'd write a check today for $10 million to get that fleet up and running, but we don't. We only have the 10. So we're taking baby steps to correct it. The TOT that we passed, we passed it. I kind of said a few years ago, if we go down this path, I don't think any measure is going to pass for fire, and that's what happened. But that's water under the bridge. Moving forward, we're just going to have to take baby steps to do what we can to fix this. And I think, Murphy brought up the sheriff. He definitely is broke. So many departments are broke. And but I think everybody understands how important the sheriff is. So the community is capitalizing on that and trying to correct that. And I think right behind that is fire. And so I don't know what the future holds and how we're going to fund fire. But I completely agree with what Supervisor Half said, which was, a lot of people, they trust their local districts. And we've had this conversation before with local districts. It's everybody says one thing, but then does another. Local districts want their little kingdom, and I totally get it. And so we have to understand that and try and work with that so that each district has the best chance to survive and provide really what it comes down to is the best services for their local communities. And I know it's a complicated mess and a lot of it is out of our control, but I just want if anybody from the community is hearing or reporting on it, I have a household, I have utility bills, I have insurance, I have a mortgage, and that doesn't go down over 10, 15, 20 years. It continually goes up. And what we're dealing with is 10, 15, 20 years of basic costs of operations, but yet the funding hasn't been able to keep up with it. So when it comes to fire, when it comes to sheriff, we're on our own. The state doesn't care. We're going to have to come together as a community and make it happen and be the best stewards we can with what we got. But I do know it's broke, and I do know we need some serious change and specifically funding. And if people think that we're going to cut pools and libraries and come up with a couple $100,000, that's a drop in the bucket. Like I said about the sheriff, we either got to do this all the way or not be half-assed. And I think with the fire department, we can't make little cuts to fix the problem. It has to be a substantial ongoing change. And so I don't have any questions, just those comments. Murphy, thank you guys for what you do. Thank you all the fire departments for what you do. And we have fires blowing up all over the place. So hopefully you guys just be safe out there.
All right, thank you for that. Thank you very much, Chief Murphy, and very good presentation, very thorough, kind of shows what the situation is. And I wasn't really going to say anything, but Supervisor Brennan had to go and bring up fee recovery and some of the lift assist problems, and so I agree completely with what he had said about that. And could you please repeat that statistic about the number of lift assists that come out of just a few businesses and what portion of the calls that represents for our main station?
Station 51, the busiest station in the county, the busiest engine in the county, responds to just about 2,000 calls a year. And in 2019, I didn't do the stats last year. 2019, 25% of their calls, 500 calls, were to 5 care facilities, really 4.
Yeah.
There was one that only had a dozen or so.
And just to kind of explain what that number means, it's essentially that these private businesses are using public services like fire, and this applies to the sheriff as well, because they respond when somebody calls 911. you don't ask questions about who's making the call. You don't ask if they can pay for it. You just go. And that ethic that our law enforcement and public safety agencies and fire follow is being taken advantage of to offset costs that these businesses essentially would otherwise incur. So they need to, if we need to care for these people in these facilities, but you can't rely on if you have a business, you can't rely on the public to fund things that are part of your business. And that's essentially what's happening. And so we need to come up with some kind of way, if folks are expecting more of public safety agencies, then they need to start paying more. And they need to pay for these calls that are, to me, it's kind of outside the wheelhouse of what a public safety agency should be doing. You're there to put out fires and to help people if they fall in their homes. Yes, please go help those people. And if there's an emergency at a business, you absolutely have to respond to that. But you can't be using fire so that you're not asking your own employees to do the work. You're asking Tuolumne County Fire to do this work. It's not fair, and we need to come up with some kind of fee recovery plan to take that into account. I wasn't even going to bring it up, but Supervisor Brandon, you went there, and so I'm going there too. So
Yeah, for sure. And that's something else too, as you know, as the community continues to expand and Tuolumne County is such a great place to live, and we see additional congregate living or residential care facilities coming in, we need to consider that as far as the impact that those new facilities have on an already stressed, not just those, but any business really that comes in, that they have on an already stressed fire service delivery program in the county. Just something else real quick to touch on something when Supervisor Kirk was speaking, made me think of the cost of doing business and how much it's increased. It's kind of, we've talked about that a little bit, but our budget, I believe, was based on a 1.3% increase in property tax revenue for this fiscal year, which isn't very much, and especially when you think about the CPI is up around 4.5%, 5%. So just the cost of doing business in California, property taxes just don't keep up. I think that's just one of the reasons, one of the things to just show our community, and they're feeling it too, with the cost of everything going up.
okay. Well, if there's so I guess we'll go ahead and ask if there's any public comment on this part of the workshop today. Anyone like to comment on fire?
Thank you, Supervisor Brandon, for bringing that up, and Supervisor Campbell. I agree with you. I've watched them go out to care facilities and pick up people off the floor, and it's like Stryker has a whole industry of medical equipment that you can use to save your back and get people up off the floor or back in bed or whatever. So we do need to start charging for that. And Supervisor Half, I want to thank you for bringing up the issues around Measure V, because I came before you and told you that I voted no and why I did that. And I heard from a lot of county employees who also voted no. So people voted no because they don't like you. So that becomes an issue, and the trust, and the credibility factor needs to be addressed. So maybe with that highfalutin public relations company, we can fix some of that. And I hope you take the opportunity before he leaves to salute him.
Yeah, and brings up, well, I didn't want to put you on the spot, but Chief Murphy is, I'll ask you if you want to address what Carol brought up.
Yeah, I think the cat's out of the bag. So my time remaining with the county and the assistant county fire chief position is limited. I'll be transferring to another position in San Andreas within about a month or so. We are starting the recruitment, and I'm sure we'll find somebody more capable and better or well-spoken, exactly, to replace me and carry us forward into the future.
I think you're extremely well-spoken because what you say is from the heart, and I really have come to rely on your guidance and really trust your opinions on what we should be doing. So
What are you going to be doing in San Andreas?
I'll be at the unit headquarters administrative officer.
Oh. Well, I'm very sorry to see you go, and I believe also that you're quite articulate and you really reach people in what you say.
Thank you.
So I'm going to be sorry to see you go. Hopefully, we'll still see you once in a while.
Definitely.
Yeah. And I just wanted to make a comment that I am in complete concurrence with Supervisor Brandon and Supervisor Campbell. I don't know, we're not voting on that today, but I think we do need to bring this back to the board to discuss further about fees for service and to educate our public and our businesses better what the fire is for and what they're not for, what they're not to be used for. Thank you.
Thank you.
okay.
I think we'll probably have them come back at some point, but this might be the last presentation. I think Carol had a really good idea. I don't know if you wouldn't mind after coming up, and definitely want to shake your hand, Andy, because you've been extremely helpful as someone who, a lot of this is very new to me. I've needed that support and that expertise, and you've always been there. And I also think he's a good speaker, too. I know you always say you're not a good speaker. You speak very well. I mean, the end goal is that we understand, right? And you have been very easy to understand. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, this isn't going to be your last meeting, is it?
No.
No. So we definitely salute you and appreciate the hard work you do, and I think we'll be doing something nice for you coming up here in the near future. So sorry I cut you off there, and Supervisor Kirk.
No, it's all good. I hope we can get him back to give him some sort of certificate or paper. But Andy, hey man, you're great. I purposely, when I first met you 3 years ago, I said a few things to test your response and see how you'd react to some things I said. Just sorry, cat's out of the bag. I did that with some people. And man, you're such a professional in the way you speak and the way you handle situations. I really respect you and I really honor you. And things get very political on fire, and you always keep your head cool and you always give me really good advice, and I appreciate that. So I wish you all the best.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's take a 10-minute break. We'll be back here at 10:30. All right, so let's get started again. This is the special meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for August 4th. Today we're in a budget workshop. We're discussing the Sheriff's Office right now, and welcome. Thanks for being here. So CAO Riggs, did you have anything to say, or we just want to kick it off with our
No, I think
Thin
we
blue
will kick
line
it off.
here.
Now we have law enforcement group.
okay.
Good morning. My name is Neil Evans. I'm the Undersheriff for Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office. We are here representing Sheriff Coroner Bill Pooley, who is out of town on personal business. I'd like to introduce two of our lieutenants, Jared Pippin and David Vasquez. It's a pleasure to speak before you, Mr. Chairman, the board, CAO, Riggs, Ms. Carrillo, and Eric Earhart, former member of our organization. Well, speaking before you today, I'd first like to really talk about our staff and to thank them personally. Not only do I want to thank them personally, but I want to thank their families. It's been a long year and a half, as everyone knows and has experienced. In law enforcement, it's been specifically difficult on a number of fronts. of course, the COVID-19. Our staff doesn't have the luxury of working from home or the opportunity to work from home. We work up close and personal. There is no social distancing in our business. Having said that, we've had a large percentage of our staff contract the virus, them and their families, so it's been a rough year in that sense. At the same time, we've had, I'll say the general public, not here up close personal to us, but the general public of law enforcement has not been a friendly environment for us over the last year and a half as well. Some of it was deserved, some of it wasn't, but it affects our staff nonetheless. We are very thankful for our community. We've been getting a lot of support from our community over that year and a half, so we're very thankful for that, very grateful for that. We do recognize that, so I want to thank the public as well for all the support that they give us on a daily basis. I want to talk a little bit about one of the questions we get most often from people is, what's the difference between the sheriff's office and a police department or the highway patrol? And so that's a great question. There's a lot of confusion out there. We work for the sheriff, who's an elected official. He is beholden to the people of the county because of that. That's who he answers to. Whereas a police department, their chief answers to their city council and or mayor. Now, having said that, we are different in a number of other ways as well. The majority of our staff live in this community. We have children who go to schools in this community. We have husbands and wives and significant others that work in this community or who are moms or dads in this community. We coach Little League teams in this community, soccer teams. We are part of Parks and Recs. Our children work in this community with rec and recreation. They are lifeguards. They are all of those things. We take our children to the libraries for reading time. We use all the services that the county provides within this community. We are this community. And that bleeds over to how we give service and how we care about the individuals in this community. And I think you'll see that a difference of how we treat people and how we handle situations and ultimately how we protect and serve this community. So thank you to our staff. Thank you to our community. I'd like to go over our general cost centers. Then I'm going to defer to Lieutenant Pippin and Lieutenant Vasquez to cover some of the specifics within those cost centers. Feel free to ask questions, especially to these two fine young men over here. We represent probably about 60 years worth of law enforcement experience. Most of it is within this county, so we should be able to answer your questions. So I feel very confident in that. So our first cost center is Sheriff Coroner. That covers our Civil Coroner Division, our Investigations Division, our Evidence Division, Patrol, Records and Finance, Off-Highway Vehicle Programs, our probation team, and we have 73 positions allocated to that cost center. We have a Sheriff Boat Patrol Cost Center, which 3 positions are allocated to, and we'll talk a little bit more in specific on that in a little bit. Our Courts Cost Center, our Communications and Emergency Medical Center Cost Center, 13 positions allocated to that center, and our Jail Custody Cost Center, which has 60 positions allocated to it, for a total of 149 allocated positions. Now keep in mind that all of those positions aren't filled, so we have the budgeted-wise, we have 149 allocated positions. Also, recognizing that we've been before the board as an agency over the last couple of weeks in working with the board and the public to try to rectify some of our issues with retention and hiring. Still an ongoing project that we have, that we will continue to try to solve those issues so that we can fill these positions within our cost centers and provide better service. Another thing I'd like to point out is over this last year and a half, because of a lack of staffing and because of COVID issues with not only people taking time off because of COVID, but because of furlough time and those types of things, we've had to mandate our staff an incredible amount of time. And that, again, puts a huge burden on our staff. And I'd like to thank them for really soldiering through to get through that. I think the jail alone had over 700 mandates in just last year, which is, it's amazing. It's incredible that they pushed through that. Clearly not sustainable. And I want to thank them for the effort that they put through in that as well. That was a heroic effort. I'd like to turn the time over now to Lieutenant Jared Pippin to cover some specifics within his cost center.
Thank you, Under Sheriff, members of the board, Chairman. I currently oversee the professional standards division within the Sheriff's Office. I've been in that position now for about 1 month. Most of my experience prior to that comes from the operations side of our office, where I spent the majority of my career. So a little bit about professional standards and what that encompasses within our office. The main components and oversight that as the division commander I have includes hiring and recruitment, internal affairs, our press information officer, and all the workload that comes with keeping the press and members of the community informed about what our office is doing. I also have oversight of all the policy and procedures from within our office, as well as oversight of our records division, and also over our communications center, which is our dispatchers. Included with myself and sworn staff that are staffed in the professional standards division, I have a sergeant and 1 investigator. Those 2 gentlemen are responsible for mainly hiring and recruitment. That's their main focus right now. And with hiring and recruitment comes a pretty hefty workload. We're responsible for all of the background investigations from all of the employees within our office, both sworn, non-sworn, and civilian staff as well. With hiring, just in the last year alone.
Supervisor has a question. Oh, sorry to interrupt a question. I wanted to be able to ask it. Related to the recruitment and retention, you mentioned having to do the background checks, the hours involved in that, as well as I think there's a ride-along requirement as well for quite a while, right, with an officer. What's the amount of staff time it normally takes for one of these positions to be able to recruit somebody and get them actually fully ready to go on their own?
It varies depending on the positions that we're trying to fill. Ride-along is not a requirement, but just a background investigation alone for one person, say a deputy, could take several weeks just for that portion, and then the process continues from there. And that's expediting it as well. We do contract with an outside firm as well for when that workload is just not sustainable, to send some of that workload off for a private company to help us with that. Sworn members are the most extensive when it comes to those backgrounds. But it could be at least a minimum of a few weeks per individual just for that background process alone.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Just to give kind of a figure or an idea, last year alone, we had 890 applicants for various positions within our agency. And every one of those applicants at some point comes through the professional standards division for that background investigation or to go through the hiring process. Internal affairs is also the responsibility of that sergeant investigator. Internal affairs encompass administrative investigations when we have allegations of misconduct or a citizen that would come in and file some sort of formal complaint. They also do parallel investigations to critical incidents, say as an officer-involved shooting, which we've had a few over in the last 12 months. So they'll do a parallel administrative investigation to those types of critical incidents as well.
How many in the last 12 months?
2 in the last, so I think 12, 13 months, we've had a couple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty unusual for us looking back, it used to be a really rare thing in Tuolumne County, and now
Yeah.
not so
yeah.
much.
Yeah, definitely an increase in what we've seen in years past, for sure. And just to give you guys an idea on that as well, those types of investigations take hundreds of hours to complete. You're talking about a lot of interviews, a lot of staff hours that go into those types of investigations. We still are currently in the middle of wrapping up one investigation that's been ongoing now for about 8 months. So those investigations obviously will take a priority over, say, background investigations when they come in. It's just part of the job, but that manpower that goes into them takes away from us some other priorities as well. So big function that those gentlemen and myself take on. We also have our investigator in our professional standards division. That's our press information officer. You guys are probably familiar with our social media platforms. So we have Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and other ways that we push information out to the press. Each day, our press information officer puts out a press packet for the local press. And that's not, depending on what we have going on, can be, a time constraint, but that's also some of their duties there as well. For policy, we contract with a company called Lexipol. It's a company based out of Texas that they provide policy manuals, training bulletins, and consulting services for law enforcement agencies throughout the country. As the division commander of professional standards, it's part of my responsibility to audit our policy manual and make sure that that we continue to keep our policies aligned with current case law, best practices, and things that are evolving within law enforcement. It's a huge benefit to have a company like that provides that service for us. They have a team of attorneys and people that industry-wide look at policy manuals and supply us with draft policies that then we then go through and review and make sure that they're specific to our agency and our region, and then we push them out to our staff. When I first started in this industry and specifically this county, policy, there wasn't companies like that available, and it was a huge undertaking for staff to try to do the research and work with county council and other county entities to make sure our policy manual is up to date and current. So that service in itself takes a huge workload off of staff, but there is still a significant amount of oversight and input that needs to go into it to make sure that our policies and stuff are current.
What does the, as you're familiar with too, it's similar here, where some of this is just something that we cannot do in-house based on time or expertise. We hire somebody to be able to do that for us. A lot of times the concern that comes up is the cost involved in that. What's the cost in that as well? I think we have a few policies of our own that we're looking at trying to update, and it's a huge challenge for our internal staff after all the cuts over these years.
Yeah, just on the sworn side, so we have two different sections to our policy. We have one specifically to our custody side and one specifically to sworn side. And just the sworn side, I can give you that number. It's just under $5,000 a year. Relatively speaking, that's more affordable than what it would be today. We're what they refer to as one of their legacy agencies, so one of their first agencies to contract services. So our rates have stayed lower than what a new agency coming on would be paying today.
Thank you.
Talk a little bit about our records division. Currently, we have 5 clerks that work within our records division. They process and they disseminate reports and information both internally and externally to our criminal justice partners. For example, the DA's office, public defender's office, probation. They're also responsible for processing civil paperwork that comes to our office, such as evictions, applications for CCWs, restraining orders, child custody orders, those types of things need to be inputted into the law enforcement databases. They process arrest warrants, subpoenas for service, things of that nature. In just last year, in 2020 alone, our record staff processed over 4,000 criminal reports that were generated from calls for service. So it's a pretty heavy workload. Our clerks they're amazing. They do a fantastic job. From the moment they get in the morning till 5 o'clock, they're in there working and dealing with customers at the front counter, and we have a great group of ladies that work in there that do a fantastic and heavy workload. So appreciate them and everything that they do as well. In that, they have a records management system that, in conjunction with our IT department as well as myself, we have to maintain and make sure that it's updated and that we remain in compliance with the Department of Justice. Part of that responsibility in records and with our records management system is reporting data to the Department of Justice. So when you...
I was just trying to speak into the mic a little more closely.
So that records management system needs to be updated so that we're in compliance with DOJ. You'll hear the sheriff occasionally come in and talk about stats. That's where we pull a lot of the stats and we report to DOJ. So when we talk about our Part 1 crimes or how many burglaries we've had, all of those statistics are kept within that records management system and then reported externally from that. So Our comm center, our communications, which is dispatch. We are currently allocated 13 positions within our dispatch center, and we have 10 of those are filled. We have 3 vacancies right now. They're responsible for all of the 911 calls that come in the county.
What would be on I'd just be interested in some of these, because obviously vacancies are a normal thing most of the time, but then they can be, kind of chronic issues. And going through any of these vacant positions, it'd be very helpful to know kind of what would be expected to be the just churn of getting somebody new versus what's kind of been a lingering issue for them.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't very clear. For example, with dispatch, if we have 3 vacancies, have those been chronic vacancies over a long period, very difficult to fill? Or is it 3 is a normal process of somebody decided to leave or move to another department and it's just in recruitment right now?
Finding qualified people to work in there has always been problematic, I would say. Retention-wise, we've been pretty successful with our dispatch center. We have lost people to retirement and things of that nature. It seems to me that we always have a ongoing rate of vacancy within dispatch. I don't think that 3 vacancies is abnormal. It's just difficult to find qualified people to work in what is considered a really high-stress environment. And just for a little bit more, I guess conceptually, 3 vacancies equates to really an entire shift of dispatchers. So it creates 3 vacancies, while it doesn't sound like much, creates a pretty big problem for scheduling and staffing as well. So the ladies and gentlemen in our dispatch center do a fantastic job. They take on a pretty extensive workload. They're busy for 12 hours straight, and finding qualified people that can make it through the training program and succeed in that environment can be difficult. They're a very sought after group of individuals. They do an exceptional job, and it's difficult to find people to keep up in that environment. So, like I said, they handle all the incoming 911 calls within the county. They also dispatch radio traffic for not only our deputies and people out in the field, but as well as for our probation team, members of the probation office. They also dispatch for the ambulance company locally. And then they take incoming calls for fire, and they'll transfer those to San Andreas Dispatch for the fire-specific calls. They also dispatch for BLM rangers and Department of Fish and Wildlife officers there in the county. And that's a very, very limited amount of traffic, but when they do need dispatch, because they're so spread out through the area, they communicate directly with our dispatchers. Chief Murphy had mentioned emergency medical dispatch. It's something that we took on within our dispatch center that's helped with response to medical calls and prioritizing what type of response would go to those. And it also has enabled the dispatchers to provide a level of care, if you will, initial care to those people calling 911 while they're awaiting response from medical aid, fire or ambulance. So that's another program, another type of service that we've taken on in the last couple of years that our dispatchers are also responsible for. They handle about 150 emergency medical dispatch calls every quarter. So we're also one of the first comm centers in the state to integrate to what we call Next Gen 911, which is, in layman's terms, it means that we've gone from an analog system to an internet-provided based 911 system. We were the pilot program, if you will, for the state. We've integrated that over the last year. Our dispatchers also handle some of the records duties during off hours. That would be confirming warrants of arrest and things of that nature through the law enforcement databases when they come in during those off hours and records are not there. I'm going to cover a couple of things too that generally probably you wouldn't hear from professional standards, but we're wearing a lot of different hats right now, so I have some responsibilities that kind of go over and bleed over to the operations side of the house as well. Some of the things that I've kind of taken with me in our recent change of assignments, but I also oversee our equipment and fleet. We have a lot of similar issues that you heard about from the fire chief when it comes to our fleet. We have just over 100 different vehicles in our fleet. Our fleet encompasses everything from our patrol vehicles, our boat patrol vehicles. Every boat has to have a truck to get it to the lake. We have the boats as well. We have our search and rescue team that has vehicles that they need to use to get out into the field to perform their tasks. Detectives, administration, our jail. We have an off-highway vehicle program, as well as our CSU volunteers. Everything that we do has a vehicle associated with it to some degree. We've got to be able to get to where we need to provide service. Also our corner division, where we have vehicles specifically for them as well. As you guys have all heard, costs associated with fleet have gone up dramatically over the last few years, not only with technology, but equipment. What we used to outfit a vehicle for say $35,000 to $40,000 is now in the range of $55,000 to $60,000, just in what it takes to the cost of labor to get the vehicles outfitted and the equipment itself that we put into them. Along with that, also the other cost center with fleet would be maintenance of our vehicles, and that obviously those associated costs have gone up as well. It takes, I guess on the maintenance side, it takes more of a qualified person to perform the work on vehicles because of the technology involved with them. So when these outside entities do perform that work, they're paying their staff obviously more. They're more qualified, more highly trained, and those costs get pushed off to the consumer, which we are in those instances. So the maintenance cost for vehicles has also gone up. And that's something that we struggle with every year, is to figure out how we can best allocate the funds within our budget to maintain our fleet. We've done some thinking outside the box, if you will. We've experimented with refurbishing vehicles with a vendor from Southern California. We've found that not to be cost effective. We didn't dive into it, head first, so to speak. We just experimented with a couple of vehicles to begin with. And we've seen that the cost associated with those refurb vehicles is still ongoing more than we anticipated. They have other issues that with vehicles as they wear out. For example, a window motor that you use to roll down the window could go out. A month after you get the vehicle back for being refurbished, and it's $1,000 bill to the mechanic to get it fixed. So we found that not to be cost effective. Replacing our vehicles with new vehicles that are outfitted appropriately is the path that we're continuing down. It's just the cost has gone up substantially. A couple other just quick programs that I've still got oversight over are unmanned aerial system program, which is a technical term for drones. It's a program we started about 5 years ago. Not a huge cost center for that program. It's more of a staffing issue there. We currently have 2 deputies that are qualified and certified to operate our drones. And we use those for crime scene documentation. We use them for search and rescue. We use them for a variety of different tasks from within our office. We had a request yesterday to use one to search for a missing person. We were able to get some funding donated to our office, to our search and rescue team specifically, from one of our local community organizations. And a couple years ago, we were able to purchase a pretty high-tech drone that has not only a great camera system, but also has infrared capabilities. So we've got some pretty high-tech equipment that really didn't cost the county much at all. And really the maintenance and ongoing cost is electricity and manpower to keep that program going. And as technology evolves, we hope to continue to evolve our fleet, if you will, of UAVs to continue to have that program moving forward. We just started an honor guard. That's another program that you'll probably see at some of the functions that we put together. We've always relied upon other agencies locally and kind of in the region to help us with those services. Say if we have a service for a fallen officer or a peace officer memorial, we're bringing that within our own agency to do internally. We also use our honor guard for representation at services throughout the state for other agencies where they've had fallen officers. So a program you guys will probably see in the near future. Range, I still have oversight of our range program. Probably see in the news that there's a shortage of ammunition across the country. It's affected our agency as well. We were almost down to a ceasefire internally because our ammunition supply was getting pretty short. Or we thankfully we've had some vendors step up and we've been able to replenish. But we send out a purchase request for ammunition, and it could take up to towards a year to get that filled. So it has that industry problem has had an impact on us locally as well. The cost of ammunition has gone up obviously, with that. So we're looking at ways to offset that and being more creative with our training.
Why are we not stocked up? I mean, as far as just buying it, I mean, so we're never in a situation of potentially running out or having to, cease training.
We have been.
Yeah.
We just got to a point where we're lower than we felt comfortable with, and it's more of a training thing. We're not going to run out of ammunition.
Right.
We would not allow that to happen. But for us to be able to train to a certain level, it takes ammunition. We have quarterly range trainings. We've been able to implement some of those trainings and transition them to, say, simunition training and or just focusing on the skills more so than the actual shooting of our firearms. But we do have to qualify at least annually with every weapon that we issue or have assigned to each deputy. And just that alone is quite a bit of ammunition to do that. So. Lastly, I just want to go over a couple of projects that we've been able to either implement in the recent past or that we're currently working on. We were able to, with CARES funding and working with our IT department and the CEO's office, we were gracious enough to receive some of that funding, and that replaced our mobile data computers in all of our patrol vehicles, which that was a project that we wrapped up this last spring. That would have, excuse me, the life expectancy of our mobile data computers in our cars were getting towards the end of their life cycle. And with the help from our IT department and the CEO's office, we were able to transition from more of a hard mount computer in our vehicles to a laptop, which has enabled us to be more remote. Our deputies can remove those computers now and work remotely, not only remotely in their vehicles, but out of them as well. So if they're at a scene or a CSU office or something and they've got paperwork that they can do, they can now remove those computers and work remotely. It was a huge offset of cost for our office, and we're grateful that the IT department CEO's office was able to help us out with that this year. So it was a huge project for us, and that's been completed. Recruitment, again, we've talked about recruitment a lot lately. It's an ongoing priority for our office, but we have had internally a couple of projects along with that correspond with recruitment that we're working on. You may have seen in the recent week some short video clips on our social media that we've put out. That's part of a bigger project where we've about to finish our recruitment video. We've had a professionally produced video done for our office. It's almost finished and ready to release. You'll see that coming out in the near future. And we're just trying to utilize whatever technology we can get our hands on to get out and reach more people. You've heard recently a radio ad as well. We're just looking to be creative and find more ways to get out and do recruitment in those aspects. Excuse me. Your board will probably hear in the near future more about our body-worn camera project that we're working on. We currently have a field test, if you will, or a pilot program that we've implemented. We have 4 deputies right now currently in the field that have body-worn cameras that we're testing with a specific vendor. We're in communications with several vendors right now, but one in particular that we're doing a test trial with. And hopefully with support from your board and the CEO's office in the near future, we'll be able to finalize that program and hopefully move forward with an agreement and get all of our staff equipped with body-worn cameras. And then lastly, another project that we're working on out of professional standards would be, I call stop data. It's a technical term for Assembly Bill 953, which was passed in 2015, which requires all law enforcement agencies to report to the Department of Justice data from stops or contacts with members of the community. It was the Racial and Identity Profiling Act. It's not a huge cost to the county or our office. Fortunately, our CAD or our computer aided dispatch system, as well as our records management system, already have software built in internally to support not only collecting that data, but reporting it to DOJ, which is a requirement for our office to begin on January 1st of 2022. So it's going to require some training for our staff and some adjustments for our record staff, dispatch, and our deputies out in the field, but it's a requirement that's being placed onto us. And there are some avenues for some funds to be recovered for those staff hours through the state. So it's something else that we're going to be making sure we finalize with that.
All right. I have some questions for you before you move on. earlier you spoke about an integrated next-gen 911 system that you have. And I'm just wondering, does that affect, like if we're in our cars and we're, there's an accident or something and we call on our cell phone to report it, does it still go down to Merced, I think? Or does it come now directly to you?
So the good thing is I have Lieutenant Vasquez and also Assistant CEO Earhart here, who also was instrumental in creating this program. My understanding is that it does now come directly to us. It's not perfect yet, but not only with Next Gen 911, but there's another program. What's the name of the other one that we have?
Say that again.
The other program that helps with cell phones. Rapid Deploy, sorry. I forgot the name of that program. Those two programs, Rapid Deploy specifically with the cell phones, should, working with data from the cell companies and the GPS, send those calls specifically to the dispatch centers where they're geographically located. That is part of it.
Okay, good. And my next question is something you just talked about, and I want to make sure I heard clearly because I don't really quite understand it. You have racial profiling software?
It's built into our CAD system, our computer-aided dispatch, and our records management system. So DOJ requires all law enforcement agencies in the state of California to report to them data from when deputies or officers in the field make a stop or a detention. And what we have to report is what the officers perceived, what they perceive that person's race and gender to be. And that has to be reported to the Department of Justice. It's a requirement as of January 1st of 2022.
Wow, I had not heard about this. And what is this for? Where this data goes somewhere? I was taken aback by it. I'm surprised and I don't understand it.
So this information is collected. This bill was passed to help prevent law enforcement from racially profiling.
Okay.
So, in other words, the concept is to either prevent or find out if law enforcement is in fact stopping cars based on the race of the people driving the car. So with this bill that passed, it causes every officer to put in what their perception was of who that person is, whether it's race, gender, ethnicity, and that information goes in. They collect all that data to get percentage to see whether or not, or what percentage of races are actually being stopped, to help them to determine whether law enforcement is in fact actually stopping cars based on race and those types of things. This has been out since 2015. It went through Orange County, LA County, the Bay Area County, all the big counties first. They've been doing this for several years, so those reports were already out. Now they're going to the smaller counties to pick up some of that data. So that's where we're at in the transition. So we will be collecting data in 2022 and actually reporting in 2023.
Okay, that explanation really helps. I'm glad to have that. Thank you. That was it.
So I've got a couple of comments and questions. I liked hearing what you're doing with the contracting out on the policy. There's so many changes in law enforcement with new laws coming about every year, and at that cost that you described, that's very reasonable cost for. You get a lot of bang for your buck out of that, so that was good to hear. The next gen 911 stuff is great. I know I used to manage a CAL FIRE dispatch 911 center for a couple of years, and we had a lot of interaction with CHP and cell calls. They just got pounded. 250,000 calls a year. You get one accident, you could get 100 calls, just with the traffic going by. So any of that starts rerouting and bringing those calls, directly to the local centers is great. On your fleet, how many patrol vehicles do you have?
Approximately 50.
Okay. And do you know a rough average age of them?
They range, so we try to purchase a minimum of 2 new vehicles per year, but what we really what we really try to reach is about 4 to 5 to keep our fleet, rotating appropriately. We do have quite a few vehicles with well over 100,000 miles on them. When I first got in this business, we'd rotate our cars out at 80,000 miles. We've increased that number, not only because the vehicles, they do last longer, they're obviously a lot more well-built nowadays, but once those vehicles get up to about 110 to 125,000 miles, they've seen their life expectancy, so to speak. But we do have quite a few vehicles that are pretty high mileage vehicles that we don't drive daily. We try to keep those in our pool fleet. Hope that answers your question.
Right, so, yeah, I think it does, and age actually, in this case, is mileage driven, which is important. Glad also to hear that you had a couple of vendors step up on the ammunition, supply, because it is very important to, have enough for all your training needs, because it takes a substantial amount of ammunition, for each time you have somebody qualify in all the various weapons. Last question I had, just curious, do you have a departmental chaplain program with the sheriff's office?
We have had a department chaplain for the last 5 or 6 years, one specific chaplain. He is currently in the process of stepping down, and I've actually had communications with another chaplain in the recent days, as a matter of fact, that's going to hopefully be filling his role.
Yeah, it really good to have it in your line of business. We had it, commonplace in the fire service too, and it's, it offers a lot of support.
Absolutely.
For the folks, so I'm glad to hear that. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just the first, and this may be more to express my just awareness of an issue and for anybody that's watching as well, but I appreciate you bringing up a lot of the budgeting challenges, and we are talking a lot, obviously, about, I think, relative compensation to other areas, and it's a whole separate thing, but that it's hard to recruit and retain people in Tuolumne County right now. And that's something that I think we really do need to address. But I wanted to bring up a couple other things as well that we've had conversations on the board about. One of them was, for example, the office, and I don't need to tell you how not great that is. It's currently operating out of the old jail, right? And we built this new jail, and I know there's a few different facilities, but to have the sheriff's office operating out of there, we're discussing a new building potentially at the Law and Justice campus, but we have really no way to pay for it, and that I think was a big concern we had in these discussions. How do we be able to, for a good idea that I think is a necessary thing, but we just don't have the money for? We're talking about outreach. When I was at UC Merced and very involved, I got to see a very well-funded campus PD that probably had more money than there was probably the need there. It was a pretty safe space. What they were able to do is a lot of community outreach, where it was, the proactivity to go talk to students, to be extremely involved in the events. I think the sheriff's office really makes a huge effort to do that. But of course, comes down between that or actually going and busting a crime and stopping. You got to pick the core priority. And so a lot of those things, it ends up being cut. There's the specialty enforcement's brought up a lot to me in Jamestown in particular. The previously alluded to drug task force used to be there to try and break down some of these networks, or partnering with behavioral health to try, for crisis management. Those things end up getting affected. Some of the big ideas, like trying to reduce the cost in some of the foods, which, at the jail and even for the schools potentially with the whole egg farm and all that, that's exciting and that's awesome. And then equipment and modernization, your fleet replacement funds, just getting the modern technology you need to operate. As you mentioned, it's getting more expensive. The requirements, the capabilities are getting higher with the tools you use, but so are probably the maintenance costs and costs to buy it. My only point with this is in Tuolumne County, we face a lot of budgetary challenges across the board, and I think this is something we need to solve. But to anybody that's listening to this, there are a lot of needs, and even at our best, making it the most highest priority, I don't think we're going to be able to solve all of it. And at some point, I think we will need that community support to step up. My question back is, in other areas, obviously there are big differences between, I think, a more rural county like ourselves and our neighbors to the west in the valley and some of the larger areas, and of course, major urban areas. what does it look like in, some of the funding strategies they might be using to be able to allocate for some of these purposes and support law enforcement? Are these dedicated measures now there? I know this is getting kind of outside the scope of this a bit, but, yeah, how are they able to provide for all of these needs? And if you don't have any examples, it's okay, because I know it's putting you on the spot a little bit, but.
So like other agencies, we seek out grants. Some of these mandates have some state funding. Doesn't always last for the entirety of it. But we do seek out grants. We're funded by the general fund, as you know. We are also augmented by many grants, and I have a list of 3 pages of what those are. Some that we seek out personally, such as a school grant for a school resource officer, but many of those is either federal, state, or local grants that help fund some of these issues as well. And then there's many mandates that are handed down by the state or federal government that just we have to eat the costs, and we have to find a way within the existing budget in order to pay for that. And along with that, it causes our staff to have more work that they didn't have before. So that allows a decrease in being efficient on the other tasks that they already have, that they're already overworked and those types of things. So to answer your question, I think every agency is probably going through the same thing that we do when it comes to paying for those things. It's a challenge. I think it forever will be, to be quite honest with you, but that doesn't mean we can't stop looking for better ways to become more efficient, try to do more with less, and all those challenges that, quite frankly, every business in America faces.
And that's what I hear is, why don't you apply for grants? You are applying for grants, right? You're applying for so many grants, and those are just the ones I assume you're getting, not all
Right.
the ones you send out. Why don't
Absolutely.
you budget better? It's budgeted well, it's all trying to put it towards the highest priorities. Why don't you think long-term? It is thinking long-term. That's the only reason it's running. I think at some point, and I hope, again, anybody watching, that we're going to need support for law enforcement, and it's going to need to also come from the community as well.
I will also say this, and many of you know that have applied for grants to receive grants. It's not just getting the money. It's managing that grant. It's providing staff to manage that grant, to make sure it's in compliance. It's reporting quarterly. It's all of those things that go with managing a grant, and it's only can be used for specific items, right? So just because you get a grant doesn't mean you're off free. There's a lot that goes with a grant on the back end of all those things that I just talked about. Yeah.
Thank you. I did have a question. We had, you mentioned about the press information officer communications contract. Obviously, the sheriff's office does a fantastic job with public communication. I think that's, no matter what platform you're on, it's very obvious there. I just wanted to say thank you for that. I've said it before, government's not always great at communicating a lot of the really good work that's being done, and I think the sheriff's office is an example that certainly I think the board, we're looking at and saying, how can we replicate that for a lot of the other departments that are also working very hard, and maybe not getting it out there as much as the sheriff's office, because you do a fantastic job and answer questions, letting people know what you do and how to ask for help. So I really do appreciate that. My last question here, with the 100 vehicles, how is that done through just a replacement fund? Is that just budgeted over a long-term period? You said 4 to 5 pieces a year. Is it kind of hit or miss, or is that a more consistent process?
It's relatively consistent, just with budget shortfalls and trying to, offset other costs. Sometimes the fleet budget takes a hit because of that. And we budget annually. We have essentially 3 different cost centers, if you will, when it comes to fleet. We have purchasing. We purchase through state contracted, all the vehicles we purchase come through the state contract, so they're discounted rates for the vehicles. We have a separate line item in our budget that covers just the outfitting and the equipment for those vehicles, and then one for maintenance.
Okay.
And that's done annually through our budget.
Great. Thank you, Jen. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Supervisor Kirk, are you with us? Do you have questions for our sheriff's office?
I do have a couple. You can hear me?
Yep, hear you well, loud and clear.
Great. Sorry, I was having some Zoom issues a minute ago, so hopefully I won't have issues as I ask questions. Just a few basic questions for the Sheriff's Department. If in a perfect world, what services could we provide if we had the staff? Like when we're talking about TNT, when we're talking about resident sheriffs up at, up the 108 corridor or Groveland, I mean, what services have we lost over the last decade or two? And if in a perfect world, what services could we put back on the streets to make it safer?
Well, you mentioned a couple of them. Our narcotics unit is a big one that we lost recently, which certainly made an impact in our community. In a perfect world, we'd also like to have community service officers who are responsible for different incidents within that community, whether it's homeless, whether it's blight, whether it's specified, targeted crime or restorative justice programs that we could work within that community, with working with the stakeholders of the community, such as clergy, business owners, the schools, those types of things. Those programs really work well. Some of the other things that we've lost is our investigations division is down to 4 or 5 detectives right now, whereas in the past we had 11. So for big crimes, complex crimes, it takes a lot of manpower to work. A lot of the Part 2 crimes, such as burglaries, which really are quite offensive to us as citizens, really aren't getting looked into the way they should, as well as things like identity theft, something that's really personal to you. We just don't have the manpower or the time to be able to look at those things. In a perfect world, we would take care of those as well. Those are just a few of the programs out there. There are many others. One of the really big ones for us, too, with cutting over the last 10 years is being able to effectively manage our organization. As I said before, we have 149 positions. We really don't have the infrastructure from a management level to be able to oversee them correctly. And because of that, we have had instances that, for a lack of oversight, that have caused potential liability on the county. 10 years ago, we had captain's positions, lieutenant's positions on down. We don't have those now. So in a perfect world, we could get those back to really more efficiently run our organization so that we have the oversight to protect not only our agency, but the county from liability and things like that. So those are just a few of the things that in a perfect world we would love to have back.
That management and that oversight that you talk about, would that also affect your training?
Absolutely. That's another big thing that we have lost over the last 10 years is our ability to effectively train our staff. Our staff is getting younger and younger, and they need more and more training. And quite frankly, we don't have the manpower to backfill them to be able to train effectively. We do meet all of our state and federal requirements, but that's really, quite frankly, not enough, especially with a young deputy. Also goes to retention. People want to feel that they're being invested in. And we just can't do that right now due to budget cuts, as well as not having the staffing to backfill for those officers to go to training.
So you see in some of these news outlets where some of these departments are getting sued because, let's just say hypothetically there was a shooting and the officer here in the county was in the wrong and that opened up a lawsuit. Do you have any idea when those lawsuits happen and when there's payouts, is that a general fund hit or is that usually covered by some sort of insurance or some liability through an organization?
I would defer to Ms. Carrillo on that to answer that question.
Supervisor Kirk, I think it I think it's one of those may, so it could very well come through insurance. But we also have some general fund out-of-pocket expenses when we settle certain types of lawsuits or whether we're forced through a court order to settle it. So it's kind of both.
Okay. It's just a concern with the climate of law enforcement. The first thing I hear on the news is they go straight to they do in-depth investigations into the organizations to see where they failed as far as training. And what I'm hearing is we're already there and we already have those gaps. And that to me is, I'm not pointing the finger or blaming. I'm just saying that's a concern for liability purpose. Okay, so I work in a prison. I won't harp on that, but when I heard the number 700 mandated shifts, that to me is insane. I've seen some people get mandated and it happens from time to time. It sucks. But to hear that amount of that many numbers, I don't know how the morale can be sustainable. It's not sustainable. So I want you to know that I'm hearing what you're saying on that part. I hope the rest, I know the board's listening, but I would invite anybody to go into a jail or prison and be forced to work there 16-hour shifts when you don't want to be there for months or a year on end. That's just insane to me. So I hear you on that. The rest of the board had some great comments about what you guys are doing with your contracting, your policies and whatnot. I guess one other thing that I had written down, and I just want a confirmation on this because I was listening to the sheriff speak about the ARP. Was he correct, or did I miss in my notes? Are you guys 3 months behind on checking on sex offenders in Tuolumne County?
I'm not sure exactly on the time, but that's potentially correct. We do have deputies dedicated to checking on registration to see if they're physically there. I'm not sure exactly where they're at in that. They have many other duties. We'll get into more of that when we cover their unit. They work in the coroner civil unit. So they have many, many different things to do. One of them is to check physically on sexual registrants and whether or not they're physically where they are and to be able to get them back into compliance.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I think to Jaren's question about, how do some of these organizations or these police departments look like they're whole? I don't know if they are whole just because they have a nice building. Doesn't mean they're whole, but I think it comes down to kind of what we've been discussing is priorities. And if we're going to make safety a priority, then we need to do what we need to do to make it a priority. And that's kind of where I stand. So I hear how a lot of things are broke. We don't have a narcotics unit. The community service officer thing is a great thing. I know when I was in college, it was all about community policing, and there's tons of studies about how effective it is to have these sheriffs and these officers in the streets and working with the locals and really doing community policing. It gets much further ahead than just being reactive. So I hear you guys, and I'm in full support of not going backwards with law enforcement, but going forward. We shouldn't be 10, 20 years behind. We should be moving forward and making this a priority. So it's going to be work to get there, but I appreciate you guys coming today, and I will end it at that. So thank you guys.
We have a lot more.
Yeah, I was going to say, the jail, I guess, is coming, right?
The jail and some other things, yes.
Okay, so I'll let you guys continue.
Very well. I'd like to turn the time over to Lieutenant Vasquez for his part of our presentation.
Okay, thank you, Undersheriff, for that, for the introduction in the beginning. Much appreciated. Chairman Campbell, members of the board, CAO, thank you so much for hearing us today. We heard a brief overview of several aspects of our department. I am going to cover the investigations division. Now, full disclosure, Lieutenant Pippin and I talked about there's a lot of overlap in our organization right now, just the way our organization is structured. So I think about a month now, we did kind of a switch. So he is now where I used to be, and I am where he used to be in the operations side. Before we get into what the overview looks like, which I think is what the public is looking at on this slideshow, where it kind of generically identifies the investigations division being responsible for, and it's got some bullet points, and I'll just read those so we're all on the same page. And it starts with battery, with injury, sexual battery, child abuse, elder abuse, robbery, homicide, missing persons cases. We would also include evidence, court testimony, members of the kids interview team, sexual assault response team, the crisis response unit, and also high-risk warrants. Now, as we look at those and as the members of the public look at those bullet points, it kind of just looks like generic terms. But I think one of the goals today as we discuss the overall concept of what this division does and what it looks like is to bring a little more clarity to what that language means. Because I think when we talk about the investigative functions and things that happen within the investigations division, things tend to get lost in the language. We've heard things like 55,000 incidences or 30,000 incidences or reports. These all sound like just generic words, but I want to talk a little bit about what those words actually mean so it resonates with you when I give you examples of, yes, sir?
If the slides we can't see, is that supposed to be showing the description?
No, it does not. Actually, in this one, I read the bullet points from the slide, and then now I'm kind of just going off of what I know about my division. Thank you, sir. So we talked about bringing a little bit more meaning, so that way when I do give you examples, and I like to use examples because I don't want to assume that you know exactly what each one of these things mean. The goal is to highlight all of that. So within the investigations division, you heard the undersheriff speak earlier about 4 detectives. We have 4 active detectives right now. In investigations, we have 2 vacancies and 1 supervisor. I oversee that division. What's important about the investigations division is that I like to characterize it as a second phase response. Just because it's the second phase response doesn't mean it's any less important. It's probably one of the most important phases of the law enforcement response with the incidences that we take on. First being patrol, right? So whenever there's an issue or an incident that requires law enforcement response, everybody knows the lights and sirens in the patrol division is going to go there, contain, and make sure that everything is slowed down. Now, I won't get into that too much because I'm talking about my division, which is the second phase. And that is based on a list of those crimes that I shared with you earlier, require in-depth special training, special analysis, and in-depth investigations. You're going to hear me talk about in-depth investigations because what used to be specialized tools for investigating is now the status quo. And I will say that because in general and in layman's terms, people who do harm to others use technology. And we have to either meet that and toe the line with that challenge or exceed it. And the goal is always to exceed it because we have to be first. If we're not first, then we lose. And that is not an option when you're talking about crimes associated with homicide, attempted homicide, crimes against children. When I go into this, I will also share brief synopsis of these incidences and why it's so important that we understand in-depth investigations. Also, with the investigations unit, we serve multi-jurisdictional needs, which means we are not also augmenting or the second phase response to patrol, but we also receive a variety of information and requests and investigations from agencies like the District Attorney's Office, allied agencies such as Child Welfare Services. We partner very closely with all of these agencies because we all have a shared vision, especially when we talk about the sexual assault response team and also the kids interview team. I would say that's probably one of the areas that we work most closely in, and I will talk more in depth about that. Also associated with the DA's office is courtroom testimony, which after I go through some of the examples, I will explain why courtroom testimony is so important. Now, just within the last 6 months, we've had several major crimes that we've had to deal with and that have taken our unit into the wee hours of the night and sometimes 24 plus 36 hours. We heard some information from Lieutenant Pippin earlier about officer-involved shootings. What's important about officer-involved shootings that I would remind everybody to let this sink in is that technically whenever you have an officer-involved shooting, you have essentially 4 different investigations that are taking place. You have an internal affairs investigation that is going to augment a criminal investigation to the suspect's actions and also a criminal investigation into potential liability for the officer's actions, and then the oversight from the district attorney regarding the civil investigation. All of those investigations run parallel to each other and they require oversight at the highest level. The reason is because at the end of those investigations, there has to be scrutiny applied to it. They have to make a decision as to whether or not use of force was lawful, whether or not certain crimes exist. These are all especially become at a higher level of scrutiny when there's a loss of life. The reason why that's important is because the investigations division takes on two of those roles, right? It also depends on whether or not we utilize DOJ. So you could essentially have to split your division into two different entities to investigate two different situations. And as Lieutenant Pippin talked about earlier, is that within the last 6 months, we've had two, I believe, maybe a year. So don't quote me on that. I don't want to get my dates mixed up. But we've definitely had two within the last year, which has definitely been a strain on that division. Because let's not forget that while this is a very high priority and it's very critical, we have a long list of cases that are continuously coming in that also need attention, that are also high crime, that are also very very serious in nature, especially when it comes to crimes against children. So we had a homicide in LaGrange within the last 6 months. We've had a thwarted murder for hire, an attempted murder in Tuttletown, a 12-year-old juvenile victim of rape. We had, you may have seen all of these on our social media or also in the news releases, but we also had an individual suspect that we investigated and prosecuted for over 100 incidences of underage sexual assault. Here's something about that case that is very intriguing too, and it gives you a little bit of insight to when we talk about investigations regarding minors, is that out of those confirmed 100 victims, we had less than 40 that were willing to cooperate for a variety of reasons. And that's because these crimes are so personal and they are so damaging to our most vulnerable population. These are the challenges that we're dealing with. When we talk with juveniles and we talk with individuals of vulnerable population, we always hear the same, we hear the same responses, and that is shame. Feeling of shame, feeling of disappointment, fear of the suspect is number one as to what's going to happen if there is an unsuccessful prosecution, or what is going to happen if there is a prosecution but then this person is released within a short amount of time. And the fact that those clouds loom over these victims is highly disturbing, and that's why we have to be first, as I said earlier, and we have to meet or exceed what their capabilities are, which by the time we get this information, we're already behind the power curve and it's a race. With that, I can tell you that these detectives work around the clock. I was not exaggerating when I said 24, 36, 48 hours. It's not uncommon to see monsters and pots of coffee on all the time, writing warrants and things like that. So just keeping that in mind, that on top of those cases that we talked about, we've had a manslaughter case within the last 6 months. We had a extremely violent domestic violence incident that turned into an officer-involved shooting, and also another attempted murder of a spouse, which was actually within the last 3 weeks and was in Jupiter. I know because I responded to that, and it was 110 degrees out there. So,
Kind of a long drive too.
Yes, it's a very long drive. Aside from these examples that I give you, I want to talk about what we said about the analysis and the in-depth investigations. Every one of these investigations that I've told you about that has taken place within the last 6 months requires a vast variety of search warrants. I can tell you that just on one of these incidences alone, we have authored more than 60 search warrants. In some cases, 80 search warrants. In some cases, over 100 search warrants. This is very, very time-consuming. Very, very time-consuming. And it has to be specific, it has to be accurate. There is no shortcuts, there's no grants that get you halfway, there's nothing like that, because this will all be scrutinized at some point by defense, the district attorney, and also the people who are going to staff a jury. That's why these things cannot cut corners. At some point, it's all going to be scrutinized. Any shortcuts are destined for failure. The reason why I highlight that is because with any one of these investigations, we have to write search warrants to social media. And as you know, that there are a variety of platforms of social media. We also have technology, I don't want to call it new technology because it's been out for a very long time, that involves mobile forensics. Now, if you're not familiar with mobile forensics, that's the extraction of data from mobile devices, whether it's a laptop, cell phones, iPads, any device that can store information or be a conduit to access information. That's the key. That's the new status quo. So if you were to talk about investigations in Tuolumne County, say 8 to 10 years ago, that was something that we would send off to Sacramento to DOJ, and we would wait anywhere from 30 to 60, 90 days, even sometimes 6 months just to get a return. So I don't need to explain to you what that does to the integrity of an ongoing investigation to have to wait to have that vital information. But there came a point where we realized if we don't have this information, we are going to have a hard time serving the public, especially when they become victims. Another like technology, but a little different, is CellHawk, which is another form of software that we use to forensically analyze mobile devices. And I don't want to give out too much information, but it allows us to analyze specific geographic locations for certain crime trends, patterns of behavior associated with network and where people are at. Sorry, I wish I could give you more, but I know that the public's listening and we don't want to tell all of our secrets, right? Database warrants such as Apple and Google. As you may understand, that there are all of these entities that are relentlessly protecting the constitutional rights of people, which they absolutely should. But sometimes we have to get permission from a judge to access that information. That all requires search warrants. So none of this information we have at our fingertips. So imagine if any variety of these cases that I've spelled out to you, if you want pieces or little nuggets of information, you need a search warrant. And a lot of the times those search warrants can be 1 page or they can be 50 pages, depending on the severity of what you're looking for. They must be specific. They have to be related to the probable cause that you have at that time. So it's very challenging. Now, I would like to say that we could designate that workload to one detective, while another detective has a suspect in what we call the interview box, which is a room where we conduct interviews, but that's just not true. So we need one person to interview those suspects. We also need somebody to watch that interview and take notes and be the second while that other person's writing search warrants. And they're probably not writing all the search warrants because, as I said, there are several different entities that need search warrants and they have to be simultaneously. So if we're paying attention to the math on one incident that requires this amount of attention, we've just utilized our entire investigations division on one case. And that's not including the others that are continuously coming behind. In the last few weeks, we've had 3 of these cases that are very in-depth and demand the highest attention. So I know I highlighted some of the more extensive cases, but know that these are continuously coming in. My division alone has processed over 500 suspected child abuse reports, and that's just in the last 6 months. So that's somebody physically having to go through these suspected child abuse reports. Now, don't get me wrong, not all of them are to the highest degree, but nonetheless, they require an investigator to put eyes on this paper and investigate it to whatever extent to deem it worthy of going to further investigation or to a general report. Our patrol division can also handle these, but nonetheless, they come to the investigations division and demand the highest level of attention. Leaving off on what is now the status quo and what's important about the numbers that we hear about. And I know that a lot of the times we hear generically that the sheriff's office handled 55,000 incidences, right? I mean, I'm sure everybody on this board has heard that. But what I really want you to take away from this is not so much about the number of incidences that increase per year. It's the resources that go into each one of those incidences, especially if that's an incident that winds up in the investigations division. Because there is nothing that we're going to look at and say, okay, we have 2 of these crimes, we have 2 of these very high-profile crimes. When I say high-profile, I mean serious in nature, and are willing to sort of quantify which one is going to get attention first. I would challenge anybody to find out if you have a sexual assault victim that's one age as opposed to a sexual assault victim that's another age. How do you prioritize that? The answer is you don't. There's no solutions, and I've heard a lot, and I appreciate Supervisor Brandon's comments earlier about the solutions and where the solutions come from. But in reality, I really want to drive home that in the world that I live in right now and where I'm at, that there are no real solutions. There are only trade-offs, because each decision that is made is going to affect one facet or another. It's about how we prioritize that, because that's the world I'm in right now, is having to prioritize how we're going to finagle the value of time versus the value of resources. And at the end of the day, I will expend every resource I can to make sure that these cases are addressed appropriately. So that is something that stuck with me over the last few days of what I heard. And I want to make sure that I share that thought process with you, because as I'm going over these caseloads, and I read almost every single one of these cases, and just a fun fact for that is that an average case or report that I've shared with you today can range anywhere from 500 pages to 1,000 pages, and in some cases more than 1,000 pages. This all includes transcriptions of interviews that take several hours. It includes supplemental reports of lengthy investigations that last anywhere from 8 months to even over a year. The reason why I highlight that is because, again, it's the same 4 detectives that are writing those investigations and conducting the follow-up for those supplemental investigations. It's one thing to write the report and have it finalized in a database, but when you have to go testify in court, it's no different than having to go in and be testifying to the facts that exist within that 1,000 pages. There's only one way to do that, and that's to read and refresh your memory on every single page of that report. And I would invite all the supervisors to come down and take a look at what one of these binders looks like, because any of these major crime investigations that you can find anywhere from 3 to 4 large 3-inch, 3-wing binders, and it'll have a variety of tabs around it. It'll look like little Post-its or the little sign here tabs, because maybe that's a portion of the interview that they have to do a summary on just to be able to arrive in court. And we're talking hundreds upon hundreds of hours of memory refreshing, especially if your court case doesn't happen for 6 months to maybe a year, depending on what the court system looks like. And I won't speak too much on that because that's Madam DA's area, but she will be able to highlight a lot of what that looks like as far as a challenge. That's one case. That is one case, and I can tell you right now that on average, each one of my detectives is staffed with anywhere from 20 to 23 cases at one time per detective. And that is not including the cases that come in every single day. So when I say that we meet multi-jurisdictional needs, please just know that on top of a caseload of what we're looking at, it really is piling on, it piles on. So again, like the undersheriff talked about earlier, just in my, the gratitude that goes to the people, just in my first week, and I've been in the criminal investigations division for almost 3 weeks now, and just within that first week, I was on 2 of these major crimes that I told you about, and they were call-outs. A lot of resources, a lot of logistical support. It's not just about investigating the crime. It's about serving the person and the family, because the package that we inherit and the service that we deliver is not about just relentlessly pursuing people who are going to do violence on others. It's about creating that support for the family that is grieving, that's suffering, that's been victimized. It's about having the close partnerships with the district attorney's office to make sure that these people have a safe space while we conduct this process, because in some cases, we don't always know where the suspect is. And so if that call comes out at 5 o'clock on a Friday, then we're working to Sunday, because this is it's a relentless pursuit of safety, and there's many facets to that. So like I said earlier and at the beginning of when I was talking, I really want this to resonate, and I want to give these examples. It's not to paint this picture of a dramatic picture. It's to really deliver facts and to let you know that this is what the reality is. This is what we do, and we're not slowing down. So that's not the message. These detectives relentlessly pursue this caseload. They stay positive. I can tell you this right now. They're extremely tired. They're very tired, but they will not stop. I guarantee you that. So along with everything that I've talked about, I'll kind of end that part under that one nugget of investigations. I'll kind of segue into cold case. We have an outstanding volunteer investigator who has over 20 years of experience, maybe even close to 30 years of experience, Mr. Joe Romeo. I can't begin to tell you how grateful that the sheriff's office is, and specifically myself, for the volunteer time that he puts into all of these cases. Now, I don't want anybody to get confused with the term cold. It doesn't mean that we're not looking at it or it's sitting on a shelf somewhere. These are cases where the fresh trail of evidence has slowed to a point where we have to now look at it through a different lens and start backtracking to the original facts that we have that exist with that case, so that way we can see if there's any gaps or loopholes. Some of these cases predate the 70s, the 80s, 90s, all the way up to within the last 5 to 10 years. But one of the things that's important is that we have technology now that if we had it back then, we might not have this case that's still active. We might have the absolution that comes with being able to close that case and have that justice or those explanations for the victim. So it's important that we go back and look at these cases that stem back 20, 30 years through the lens of 2021 and the technology, and identify those gaps and address them appropriately. But I want it to be very clear that those cases are not forgotten. If you ever take a tour of that unit, you will see 7 to 8 whiteboards, and they're full of timelines, and they're full of Post-its and notes and things that are on the walls, and binders that are open with tabs and other supplemental information and lists of contacts. Those people, and Joe is assisted by Detective Donaldson as well, and they relentlessly pursue the facts of those cases and continue to investigate them. Evidence. We are highly scrutinized by evidence, and I know that just the term evidence really brings forth a high level of clarity when it comes to coming into court or when it comes to courtroom testimony. Everybody here can understand the high importance of chain of custody. We work closely with the Department of Justice to ensure that all of our evidence custody policies and procedures are up to date and are consistent with the best practices. Within the General Investigations Division, we hold 2 seats in partnership with the DA's office, also with the hospital, CWS, and victim witness, and that is on the Sexual Assault Response Team Committee. They've kind of blended them together with the kids interview team as well, and we meet once a month and talk about case review, talk about resources, talk about how we can strategize to anticipate the future and shape it instead of being reactionary, which in our business we're almost always reactionary. But to anticipate is the highest level of strategy. So happy to be in such close partnership with them. Prior to moving on to my next area of responsibility, I want to talk about one project that I'm working on personally within the Sheriff's Office in partnership with the District Attorney, and that is a solidified process for the Sexual Assault Response Team, specifically a nurse. I will tell you right now that it has been a challenge for years as to what that protocol looks like. Being able to have the access or the availability of a certified nurse, and it's a variety of qualifications that come with that nursing professional certificate, to be able to conduct what these examinations are. And basically it's a collection of evidence, both from victims and from suspects, and crimes associated with sexual assault. I don't think I need to go into details as to what that evidence collection looks like. If you're thinking conceptually about sexual assault, you can imagine how the nurse would have to go about collecting evidence and from where. One of the biggest challenges that we look at is that our backup plan, and right now our primary plan, is that if we have a call out or the detectives receive a call for service associated with sexual assault and the victim requires a sexual assault examination, is that we travel to Modesto. And in some cases, the sexual assault response nurses are pushed out to sometimes 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. Right now within the county, we have had a long history of nurses that have kind of taken on the program, and I think that it's always kind of been through just the spirit of cooperation and goodwill. But the process as a whole, and I'm not afraid to throw anything under the bus, because at the end of the day we're working on it and it's going to improve, is that it's been improvised. We've always kind of just relied that somebody is going to do this, and if not, then we will trek down to the valley. But I have to tell you that when you have these victims, that have had the experience that they have and having to trek them down to Stanislaus County to wait for 3 to 4 hours at a time. I don't think I need to explain that that is an issue that we need to work on, so that way we can have those resources available at the drop of a hat when it does happen. We have a plan in, yes, did you have a question, Supervisor?
Yeah, if you wanted to finish the thought, it can be right after.
I was just going to say that we have a plan in place, and that's where the project comes in. I just wanted to give you that brief overview of what the project would look like. I've been working with the district attorney and recruiting 3 nurses within the county that have the qualifications and are willing to take on the daunting task of this evidence collection. But we do have some red tape that we're working with right now, such as MOUs and different contracts, and looking for space, because space is always a challenge if you have to collect evidence of this nature in the wee hours of the early morning or night. So we're working out those logistics, and I think we have a lot of support from everybody involved. So, yes, sir.
Yeah, my question was just in a related thing about the reporting system for child abuse when it comes into hospitals or other kind of medical providers there. If there have been any changes to that recently, to basically, if there is a suspected child abuse case, that sheriff's office is notified of that, as well as, I think, CPS services, instead of being treated more of a medical incident to just solve.
So as far as changing, I haven't seen any real changes. The mandate is still there. We have mandated reporters, just like there's a number of them. You have physicians, all hospital staff, teachers, counselors. They all fall under this mandated reporting, which I'm sure some of you may have heard. But it's a very streamlined process where every agency that employs mandated reporters has a streamlined process where they can write down their observations and report what it is that they suspect is child abuse, and that information does get streamlined to the sheriff's office. Once we receive that information, we look at each case individually, we do follow-up, we conduct follow-up, and it is also forwarded to CWS with a disposition, if that makes sense. And if we do end up taking a case, which a lot of the times we do have to take cases and informational reports, even if it doesn't reach the level of crime. For example, you might have a report that comes out where it's perspective, where a person perceives that there may be child abuse that's occurring, and they fill out a suspected child abuse report, and then they forward that off, and then it's up to the determination after follow-up and fact-finding of the sheriff's office to determine whether a crime has existed. And now that's also subject to jurisdiction as well, right? And that process, I would imagine, is the same for the police department.
Okay. I guess the specific question is related
Yes.
to, obviously, the big case that was in the community. There was a lot of demonstrations to talk about it with the Justice for Colton movement and what happened with that. And if that's been something that's been in a discussion, if it was a policy issue, obviously you have a huge amount on your plate. And I do appreciate the detail of going to, because you're right, that the cold hard facts of this really do lay out a very important picture for us. Related to that in particular, has that been addressed in making sure that I think the examinations were done from the hospital side there? Is that something that is under the sheriff's office needed, or an ordinance from the county here, or more of a policy agreement? Just trying to dive into that a little bit.
Certainly, and I would love to dive into that with you, but one of the things, I think it was one of the last comments I said, is that this procedure is also subject to jurisdiction. And I would clarify that the sheriff's office was not involved in that specific investigation. That was a different jurisdiction, if my memory serves correctly. But I don't know what information or what things have happened, whether or not there was areas of development that have been addressed. I know that the foundation of what we deal with and when we investigate child abuse is pretty standard. So if there were some developments on that other end of the spectrum, I would have little to no knowledge about what those developments would have been or how they were identified.
Well, I appreciate that. I would love to follow up in the future. We don't need to take more time on that, but just to get some better understanding of that too, because I do recognize, yeah, it's in another jurisdiction, but what can we do as a county for a circumstance like that? So
Oh,
appreciate-
absolutely. I think
Yeah.
it's a fantastic discussion and a conversation to bring awareness.
Yeah.
And I think that anytime something like that happens, whether it's in this county or outside the county, is always an appropriate level of reflection that takes place for us to compare and contrast how we do business. But I feel pretty sound and pretty solid in the position of how the investigations division and our patrol division and the sheriff office as a whole handles those investigations. But we are always willing to learn, and we always learn, especially from other jurisdictions' developments, for sure.
Very good to hear, Lieutenant. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So we are close to the noon hour. It's been good information, but we're going to have to take a break. So we'll go ahead and reconvene with the sheriff's office at 1:30.
Okay, thank you.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for August 4th. This is a special board meeting. We are looking at the county's budget. So where we left off, I think our brave sheriff's representatives we're covering their budget, and I'll let them take it from there. I wasn't sure. I think Supervisor Goldenberg, you might have had a question, and I cut you off. So if you wanted to start there, we could, but otherwise, we'll just let you guys proceed.
Is this on? Okay, great. Excellent. Was there some questions from the board? No? Excellent. Okay, well, I think that where we left off was we were talking about having a protocol and a system in place for a more stable process regarding sexual assault response nurses who are certified. We talked about that we are working closely with the district attorney's office and other entities to formulate a plan, and we are making good headway on that. Moving on from there, I will touch last regarding the investigations division is the kids interview team and the detective that we have specifically dedicated to crimes against children. That's not to say that those cases are not staffed with other detectives in the unit. It's that we have one detective that specifically, their focus is supposed to be the crimes against children. They do work other cases quite often and vice versa. What's important about the KIT detective is what we call them, and it's classified in its own specific portion of the division, is that that person catches all of the cases, so to speak, and whether they get staffed to another detective based on operational tempo is at the discretion of the supervisor and the division commander based on what we have going on. Just a little bit of insight as to what the area of responsibility is. This is where this detective is specifically focused on all the interviews, all the dialogue that is related to crimes against children, whether it's abuse or sexual in nature. That includes any of the, that includes any of the information that comes in from outside agencies to include task force. We do receive routine complaints from their Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force out of Sacramento, which I believe is closely connected with FBI. They are constantly monitoring information that comes across, whether it's audio, visual, through the internet. They can also give us information and say that we have suspicious activity, and then we take that information and conduct an investigation. So what that means is that that KIT detective receives that information and has to actually view or listen to any of the material that's associated with the sexual abuse or the abuse that comes in for the reports. A lot of people have that question of, well, is that necessary? And the answer is absolutely. You have to be able to articulate this in a report. You have to be able to articulate and physically observe the activity that happens in this material. And I don't need to go into detail that the material is very explicit. In a variety of ages from 0 to 17 to 18 and then on, as it knows no boundaries. The reason why I highlight that is because this type of work is not only physically but mentally exhausting and very draining on a human being. It doesn't matter what your background is or where you come from. It's a very daunting task and it wears on the detectives quickly, which is why we try to disseminate some of these cases appropriately as we can. But nonetheless, it requires the highest level of attention, which is why it has a specific detective assigned to it. With all that being said, when it's all said and done and the reports are generated, one of the goals of the KIT detective is to try and take on as much area of responsibility as they can for the investigation, because as we work closely with the DA's office, and you'll hear us say this all the time, is the whole goal of trying to investigate these heinous acts is also to not re-victimize the children associated with them. And that can be a very tricky task, especially as the cases move forward to prosecution. The KIT detective exists for that reason, to run that interference and take as much of that burden off of the victim and when they take the stand for courtroom testimony. Any questions regarding KIT before I move on? Okay. At the conclusion of most of these investigations, they obviously mostly lead to arrests or warrants for arrests, and that's where we get into the crisis response unit. In many cases, the incidences that we are investigating at the investigations division level result in high-risk warrants. And what I mean by high-risk warrants are warrants that would reach the level of a threat assessment that would basically exceed the capabilities of what our patrol division would be able to effectively carry out given their resources. You can imagine that as you build these types of cases, whether they are the general crimes or the crimes against children, is that there's a fair amount of desperation that exists within suspects as we relentlessly pursue them through the investigation process. 9 times out of 10, and a lot of the times, they know that we're investigating. And it's monitoring, and you can imagine that suspects that know that they have committed crimes, they know that it's a matter of time before law enforcement is going to seek them out, whether it's in public or at home or wherever else. So with that being said, when we come to the conclusion of an arrest warrant, it's time to take somebody into custody if this is, whether it's a fresh case or whether it's been going for a long time. At some point, there's a level of anticipation by the suspects. We go through a lengthy process of operations planning and threat assessment, which is we take the totality of the circumstances, which is every aspect of the case, to include the suspect's background. And what we do is we anticipate anything that could happen that would be associated with liability, loss of life, danger to the community, danger to the deputies as a whole, and we mitigate that. And we bring special weapons and tactics and training. And we also bring other specialized units, which is what I'll get into next, which is the Special Weapons and Tactics team and the Crisis Negotiations team. The overall goal when we have these high-risk warrants is containment. I know that we all seen, excuse me, we've all seen movies, we've seen TV where the SWAT team responds, they have the big armored truck and the guys are in the body armor and all that. And that's fine for Hollywood, but one of the things that I do want to highlight is that all of those tools, they're not for the wow factor, they're for protection. And one of the things that I will highlight about SWAT, the Special Weapons and Tactics team, before I get into CNT, is that the reason why all this body armor is so necessary and the special training and the special tactics is because we have to create our own time and our own distance. And these are a team of 13 or 14 people who willingly and voluntarily take on this task. This is where they have voluntarily put themselves through training. The department obviously pays for it, and they continue that training on a monthly basis and also maintain high levels of physical fitness and marksmanship skills. The goal is that these people know that when they get called out for a mission, that it's a high-risk mission. High risk meaning by our operations plan and by our threat assessments, that they know that this is outside the capabilities of our patrol function. And that the goal is to contain whatever threat may exist or whatever threat may present itself at the time that we go to serve these warrants. The reason why I capitalize on that is because SWAT is a contingency. We always try to talk first, and that's where the crisis negotiation team comes in. You will hear things like surround and call out, all right? That's a term that we commonly use, is because the goal is to contain. If we have a threat that's inside a dwelling or inside a vehicle or wherever else that a person may be contacted by law enforcement, the goal is to secure that area so whatever danger that we documented in our operations plan is mitigated to the public and to the deputies. So what we do is we form what's known as a perimeter, and we contain, and we then have our crisis negotiations team attempt to make contact. And we have a variety of ways that we do that. Sometimes it's through a phone. You may see or hear about things that we call a throw phone, which is actually an attempt to establish communications inside a residence or cell phones. The goal is that we will talk and talk and talk and talk until we can't talk anymore. And if it gets to the point to where the suspect falls asleep inside, perfect. or hopefully we look for the peaceful resolution. When we do our operations plans and we do our threat matrix, we realize that what led us to this execution of the search warrant is beyond rules and policies and procedures, and then it requires the highest level of thoughtfulness. Because at the end of the day, nobody wants to result to have to use force. The reason why we have the armor, the reason why we have the body protection is so we can actually use less force. And I know that some people think that, well, that's kind of contrary to what I've thought. But when you think about it, if we don't protect ourselves with all of those tools, then essentially we have a greater level of exigency that if a suspect is determined and decides to present themselves with a threat, this allows us more time and more opportunity to navigate that situation. And we are always at a point of reaction when we are going to contact somebody in their area. So without expanding too much on the SWAT team, which is one part of the crisis response unit, our crisis negotiation team is also highly trained. They go through a basic school for negotiations, and they also attend an annual seminar when the seminars were going. Last year they were not. That is the same for the Special Weapons and Tactics team. But coming full circle, when it comes to the execution of search warrants or arrest warrants, I would say that probably about 80% of our warrants are served by the crisis response unit based on the nature of the investigation of the crimes. Is there any questions about the crisis response unit? Okay.
So we do
Yes, sir.
have other, we do have about 4 or 5 other groups coming up. Do you know about how much?
I am on my last
Okay.
one. It'll probably take maybe 3
All right.
minutes. Okay,
No
last.
problem. I'm just checking in with you.
Yes, sir. Last is the K-9 unit. It augments the patrol unit, and very dedicated people in the K-9 unit. I don't think it's pretty self-explanatory. Their partner is an animal. We have Belgian Malinois and German Shepherds that are in service on the patrol side of our operations. And I would just like to highlight that they also go through a basic handler course, and they also go through extensive monthly training. And that unit is primarily funded by the public. We have donors that participate in our annual fundraiser. We didn't have one last year, but we plan on moving forward and having more. So I'll just highlight that I think the only expense of the county is the salaries and benefits. Everything else as far as equipment and training is all covered by volunteers and donations. So we are very thankful for that. That is the last part. I know that's a lot, so I apologize for taking up so much time. But again, the last thing that I'll close with is that we talked at the beginning of this about that there really are no solutions, only trade-offs. And one of the things that I would like to highlight is those 2 vacancies that I talked about initially in the detectives unit. And the reason why they're vacant is because all of those positions come from somewhere, and it has to be a trade-off. If we were to fill those, that's coming from patrol. That's 2 less people that are responding to calls for service. So it's calculated. It's not that we don't want to fill those. It's that it's very difficult when you have to take away from your main priority, which is the deputies on the street. So I just wanted to highlight that because I know we talked about it in the beginning. So with that, if there's any questions, I think that completes my division.
Questions on that division? Okay. Supervisor Kirk, are you with us? Did you have any questions?
No questions. Are we gonna have closing comments or I'll let everybody?
Okay, so about 15 more minutes. We still needed to talk about the jail, I guess, and, okay. All right,
Okay, I have no comments.
okay. Oh, sorry.
Just a couple of comments. One, I appreciate when you talked about the detective caseload of 20 to 25, I think it was, per, was that correct?
Yes, that is correct. At any given time, and that can fluctuate from each detective to detective.
Okay. The other question that I did have, actually goes back a little ways, was regarding that, the specialized certified nurse and that whole, where you described traveling to Modesto, I believe?
That is one option, yes, sir.
Yeah. I thought we had an arrangement with Adventist Health Sonora. Is that not?
So when we say arrangement, it means that we have a location that we can use. They have been entertaining that. However, I think one of the challenge is that the space that we use is contingent based on the emergency room staffing and the tempo that they have going on. So to have that space is a great thing, and we're very appreciative of it, and we will use it as much as we can. But one of the challenges that we have is availability, especially depending on the operational tempo and when timing can be very, very strategic when it comes to collecting of evidence, whether it's a suspect or a victim. So it has been a challenge, and the goal is to have something that we can have more readily accessible where we're not restrained to the operational tempo as much as we would be if we had to utilize the hospital.
Yeah, I think you described a little bit of that, more direct control and recruiting the three nurses, trying to work that out and get an MOU, I guess, with them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have a question. It's kind of tagging off of that, because a long time ago, I was a social worker at the beginning of the 2000s, and I was part of the KIT team, as trained to do that kind of work. And we had at that time TGH and a full appointment of specialists within the hospital that took care of any of these kinds of examinations. So I am wondering, and I'm willing to help you with this, if you have approached Adventist Health lately with this need, I'd be willing to go with whomever wants to go talk to the president. So if you have that, if you haven't gone to talk to whoever's at the helm right now, I'd be willing to go with you and to see what we can work out locally, if that would be a better fit than whatever it is that you've got. It sounds like you've got something in the works that may work. I just wanted to offer my services to help you if I can.
No, I think the support is greatly appreciated. We have had those conversations. We did have a representative from Adventist Health at our last KIT meeting, and all of the conversations are very positive. Everybody's very focused, and it's definitely a shared vision to come and have as many resources available to best serve the people that do have to go through this very daunting task. So much appreciated, and absolutely, if that opportunity presents itself, we will definitely do that. But I feel that we're very focused and we have a lot of support, and I don't see this being an issue for very much longer. Thank you.
In the interest of time, I'm going to briefly go over some of the other units and hit some of the highlights. If you have questions, please fill in. I don't want to diminish their importance by any means, but I understand there's a time crunch. Obviously, patrol is one of the functions that we perform. I'm going to assume that everybody's watched Cops at least once and knows what patrol does. Backbone of our agency, really, and the first people that you see in a time of crisis. And I'm really proud of the men and women that we have working for us there. We also have a civil coroner unit. Their primary function is to do death investigations, process decedents, take care of their families, and those types of things, as well as do all the civil process that we have, such as temporary restraining order kickouts, evictions, lawsuit notifications, those types of things, as well as our sex registrant processes that we have to take care of in those functions. We also have members of our agency in a collaborative effort with our probation department on our probation team. They work with them on a daily basis that go out and supervise offenders that are on probation. We have a court unit. There's 5 deputies in the courts and a sergeant. That unit is funded by the state primarily, and we also are in the transition of going to the new courthouse, as you know. So we're working through training and those types of things on that transition. Excited about another new building in the county, and it's a very beautiful building and be great for our employees. It also will, I think, alleviate a lot of possibility of liability on our county because of elevators and modern modern ways to get people in and out of there without risking people going upstairs with leg shackles and things like that. We have a boating enforcement unit. Again, that's primarily funded by the state. I think the total cost of that unit is somewhere in the neighborhood of $473,000. About $273,000 comes from the state, and another, on average, about $106,000 to $110,000 comes from state taxes, from boating registration and fees and those types of things. The rest of it is funded by the general fund. We have 2 deputies and a sergeant assigned there, plus another deputy usually goes a 50-50. In other words, he works the summer times and then works patrol on the off time.
Undersheriff.
Yes.
Just a quick question there with that. Doing a tour out, obviously with the, I think it's the FERC licenses and the permitting of the Tri-Dam project, a lot of these things, it's not just because there's a reservoir there, it's because a lot of people end up living there and participating in it. Is there any reach out to the Tri-Dam project for any fees to help supplement some of those enforcement efforts on the reservoir itself?
We don't as an agency reach out. I'm not sure if the state does. Obviously, Tri-Dam's a pseudo-private enterprise, and I know that they do a lot of things with the state and the federal government, and what fees they get from them, I don't know. The only fees that we get from that are what we get through the grant process from the state, as well as any sort of ticketing or those types of things.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be very interested if there's ever able to be an official request there to see if they're able to help sponsor some of that. And in particular, Tolek, given the vast disparity of how many people we have living on our side versus, say, Calaveras, too, how is this divided between the counties in the shared kind of jurisdiction there?
So primarily there are 7 lakes that we cover. 2 of them we share with actually there's 3 of them we share with other counties. Maloney's being one with Calaveras County, Tolek, as you're speaking of, with Calaveras County. We also share Spicer Reservoir with Amador County. And they have the same type of system that we do as far as grant funding for a boating enforcement unit. So depending on their staffing and those types of things, we share the enforcement of Lake Tolek as well as Maloney's with Calaveras County.
Okay. Thank you.
And interestingly enough, our county has different ordinances than their county. We are actually able to enforce each other's ordinances within that jurisdiction. So, yeah.
Thank you.
We have, as you know, a brand new jail. Very excited about that. It's been a fantastic building for our employees as well as our clients. I think it's even during it may have made this last year very palatable in the sense that it's been a rough year, especially on our jail staff, especially going through all the COVID protocols that they have to do every day, and all the mandates, as I had spoken before. Having that building is at least been a little bright spot in that whole process. So we're really fortunate to have that. It's been a great addition to our agency as well as to the county. So thank you to all those board members and county administrators that have made that happen and who are continuing to ease the process of going into a new building with some hiccups and things like that we're experiencing as well, that everybody does with a new building. Along with the jail, we have a community corrections partnership along with probation, the district attorney, the defense attorneys, and others. And that is a program that's funded by the state for different programs, mainly work programs and education programs and things like that for our clients, as well as AB 109 monies that we have programs. We are also looking at grants for Clean California Grant, which would be a program, if we get this grant, that will help pick up trash. I know that was a hot topic that we talked about yesterday, so that we can potentially help ease some of that. As Supervisor Brandon mentioned, there's a farm to classroom grant that we have collaborated with other other people in our community to get vegetables, fresh vegetables and eggs and things like that to our students in schools, as well as to help supplement our jail's food. We also have some interesting new technology with our phone company called Securus that we contract with that has now tablets that are in the hands of our clients that have educational features on them. It has law library features on them. It has, if they so choose to purchase music on them, video, movies, that types of things. It's another way to communicate with family members much more quicker and things like that. And we've seen a really big difference in the behavior of our inmates as far as lowering stress and making a terrible situation a little bit more agreeable to them and their families as well. We do have a peer support team that focuses on the mental health and well-being of our officers. We collaborate with the probation department, as well as we're looking regionally with Sonora PD and Forest Service and other officers around. We have a psychologist that's a part of that team that we contract with and meet quarterly and reach out to anybody that has any type of situation that needs a relief in those situations. So we're happy about that. The last two things I want to point out, two teams that, and I may be missing a few, but two teams I really want to make sure I highlight is our community services unit, which is made up of volunteers around our community. They do a tremendous amount of work for us. Thousands and thousands of hours a year that they put in to help relieve us for serving subpoenas or sitting on a crime scene overnight or traffic control or on and on and on and on. They do a tremendous amount of work. They're fantastic people. They work on our boating units. They do a tremendous amount with us, and they really relieve man hours from our deputies. In a time like this, they're absolutely critical and essential. And the other volunteer group I really want to mention is our search and rescue team, again made up primarily of members from our community with a real unique skill set with technical rope and a lot of first aid and being able to really get some people out of some really hairy situations, as well as search for us for missing persons, as well as evidence, and a lot of other things that they do. Really a fantastic group. They help us on fires with evacuations, with mapping systems and GIS, and the talents that they have is just unlimited. The amount of time they put in away from their families and their jobs is tremendous. They should be commended. We're really appreciative of them. Again, with the interest of time, I'm gonna close there, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Anybody want to start?
There it is. Okay. Just one. You may have seen the posters around for the volunteer fair that's coming up, and it just prompts me to ask, what is the process for persons interested in volunteering to be part of CSU or search and rescue? What are the credentials or certifications they need to have, if any, and then how do they apply?
It's a great question. Because we are a law enforcement agency and they do have, our members do have some access to some private information, things like that. We do have an interview process. We have a limited background check, those types of things. There are some requirements as far as how many monthly meetings that you attend or how much training that you attend and those types of things as well. But other than that, that's pretty much it. Small application that you have to fill out and things like that.
So how do they apply? Who do they call? Do they come into the office? What do they do?
They can call us, they can email us. We will send it to the appropriate leaders of those organizations who will then set up interviews and go from there. I will say this, with the priority of our background checks being on our full-time employees, sometimes it can take a long time to become a volunteer here. So that's one of the downsides that we have right now, even though it's not as an extensive background or those types of things, they do take away from the priority of trying to hire full-time employees.
Okay, good. Well, understood. It's just that we have experienced an influx of new people that are living here now full-time from other places, most often, I think, California. So we might have a new batch of people that have the right kind of background that would be interested. So there'd be no time like the present to get started on at least the application process.
Yes, we'd love to have them.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, thank you again. Just a couple quick questions on last bit that were mentioned there. I get a lot of questions, obviously, about inmate work crews, especially Jamestown and Columbia, for fuel reduction efforts. So definitely trash and garbage efforts as well. But these voluntary programs, as I understand, they like getting out there. It's great to be able to sign off for the work skills. What can we do? What might be holding up having more crews able to do that?
So as you know, we have had to reduce our jail population due to COVID. There's two factors there. One, we've had to reduce our population. The other factor is long-term inmates seem to be taking up the majority of our beds. And so in order to get crews, you have to have a larger population of inmates that qualify for those programs. And right now, we don't have that. I think we will in the future.
Long-term don't?
Yeah.
Okay.
Long-term, I think we will, and we really like to get those programs going because they're fantastic for the community. They're great for the inmates. So I'm not sure of a timeline on that, especially with the things, the tempo that COVID is starting to creep back up, where we seem to be going backwards rather than forwards at this point. But once we get our population up, as well as our staffing up to be able to run those crews, I think we will be up and running to handle things such as fuel reduction, which is a big cost saver and a big deal for us.
Great. Yeah, and it's great to hear about the CSU units as well. I'm happy you got in Anaya's district. They'll be getting a new office hopefully out there, but also having one in Jamestown. That's fantastic. In trying to support that, I'd hope too that there's some outreach to the college and doing a 4-credit program if possible, if that's not already in the cards there. I know we've been talking about them with college students working at the county, and I think there was interest in having them involved in all areas of county government, including law enforcement, DA's office, different areas. And I would love to see that application. We're updating ours for all our boards, committees, commissions, included in there if we can. So if we're able to, through the process we're doing for citizen appointments, be able to funnel folks to you, all the better, as we kind of work with Roger and communications group to redo some of that. For townships and areas that may be wanting to have a CSO or some type of, maybe not a full deputy, but able to have somebody observe and report on the street there, is there an option for that? And is there any type of dollar value of what that area would need to be able to provide?
As far as CSOs, if we have people within those areas that want to stay in those, I'll use the Pinecrest Basin, for example, and Groveland is another example. We have the means to fund that. Again, it's a commitment of time, meetings and those types of things. So we have reached out to those communities as well. Obviously, the populations are smaller, so the numbers are smaller in that sense, but we would love to have people in those communities that would make the commitment as well as meet all the qualifications, and we can put them to work straight away.
Great. I'll bring that up to some folks in Jamestown, thinking that that'd be a great way for them to partner with law enforcement and keep the streets safe there and maybe take a little burden off as well.
Yeah.
Other than that, appreciate what you're doing. Thank you for spending the afternoon with us.
Yes, thank you very much. Overall, throughout your whole presentation, all three of you learned a tremendous amount, and that was really good. I appreciated it. Good education for me. Regarding the CSU, for my fellow supervisors, I have on my supervisor website the CSU application and how to get on there with language. You're welcome to look at how it was set up at some to the volunteer section on my website, supervisordaveGoldenberg.com. Other than that, the trash thing, glad to see you're looking at this Clean California grant. Supervisor Campbell and I traveled to Tulare County with the sheriff and saw their farm operation and discussed the trash pickup program down there at some length. They're running like 3 crews, and they're having a lot of success. So go. If you can get that, that'd be wonderful to help out. Appreciate it. Thanks.
So Anaya, do you want to speak? I think We got you on, Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. I mean, you guys said a lot of great things. So I don't want to dive too much into it. Thank you guys for the presentation. I think you guys are doing the best with what you got. I definitely think you're broke, and it's tough because law enforcement's our number one priority, and so we need to make you guys a priority. And I do have a few things to say though. I'm just curious because working in the prison and the law enforcement, I kind of see a different side of things, and I know there's lots of little things that employees that they kind of deal with, and that kind of brings the morale up and kind of brings, makes them a little happy. So I'm kind of curious, have you guys been listening to what your boots on the ground are saying? And some examples of that are like uniforms. When people are tattooed and they have to wear long sleeves, are you guys working with them as far as making them more comfortable? With equipment, with vests. I know we started putting on vests, and a lot of the morale went up because now the hip bones weren't hurting. Just little things like that. Are you guys listening to boots on the ground and hearing what your people are saying and working with them to just make their environment a better place?
We are definitely hearing those same things from our people. I think our lieutenants have an ear that's closer to the ground than the sheriff and I do, and so we do hear that message through our lieutenants, as well as some of the leadership group of our agency. Those are some of the things that we're listening to and really contemplating on whether or not it fits the image that our sheriff would like to project within our community, but certainly things that we are taking into consideration, yes.
Well, and I don't mean that to get in the weeds, because I know you guys run a great program. I'm just saying from being in my position, I do see how it does help people, and it does bring the morale up. And I don't know, maybe we're just entering a day where we really need to make it the best work environment we can when things are so low. And then it's our job as a board and administration to make you guys competitive. And I said it yesterday, I think you guys are the new nurses. I'd rather be a nurse right now than a cop, and we're going to have to pay for it. So it's pretty funny how social media wants to defund police, and what they don't realize is they're actually jacking up the price in the long run. So, because you guys aren't going anywhere.
Yes,
So
thank
with
you.
that,
Appreciate
thank you guys for the presentation. God bless. Be safe.
Thank you.
Yeah. Also, thank you very much for your time. And actually, I didn't have too much to ask, but Supervisor Kirk kind of brought up a good point. We have spent a lot of time talking about wages and benefits and ways to resolve that problem over the past couple of weeks. But, he raises a good point. Obviously, that's a big thing when you talk about employee morale. That is the biggest thing. But there are other things that we could be doing potentially to support deputies and staff in the sheriff's office. And so I hope that you feel comfortable communicating if there are ways that we can help do some of those more immediate things to make people more comfortable, make them happier in their workspaces, happier in their jobs. I'd really like to know those things. And if you have suggestions, obviously your staff's going to know where those points are better than we're ever going to. So I hope you feel comfortable communicating those things and that we can kind of keep that dialogue going.
I think it's an outstanding point that was brought up by Supervisor Kirk, and I think the comments are correct. And the reason why I summoned for the microphone is because I have a lot of these conversations. Very often, it's no secret that I am the president of the CTMA, which is the County of Tuolumne Management Association. But all that aside is that everybody sitting here is a leader, and every leader that is in any organization or entity is going to do the key thing, and that's ask, and then be willing to listen to what that input is. And I can tell you that if I were to categorize the needs of what the Supervisor Krieger is talking about, the boots on the ground, is number one is always going to be they're going to say they want to be paid more. And I agree with that. They should be paid more. Number two is they want their time off. And right now, they don't have their time off. And when you have your employees that are forced to make decisions on what their quality of life at home is, and have them wage or gamble on the operational tempo at work that's taking away from that quality of life at home, I would hope that the choice is always their family. So I can tell you right now, the top two things are always, I want to be home with my family when I'm supposed to be off and home with my family. That is one of the number one things. And I would like to get paid more so I can improve the quality of life and be sustainable, in my own household. Those are the top two things that we hear. Have I heard some folks talk about tactical vests and equipment and all that? Yes. Have I ever heard them wager those in that upper echelon of concerns? No, I have not. I have actually had a lot of in-depth conversations where the troops describe that as nice to haves. Hey, yeah, some of these things are nice to have, but at the end of the day, everybody wants that quality time with their family, and they want to not have to work 30 to 40 hours of overtime to provide that decent quality of life. So I think that those are avenues that we've explored at great lengths, but at the end of the day, it's the difference between happiness and joy, right? Happiness is fleeting, because at some point that vest is going to be just as heavy as this duty belt, right? But if I can provide for my family and be home for my family, that's joy, right? And I think that that's what we're talking about, the difference of the other little things that are immediate as opposed to focusing on the things that are going to increase the joy, because the happiness is fleeting for sure. Thank you.
And if I can just make one more comment, I just want to encourage you guys, those who have you talk about optics when you talk about tattoos and other things. I just want you guys to know, I think the people who have a bad view of law enforcement will always have that. And I think people who support you guys would support whatever it is you guys need to be successful and whatever you guys need to have happy employees. I know this is an issue across the board with all departments. I'm just specifically speaking to law enforcement today. So I just encourage you guys, and I know you're going to listen to your people. I just wanted to bring up that point. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
All right, is there any public comment? Would anybody like to speak on the sheriff's presentation?
I just would like Mr. Day to make sure that we have a view of the audience. Because for the past two meetings, the meeting that dealt with salary, there's a lot of discussion about salaries and officers, and I felt that conversation should take place here during a budget discussion and not with recovery plan monies. So I'm the only one here that's not an employee. I find that kind of staggering. So I think you guys should get paid more. And I would like to bring the drug team back, but you probably don't have enough people for that, because there are issues in our community that could be handled by not calling 911, but dealing with some major issues like our drug problem and our mental health issues. And I want to applaud them, because most of the time they're the first responders to someone with a mental health crisis. To which, to behavioral health, I say, where the hell are you? Because I see them responding all the time.
Great, thank you. Do we have anyone else waiting to speak? Okay. Well, with that, thank you very much for giving us a picture of the sheriff's office. Really appreciate your time and the effort that went into your presentation.
We want to thank you for your time and inviting us here to speak to you. Thank you very much.
All right. So I'll look to Assistant CAO Earhart. Do you want to take a break to get set up for the next?
Probably take a quick 5 minutes to make sure we're ready for the next group.
Okay, that works out pretty well. So we'll come back at 2:20. Thank you very much. Is Naya on with us? Okay, well, I'll send him a text and then we'll. Okay, so we'll get back into it. So welcome back to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. It's a special meeting for August 4th. We're looking at budget, and we're here we're going to start with animal control, I guess. Okay.
Wait till.
Well, I'll hand it over to you.
All right, good afternoon, Chairman Campbell, members of the board. I am Kelly Schroeder, the Tuolumne County Animal Control Director, and with me today is Mike Mazook, our Animal Control Manager. Let me just scroll down a little bit. So at Animal Control, our main function is to care for the animals at our facility and enforce state and local laws and regulations. Our staff manages the care of approximately 1,300 animals a year and responds to approximately 3,800 calls for service a year. Our work occurs 7 days a week with twice-a-day feedings and cleaning of the kennels and exercising the animals. We also receive approximately 12,000 phone calls annually. We also run the county rabies program. In fiscal year 2021, we processed 2,400 dog licenses. Within the rabies program, we quarantine biting animals. We euthanize and test wild animals who either have bitten a person or pet or has made physical contact with the same for rabies. We pick up deceased animals around the county. In fact, a couple of weeks ago, one of our staff members picked up approximately 1,800 pounds of deceased animals in one day. We also assist the sheriff's office on calls that involve animals, and our animal control officers work a 10-hour shift and then are on call at the end of their shift to the beginning of their next morning. They're on call for overnight calls, and they're on call 1 week on, 1 week off. So not only are they working a 10-hour shift, and they're on call all night as well. At our facility, we also adopt out animals, and we work very closely with the Friends of the Animal Community and the Tuolumne County Humane Society, along with other numerous organizations here in Tuolumne County. We also work with the Oregon Humane Society, who on average pick up 100 cats from our facility each year and adopt those out. Mike will now go over, sorry, this is sensitive. Our org chart and our staff members.
Good afternoon, Board. Mike Mazook, Manager, Tuolumne County Animal Control. I'm not going to take up much of your time. I know you pretty much, I've talked to all you personally and everything you know. I'm just going to give a mid-level review of everything we do. So our shelter, our unit, we're responsible. We have a shelter that we have to provide animals care for, and we also have field services. So it's kind of split into two. I oversee both those, but we'll start with the shelter side first. So on the shelter, I have a registered veterinary technician, which just took her test and will be testing for a national certificate license for that really soon. And then we have 3 kennel attendants and 1 relief kennel attendant. So that whole facility has 5 people to take care of the animals. So 1,300 on a good year, well, average year, we won't count the COVID. That was a really bizarre year with the numbers of animals that came in. We'll say about 1,300 animals. So what they care for all the animals. They do medications, they do sanitizing kennels, they assess medical needs, they feed, they clean rigorously because of our funding. We don't vaccinate for a lot of things on intake. So what we have to do, rely on being very clean. And that's something that this staff, these shelter attendants take pride in. Most shelters, I've worked at several different organizations, get some kind of outbreak, a kennel cough or something like that. Hasn't happened here. So they really clean hard. They also, not only do they take care of animals the entire day, they also return animals to owners at the front desk. They license animals. They outcome all the animals that leave and go to different organizations like FOAC. They make arrangements with Oregon. We work a lot with rescues in Truckee, all the way down to Fresno Bully Rescue. I've had officers on their days off take dogs to San Diego. So they do that stuff. They're also the ones the entire shelter staff is responsible for our social media. They're the ones that put all the pictures up, make the great posts, and keep everybody aware. So they also do straight office work all day along with taking animals. They're taking phone calls. And another big thing that they do that nobody gets them recognition for, and I'm here to do that, is they are responsible for picking up all the deceased animals. And like Kelly said, last week, one individual picked up 1,800 pounds. And that's not even what we needed to do that week. So we were still getting complaints that we didn't get to everything. So I'd just like to give my appreciation to them. So that's our, we can go ask questions right now just on our shelter side, or I can go over field and we can ask it all at the end. How'd you like to do it? Just
Yeah, any questions about that side of things?
can keep going? Okay.
I got
Yes.
one quick one.
Okay.
Yesterday, we had a discussion about, various needs, and one of them was talked about was the need for new cat cages.
Yes.
And we had a little bit of confusion on our part, didn't know exactly why that was needed. If you
So
could
the
explain.
cat cages we currently have now, and the majority of the ones that we're requesting the money for are for the feral cats that are being taken from the field or people are dropping off at our shelter. They're 30-plus years old. They are, when they were manufactured back then, they were considered humane. They're on the borderline of not being humane cages anymore, and they're very difficult for the staff to operate to remove cats from.
Okay.
So it's a safety issue.
All right. Thank you.
I'll be blunt. So the cats can partially escape from the cages and when they get stuck. And then when the kennel staff goes to get them unstuck, the cats are very unhappy and scratch and bite. So we have an issue with cats getting stuck in the cages. So.
Good, okay. I'll move over to the field side. So not only do we care for all the animals, we also have a field staff that handle all the field calls. And I know every one of you have been involved with contacting me for different, various reasons, but some of them, right? I have a supervising animal control officer. I have one animal control officer too, who is responsible, her moniker is the rabies quarantine officer. 99% of her job is rabies cases. So she takes information for approximately 300 bites a year. She arranges all the quarantines, all the transfer of animals from vet hospitals back home to the shelter, brain removals for testing for rabies. She's responsible for all that. So she handles predominantly all rabies cases, wildlife and domestic. And I have one animal control officer, and I have an animal control officer recruit right now in training. So that, they are all PC 832. They've all been to the laws and arrest post-certified. They all wear vests all the time, and I have listened to my staff, and that's why we wear outer vests, because it's cooler and more comfortable if Supervisor Kirk's listening. I just wanted to put that out there. They're responsible for all the ordinances.
I am listening.
Thank you. Wildlife, we euthanize wildlife. We work with some of the trappers on Kelly's side of the department, on the ag side. And we go all the way down to, like I said, dead animals, and you all know the barking dog problems. So some of the groups that we work with, we work right along the SO. We go on warrants with them. We write our own warrants as well. I don't know if everybody knows that. We do criminal complaints. We go out on warrants with the SO on their high-risk warrants because everybody has a dog. We assist CHP almost daily. We assist Sonora PD because they don't quite have the capabilities that we do. So if they have an animal problem, we'll help. CAL FIRE, Forest Service, BLM, any other agency, and we handle all the campgrounds in Tuolumne County. So so at any one time, on a good day, we'll have 3 officers on duty. Today, we have 3. Tomorrow, it will be me, and the next day, it will be me. So that's what we're facing. We don't get to all the calls. And just like the undersheriff said, some of our investigations and some of our things aren't the best because we don't have time, because When 30 calls are coming in and you have one person completing 5 calls a day, that just compounds that problem. So, and Supervisor Half knows, and the problems in Groveland, I don't ever have anybody go to Groveland or LaGrange just to be there. We respond because something bad happened. I don't have the staffing. Last week, I was the only officer on duty for 3 days. So we are right now mandating vacations be put on hold because we don't have the staff. Next week, I will have an officer recruit work with me all week because that's all I have. I have to give the person, Officer Scheimer, I had to give her some time off because she's been working since the pandemic. So we're mandating overtime right now. That's gonna go for the shelter staff too. They're just the same. I hope that explains a little bit, not too in-depth, but if you have questions, I'm here.
Any other questions?
Yeah. You mentioned mandating overtime. About how often does that happen?
Once a day. It's once a day somebody's staying late doing calls after they should be gone. So
Okay.
it's not the entire night or anything, it's 1 or 2 hours. But since we don't have another person that can help in the field do other calls simultaneously, they're having to complete everything and they're just getting behind. So we need to finish by the end of the day. Some things by state law we have to do by that day or 5 days, and it's the 5th day and we have to complete it. So it's almost every day now.
And I know you had 2 vacancies there. Remember, we were talking ways
Yeah,
back, and you were talking how within a very short period, you had a few people leave that was
Right.
putting you in a real crunch
Right.
with it.
We
What's
were-
been the challenge with?
Our main challenge is that during the scope of duty, animal control officers are peace officers. So we encounter the same people that the sheriffs do. We have contacted everybody the same. The pay equity for an animal control officer starting is a big downside for people. That they're putting their lives, the rabies, zoonotic diseases, we have touched all kinds of animals, there's all kinds of zoonotic diseases it's dealing with on the highway, it's a dangerous job and it doesn't pay very, very well for that. So that's one tough. I do have some interviews. I had some interviews this morning for animal control officer recruit, and I had some good things happen for an office assistant, which I really appreciate you guys okayed that. So that's going forward. So that will help with the officers not having to be in the office.
The 3,000 calls a year.
With 3,000. So in the last 2 days, I believe, 10 hours, our office should have been open for 10 hours to the public. We had to close for 6 because we didn't have anybody to work in that office. So we shut down for over half the time we should have been open. And that's not fair for the public. It's also not fair for what's going on to the people that we're responding late to, but that's what it is right now. And I just want everybody to know that.
What is the entry-level class compensation?
So the recruit position starts at $15.55 an hour, and an officer one starts at $17.18 an hour. And I'd just like to point out that coming up Highway 108, SPI has a big sign out, electric sign that says hiring, and it's over $19 an hour. And Pizza Plus in Groveland is hiring. They have a sign out front. It's $18 an hour. So you can go toss pizza and have fun with your friends for $18 an hour, or you can come, risk your life at animal control every day. Which, when we don't, it's true, we do. They do. I shouldn't say I do because I don't do what they do every day. But they do have a dangerous job. And, to pay them $15, an hour to go out and try and catch a rabid skunk, it's asking a lot of a person, I think, so. Anything else, Mike?
No, that's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so continuing on, I just have a few other comments. Let's see. Mike mentioned canceling vacations. He didn't mention that he canceled his own vacation. So he didn't want to leave one staff member alone to handle all the calls by themselves. So he voluntarily gave up his vacation so that his staff would have assistance. So I just want to point that out as well. So the volume control, and Mike's mentioned this, but it is leading to burnout. We can see it in our staff. And Mike, we try and do little things that we can do. You know, Mike takes them out to lunch, I send emails, I bake them cookies, I made them zucchini bread. You know, I just try and do the little things that I can do. It's not quite enough. I think hopefully with the sheriff's help, we'll be able to get them laptops. That'll be huge morale for them, because not everybody in our office, you know, has a computer. And in this day and age, you know, and then Mike mentioned that you guys authorized us to or approved us in this budget to have an office assistant. That'll help as well with the morale. Just knowing that they have a little bit more assistance and somebody to answer the phones, and they can concentrate on taking care of the animals, which is what we have asked them, you know, their main job to do is to assist with the animals. So I know we're running out of time. So I just wanted to let you know also, we've discussed our facility, and it's, you know, has a lot of deferred maintenance. We are in the process of getting we have our generator. There has been some hiccups along the way. Now we have a propane tank, but it's empty. So we need to deal with that. So there is a beautiful generator still sitting there, but we're all working on that issue diligently. So to end, I would just like to add that I think that the animal staff is one of the best staff in the county, and I appreciate them and their work ethic. They always show up to work every day, and they do this for the love of the animals and for their job. They are truly dedicated to the work that they do. It's a very high-stress and emotional job, and they handle it with sensitivity and professionalism. Any other questions?
Just one last one on the unfunded mandates.
Oh, I kind of skipped over that, sorry for time.
Yeah, and we've just run into that before too. I mean, my understanding is still growing on it, but I mean, it's constitutionally required, as I understand, that the state imposes a mandate on local government. They then need to follow up with the funding, and unfortunately, that doesn't happen very often.
Right.
With those mandates for microchipping the vaccines, those things, what can we do to ask that those funds actually be there, and any expectation that may end up happening? If you can pry into the governor's brain real quick and just let me know.
Well, as I spoke with you earlier, a couple weeks ago, there is a grant that's still in the works. It has been signed, so it hasn't been distributed at all, and they're gonna start with rural shelters. So I'm on the list, so that's how we're gonna work the vaccine side, which we're gonna know more probably in a month. As they steep, you know how the grants are. It keeps getting pushed back, but it went down to 45 million. But they're starting with rural counties, and we definitely fit that. So hopefully that will take care of our vaccine for a long time, because we can order them and store them, and it'll help a lot. I did get a donation from a doctor that went out of retirement, 1,000 microchips about 2 weeks ago. So I'm not gonna mention them by name, but I would just like to say thank you. So 1,000 microchips is probably gonna take care of us for a long time, but we'll still work on grants to get that. It's what I'm seeing is these animal organizations down the valley and that have really large populations of animals, they're starting to push for grants to be dedicated for that, and they're finding them. So once I find piggyback to them, we'll know a lot more. Because a lot of things are changing really quickly with the animal industry and the mandate, unfunded mandates.
This goes for every department too, but I just want to bring it up every now and then. Consider myself, I think the rest of this board, a resource in when we can maybe send a letter or offer some help or make some calls.
Okay.
Please ask, whatever we can do to use these offices to help, and we're willing to. I think sometimes to help bolster it or do whatever. You're the expert on what will be able to be there or make the difference, but I'm certainly happy to do what I can.
We will, thank you.
Just one question. When I went down and had the visit with you guys, and thank you for that tour, it was very informational. One of the things that we talked about was the morgue refrigerator and how it had failed last year, had gotten some work done on it, to enable to get it going back again. Just wondering why that wasn't maybe, I don't know if you've costed that out. With the extreme hot weather we've had this summer, right? If it goes down, you're in trouble. so.
Right. You know, we kind of have to pick and choose. You know, our list could have been humongous. So we tried to choose things that we thought, you know, would help on an everyday basis. And the morgue is a necessary tool, but we do have the option of, you know, taking them to the landfill. So I think that's why Mike and I decided that, and Mike.
That was one of our thought process. The other process was the facilities, being how good they are. They came last year and they did do a bunch of repairs like we talked about. And so far, that it is stabilized and hasn't lost 1 degree up or down. So
Okay, good.
that was one of the reasons, because they did put some time and money into it. So we're gonna, you know, and I know the hot weather doesn't help, but it's been the same. Yeah, I know. So that was our other thought behind it. They did a really good job. So it fluctuated all the time in the past, and it hasn't moved at all. So looks
All
like
right.
it's sticking.
Well, it probably would be good to get some cost information anyways, just in case that does happen, if there's a failure,
do that.
because you only put so much into an old unit and, you know, you start paying for the new ones, so.
Yes.
Thanks.
All right. Yeah, no, I agree with what the other supervisors have said, and I just, could you please repeat that amount of, the weight of the amount of animal carcasses that have been removed from our county roads? It was a lot.
I used to know. It was 0.89 of a ton. So almost a ton of, and that was one day.
Yeah. And just to kind of illustrate that, I mean, imagine having to do that kind of work and how important it is. And it's something that I get complaints about, you know, if something hasn't been done. And I explain, why don't you go pick it up? You know, I've actually said that to folks that have, because if this is a huge priority for people, and it is when it happens right in front of your driveway,
Yes.
they need to show their support for the people that, whose job it is to remove that, and that's you and your staff. And so it's such a critically important job, and there's not a lot of people that will step up and do it. And it's so important. I mean, I never want to have to actually, I always feel terrible whenever I ask you about those types of things, because I know how overworked you are. But I just hope you know that it's so appreciated. And it's one of those kind of things that if it wasn't the county filling that role, it wouldn't get done.
Right.
And so you're the ones that get it done. And so it's so important to our community. And you have this critical, it's a law enforcement role in making sure that animals are being treated humanely. When there is some kind of problem at a person's house where somebody, you know, we need law enforcement to come in there. Everybody has dogs, and sometimes it's pretty frequent when you do have police or the sheriff's office responding to a house for a warrant. Usually the dogs are pretty mean.
Mm-hmm.
You know, those two things tend to kind of go together for some reason. And you guys are on the front lines, you know, making sure that wildlife is kept safe. And so I hope you know how appreciated you are.
Thank you. I'll let my staff know. I know. I see it more because I talk to you more frequently. I'll let my staff know.
Yeah.
They enjoy their jobs. And actually, the lady that picked the record amount of weight, she enjoys that part of her job. It gets her from looking at all the animals all day and lets her drive around, and she can pick them up fast.
You know, I've had to do it. I've had a couple of deer die on my property in not so convenient locations, and I've had to move them. So that's 2 for me compared to maybe 2,000 for you guys. And I those 2, I didn't really enjoy that for me. So I really appreciate the work that you do. And whoever donated those microchips, you know, please, I don't know if you want to secretly tell me who it was, but
I can email you.
I definitely would like to share our thanks, because that's, you know, any kind of animal control, anything that deals with animals, a lot of it runs off of public support, because you know, it's easy to find money for children and these types of things, but a lot of times animals can kind of get pushed off to the side because, you know, and so we really depend on the generosity and the support of our community and making sure that we can provide a safe location for animals and take care of them. So, is there any public comment on this portion of the presentation? Okay, Tracy's searching the room for anyone. Okay, so we don't have any public comment. You were looking at, did you have
I'd
another?
like to secretly know too, but thank you for presenting.
And then Supervisor Kirk, were you all set?
Yeah, I know it's winding down. Thank you guys for what you do and for the explanation on some of the things like the cat cages. I didn't mean to be a smart aleck yesterday when I asked why are we spending money on cat cages, but I didn't know the why. So thanks for putting that in there. It makes sense. It's a safety issue, and just thank you guys for what you do. I appreciate it.
Yeah, cats can bite a lot harder than you'd think. If you've ever really been bitten by a cat, you'd never forget it. So, all right, thank you very much. You have a good day. Do we want to take another short break, or think we can gear up pretty quick?
It should just take a moment to bring it up.
So we'll give you a minute or so. Got some musical chairs going on.
Are we ready?
I think we're ready.
Okay,
Good afternoon.
I'm Dan Hawks, Chief Probation Officer. I have with me our business manager, Amy Arndt, and our juvenile hall superintendent slash juvenile division manager, Annie Hackett. Let me first off start by saying that we see the department as one department, so although this presentation is broken down into two cost centers, it's a little wonky for those reasons when we, talk about our accomplishments and our overview and what our focus areas of concern are. It's hard to break it down into the two different areas, and really the department works across, adult, juvenile, and by necessity, we really all have to work together to make this thing work. So I apologize if it is a little awkward, but I'm going to have Annie Hackett present about the juvenile stuff, and I'm going to try not to cover too much of her talking points while I talk about the main department. So first, let me say, probation department, we're committed to preventing future crime by providing accountability and rehabilitative opportunities to justice-involved individuals. Our department utilizes evidence-based practices to reduce recidivism by addressing specific needs of offenders as identified through the risk of as identified by the use of risk and needs assessments. The department partners with criminal justice partners, including Sheriff's Department. We have great partnership with them, treatment providers, and other county organizations to assist the supervised individuals we work with in order to create positive behavior change and ensure that they're complying with the conditions of their supervision. So first, let me just kind of put that down into my simple terms. A lot of what we do to instill behavior change is respond to, in a timely fashion, non-compliance. And we're very proactive, and we need to be with our supervision. It's all risk-based, so we obviously pay much more attention to our higher-risk offenders than our lower-risk people, but we're doing our best work when we are adequately staffed and able to address things instantly. And that's the goal, to be swift and certain with our sanctions. When we have to address them, it's how we get people back in line. And this past year has been a challenge to do that. We don't often need a lot of jail time when we're trying to address non-compliance with our offenders. But with having the jail so compromised in terms of its space, it's been a real challenge to work around that. The department also is mandated to provide sentencing analysis and recommendations to the Superior Court. We work very closely with the court, and we provide recommendations and sentencing reports in all felony cases, and we're also involved in all juvenile delinquency matters. The department provides mandated juvenile detention and rehabilitative services for local youth. We partner with our adjacent counties and also Inyo County, and provide detention services for their youth as well. Additional services we supply are adult work release as an alternative to jail time. Work release is the still #1 utilized alternative to jail that the court administers. We also have the juvenile work program that we run, which is similar to the adult work release program, but it consists of juveniles that work on a crew to avoid having to serve time in juvenile hall. We also administer electronic monitoring, all of the electronic monitoring programs in the county. This is also typically used as an alternative to incarceration. The judges will typically order offenders placed on electronic monitoring as a means of reducing the jail population. They also will place certain offenders on continuous remote alcohol detection if they have a abstain from alcohol clause and it's a higher risk offense. We have officers that respond to alerts on those 24 hours a day. If there are protection orders that are in place, our officers will respond to any offenders that aren't allowed to go into specific zones, and it's something we do. We also operate a community service program and handle referrals that are made. We also make sure that those referrals, the completions are verified, and we certify that for the court. We operate a pretrial release program where we assess everybody that's being booked into the county jail and try to determine if we can place them on some sort of pretrial release as an alternative to being in custody in the county jail. We operate that program 7 days a week as well. And we also have various adult and juvenile diversion programs that we administer as part of our mandated services supplied to the court. So if we want to look at our allocated positions, I know that's part of the overview. Let's scroll down. So it's fairly static, although it may look like this is the probation side of the house again here. Although it looks like there is an increase of 2 positions, but the 2 positions that were increased in 1920 were actually fully grant-funded positions. They account for our pretrial program. So, and the only other addition we've had is that our business manager position's gone from 0.9 to full-time. So those are the only real changes we've seen in the last 3 or 4 years here. Next slide here is a representation of our current probation organizational chart. This is both cost centers here. One thing I will say is that represented in yellow is the vacant positions, and there's far too much yellow on this slide. It's something that we're actively working to address. We've had a lot of turnover in the last couple of years. Some is normal or regular, but One of the issues that we face, similar to what was addressed by the Sheriff's Department, is that all of our staff undergo some form of background investigation before we hire them. We have to make sure that we have the right people working for us. And there's a lot of sensitive information, confidential information, and most of our staff are sworn officers, peace officers, so there's a requirement that they actually have a peace officer background. We do non-sworn backgrounds as well. Those take time and resources, so it's not easy to fill our positions, and it's become even more challenging of late for various factors. And I think some of the other agencies have touched on those. We're seeing the same issues. So I'll just move on.
Chief, got a quick question.
Sure.
With the behavioral health clinician 1, 2, and 3, so is that under probation or is that under HHSA?
Is that represented on our?
Yeah, in the
Okay.
middle.
Yes, so, yeah, we pay for those positions, they're funded out of our department, but they're actually positions that are within the behavioral health department. So technically, there are staff, they're embedded with us. And I did want to touch on that a little bit later when we're talking about some of our concerns, when we're looking at specifically at our staffing issues. Those positions are critical. And from what I understand, there are, I think, 10 vacancies in the clinician side of the house at behavioral health. And from what I'm hearing, there's not any expectation that we'll have those positions filled anytime soon. And they're absolutely critical. I mean, our adult clinician works closely with our high-risk team in working with individuals that are homeless, mentally ill, and helps to find ways to get them placed and services, and also does a lot of the discharge planning. And, you know, it's been a very effective and, you know, proactive, great situation for all of us. And not having that position filled is going to be a real challenge. So I hate to see us fall backwards when we have something so wonderful working. And on the same token, we have just lost our juvenile facility counselor, who is extremely critical in that arena. We've been very fortunate to have very qualified behavioral health clinicians assigned to our juvenile facility. The first being Annie Hockett. But the last one we had was no different. She was very well qualified and a right fit for us and did great work. These are hard positions to replace, and from what I understand, well, both of the clinicians we lost were to other agencies for more pay. So I do think that that's something that the board needs to look at and take into consideration. It's not just law enforcement, but it's all these other critical positions that support what we do. And behavioral health is certainly one of them. So I mean, whatever we can do to get those clinician positions filled, I think we need to work on that as well.
Mr. Jan, thank you so much. And I think if at any point you're free a little bit for the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, we'd love to hear more about that.
And I do from time to time tune in. Yeah, it is. I get invited to that, and I do occasionally pop in. Sometimes I'm just a lurker.
Yeah.
But no, I do like to participate, and I do appreciate that group. So I would be doing that if I weren't here, but I don't know if I'll have time to make it over there for that. But.
Me too.
So if you want to move on to our, well.
Quick question.
Sure.
You got 12 vacancies, which is fairly high by your own statement. How many would you normally have? I mean, there's always attrition and, you know, people coming and going.
Right. Well, what we've seen since we've had the juvenile correctional officer position, that there's a lot of turnover in that position. It's become, you know, a regular occurrence that we're recruiting for that. I mean, it seems like I don't know that we've ever, well, except for our very first group, when we were fully staffed for, you know, maybe a minute, you know, we've always been trying to recruit, at least in the relief capacity as well. And so that's always been a challenge. It's pretty rare for us to have vacancies on the DPO side of the house. One of the reasons we see some of those vacancies in the JCO is that we've actually promoted out of the facility. It's become kind of one of the entry-level positions for our peace officers that work for probation, which is great when we have qualified candidates that want to take the next step and become probation officers. We're always willing to do that, to our own detriment. So, I mean, it's, some of the other positions, we've had a long-term success with, with our clerical unit being intact. We've had really great clerical staff, but just recently we've had some turnover there. So, it ebbs and flows. This is a little unusual for us to have this many positions, and it really has been a challenge. One thing that's encouraging is, we are seeing qualified candidates apply, and if we can get them and keep them, I still think there are people interested in working for us, and when we have had people added in, we've had promotions, and I'm excited by the new blood that's come in, because we've had some great new staff. So, whatever it takes to continue with that, we want to do. But yes, it's
Sure.
a little unusual. Sorry.
Well, having people promote up, but in your recruitment, it's good. You've got enough room here that, you've got some ladders, career ladders for people to move up.
Right.
And that's happening, so that's good, part of recruitment in itself.
Right, and well, I was going to address a little bit more when we moved into the juvenile side of the house, but if you want to move to the next slide, we are doing sort of a mini reorg that will hopefully address some of the issues we see with the juvenile facility. We had too few of supervisors assigned. Since we've had a supervising juvenile correctional officer position, we've had, the candidates last less than a year. We've gone through two of them, and it's become clear that there's too much responsibility on one person. It doesn't make sense to have that many people supervised by one person. So we do have a mini reorg that we've put forward in our budget that was in the recommended and approved budget. So we are going to recruit for an additional supervisor, and fortunately, we had a supervisor on the hiring list, so we have one that's set to go, and we hope to add another one in there real soon, once we get the approved budget. And I think that we'll have a much more balanced unit over there, and it will help to have the workload shared. And there's increasing responsibilities within the facility with realignment and bringing on the camp program, and seeing our utilization rate really increase with the other counties. There's a lot more going on, so we certainly, I think, could stand to use that supervisor in there, and I think it will help. We're going to balance some other things too as well, but really, I don't think we need to really get into the nitty gritty with that. But a big part of it is really getting that assistant position filled. A lot of responsibilities that fall to the assistant historically are, potential liabilities for the county if we don't address them and take care of them. As a lot of the information that's already been presented, I think was relevant to us as well. I'm not trying to ride on their coattails or steal what they had to say, but we have to do internal affairs investigations, a lot of the recruitment and stuff that the assistant chief would typically handle. I've been able to do some of that, but we also had the ability to bring back a division manager that could assist with some of the internal affairs investigations that were pending. We no longer have that. We had some emergency relief staff that could handle some of those things. But there's so many things that we have to take care of that we can't neglect. It's essential that we really backfill that position so we don't put ourselves in hot water. We stay on top of policies and things like that. So, it's critical that we bring forward the reorg that we're proposing. So you want to go ahead and move on? So this is where we are at with our adopted budget. One thing that there aren't any major increases. We do have a slight increase in cost to the county, and I think that I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. It has to do with the implementation of AB 1869, which eliminated probation service fees. guess I can talk about that now. Unfortunately, we actually have in the last 10 years paid a lot of attention to collecting what fees we can to help offset costs. And especially over the last 5 years, we've improved our collections, specifically with electronic monitoring and work release. Those are the two biggest collections that we get. The law really wiped out most of probation service fees. And the overwhelming majority of probation service fees remain uncollected anyways. Some of it is sort of a fiction that, they are imposed by the court, but it's based on the ability to pay. They can get fee waivers. So, even if they are imposed, ultimately, the probation service fee where they would be the last monies collected in that process. If there was any restitution owed, that money would go to restitution first, then it would go to fines, and probation service fees would be the last. So the restitution and fines would have to be satisfied before we ever saw any of the service fees in many regards. But we still had a very good collections with our electronic monitoring and our adult work release, which helped to support those programs as alternatives to detention.
Wait,
So,
Chief, can you explain that again? So wait, are the fees gone or are they?
as of July 1, the fees are gone. Any past due fees, uncollected amounts are also wiped clean.
Okay, and there aren't any that are remaining?
No.
Okay.
Not that we can collect. They all went to zero, all the account balances. And there were actually 3 different bills that AB 1869 was the last one. But there were 2 prior ones that focused on juvenile collections, and all 3 of the bills have been passed by the legislature and wiped out any of our past fees and the ability to impose
Okay, and that's accounted for here. It's not gonna be a huge jump. It's.
No, yeah, so I mean, there's some positives, potentially that, I'll touch on in just a second with that, things that we're gonna track as ongoing, issues and concerns. But right now, we did represent this in our budget as a $150,000 reduction in revenue, based on, what my business manager has seen, and she's a pretty good business manager, so I trust her opinion. If that's, some of it is, the fees come in and all together, so it's hard to kind of break down where they're coming from. One of the positives is that we're involved in a pretrial grant program. That program's gonna continue. So the electronic monitoring costs associated with pretrial will be covered by that grant. So that'll be a benefit. It may mean that we don't see that great of a reduction. Some of the other areas where we have pretty decent collections still are in our drug testing costs. We can still collect those. And with our 1203.9 petition dismissals, those fees still exist. So I will say that there is pending legislation to target whatever's left. Hopefully, those bills don't go forward, but based on what's happened thus far, I expect that they probably will pass. But we'll deal with that when that happens. So moving forward, I think that our cost to the county is not great, considering we are always economizing. We're always trying to find ways to do our job in a fiscally responsible manner. We're always seeking out grants, and some of our state revenues are coming in stronger than we initially expected. So I think overall the outlook isn't horrible. If we want to talk about our recent accomplishments, really, as I mentioned many times before to the board, that this year has sort of been an unprecedented year for probation in terms of the number of releases from state prison that we've had with very little notice. We've seen a 50% increase. Typically, we would really want to have an additional staff person on staff to be prepared and take on that task. But with COVID, this all happened so fast. What we're also seeing is that the offenders are being released without having had any services provided in state prison. What they're getting are their credits for Prop 57 credits for having participated in schooling or rehabilitative programming, because those programming opportunities are not happening under COVID. So, and we're also seeing a 180-day early release for emergency reasons, and it's amounted to a significant increase in our workload. And also, the management of COVID and the staffing concerns at the jail have really been a challenge for our staff as well, to manage these offenders, the people that aren't being kept in jail, that we typically would be working with and being able to manage with the use of flash incarceration or other means to get them back into programming and maintaining compliance. It's been a challenge, but again, I have to applaud our staff because they've really done a wonderful job, both adult and juvenile. And the willingness that the staff has had to work across units and barriers that normally exist has just been phenomenal. We've had so many challenges with COVID in terms of managing the youth in the facility, and to abide by all of the mandates and the quarantines and the isolation and all of that. It just has been a real challenge staffing wise, and the deputy probation officers from juvenile unit and adult unit have really stepped up to fill those gaps as needed. And the juvenile correctional officers have done a phenomenal job. That being said, they've also been mandated to work shifts, and there's been a great increase in overtime. I fear that we are burning staff out. We haven't been able to honor vacations and allow for time off to the extent that we'd like to, and we're working them a lot more than they really would like to be. So, I think the fact that we've gone through this and we never had any incident of COVID within our juvenile facility is pretty phenomenal, and I owe that to the willingness of staff to take on those protocols and mandates that we've initiated, and to take it seriously and to do the job. And in many respects, they're doing also the work that we have volunteers do, and they're doing programming in the facility that we would normally rely on behavioral health specialists to do. And so it's been great that we've been able to continue doing programming and been able to rely on staff to get those things done. I can't say enough great things about the staff that we have and all that we've done. Of course, another huge accomplishment for the department, I think for the county, is finally we're seeing the juvenile facility provide the kind of revenue that the county expected it to provide, with our county partners coming forward, renegotiating their contracts, and also utilizing the facility to a large extent. And so that's been huge. And I know that I hear positive feedback from the other chiefs, and I think we have fully committed county partners that we've become the facility they use, and it is a regional facility. So I'm very proud of that fact, that we've been able to get the cooperation and support of those surrounding county partners. We've also implemented our Steps to Success program. I'll let Annie talk a little bit more about that. Other things that we've accomplished, we this last year we implemented our social media presence. We have a Facebook and Instagram account, and I'm very pleased. We don't have dedicated staff to do that. We rely on a few different people piecemealing it together, but they still do a great job, and I appreciate the posts. And that's a challenge to get done. I mean, I come up with some ideas on why don't we do this or why don't we do that, and they're like, well, why don't you do it yourself? But I'm a little challenged with social media, so I'm grateful that we have people that are willing to piecemeal it together, and I think they're doing a great job. And I appreciate seeing the different posts that get pushed out by our staff. So, top concerns. You know, I can't ignore the fact that we are at a critical staffing level. We need to get those positions filled. We can't do it overnight. I'm a little concerned. Right now, the juvenile correctional officer position is one of our most often vacant positions, and it's also set on parity with the jail deputy position. And I know the county did approve hiring incentive pay for the jail deputy position. I'd ask that the county provide that same hiring incentive and retention pay to our juvenile correctional officers. We already lost 3 of our juvenile correctional officers to the jail. If there's additional incentive pay offered, those people's current staff or staff that we bring on can lateral over to the sheriff's department. And it will be a very big challenge for us to continuously recruit and train. The training is very comparable. They go through an exhaustive core, but with just a 1-week core, they can get all they need to become a jail deputy. So I can't, I think we'll continue to see staff, especially newer staff, jumping ship and taking jobs at the sheriff's department if there's incentive pay that isn't also offered to the juvenile correctional officers. Those positions were set on parity with each other for a purpose, and so we need to maintain that same thing. So that's one request I have from the board. I think we can do that, with an additional $14,500 is what it looks like it would cost to implement that program. So, we continue to deal with homelessness for people being released onto supervision. It become a bigger factor with the early COVID releases. We work with county partners. We've also applied for a federal grant. We haven't received word on whether or not we got that grant, but that grant would have allowed us to fund positions within the county for transitional and residential treatment for our homeless population. We continue to work with county partners on that issue, and again, our behavioral health clinician assigned to the adult unit was also very instrumental in helping assist our adult offenders that were homeless and in need of mental health services. So these remain concerns and critical areas that we'll pay attention to. We're also concerned about the increase in violent crime, specifically domestic violence and other violent crimes, and the inability to address that with jail terms, and also the AB 1950, the passive AB 1950 led to about a quarter of our probation offenders being reduced to only 2 years of supervision. We think that that was a bad piece of legislation, but it's here, we're dealing with it. It just means we have to be more expeditious and deal with people quicker. Oftentimes 2 years is not long enough to supervise somebody to help ensure that they're getting the rehabilitative programming they need or complying with all of the ordered programs that they have. So that's another challenge for us. And again, I just want to go back to the passage of AB 1869. There was $65 million set aside by the state for the next 3 years to go to augment the costs associated with those revenue losses. From what I understand, California State Association of Counties is working with the Department of Finance to come up with a formula for counties on how that money will be broken down. I would ask, and one concern I have is that that money is right now projected just to come to the county as general revenue. I think it, I'm not sure what that looks like, but it's supposed to be supporting programs that were affected by the loss of those probation service fees. So hopefully we can work with the auditor and county on making sure that those revenues come back to the right place. I mean, it's all county general fund revenue otherwise. So, we need to maintain our work release program and our electronic monitoring program services. And I think that those funds will go a long way to support that. So right now, we didn't build any of those revenue streams into our budget, but we'd like to be able to anticipate them. So I'll just bring that to your attention. And obviously, we're working on DJJ realignment, but I will turn it over to Annie Hockett to let her talk a little bit more about a lot of the juvenile stuff that's going on.
Find us one quick question. I think you gave an amount on the incentive hiring pay, but I didn't catch it.
Well, we would ask, I think for $14,500, I think we could support the 3 positions in an ongoing way. So based on the current monies that are allocated to the sheriff, I think that we can get by with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So I will try to be succinct and not be duplicative in any way of what maybe our chief already addressed. But again, Annie Hockett, Juvenile Division Manager with the Probation Department. And I was going to talk about specifically the juvenile detention facility. So I'll have Amy pull that up. As I was preparing today, I found myself looking back on prior presentations that we've given to this board. You've heard from us a lot and prior boards. I found myself looking at the data and our trends and couldn't help but kind of be put in that position of reflection of kind of where we started and where we're at today. And I find myself in that position a lot. Not exactly sure why, but I'm always kind of reminded that, this project didn't start back April 2017 when we received our first booking into that facility. I remember that day very well. This was really a vision that this county held for a number of years, and we have had many champions that have stood behind that vision, wanting to do better for our youth. And so just really thrilled to be here today to talk about some of the strengths that we see in our program, the areas of growth that we've seen, certainly some of the challenges that we continue to experience, and some of our hopes for the future. So I think our chief talked pretty much about this slide. He mentioned some of the conversions of positions. The one thing I will add is that part of the reorganization also involved converting our probation aide, or one of our probation aide positions, to that of a juvenile correctional officer. We're very excited about that because currently our aide positions, they provide a number of services in the facility, but they're limited in terms of their ability to provide direct supervision. So we really feel that, especially when we have the vacancy levels that we do, and those limitations that are put in place by that position. I think, overall, you'll notice that there hasn't been a change in overall positions, but we've modified along the way. And I think that's a reflection of us always looking, how can we do this most effectively? Where do we need to make adjustments? And so I think that's reflected through those, that 4-year period. I'm not sure I need to add anything here either. I'll talk a little bit, just maybe I'll dig in a little deeper to the vacancy challenge that we're having. I think I did the math, and in the last year, there's been 7 positions that has been directly impacted, or that was within the kind of the juvenile system that we really felt. We did experience one JCO that promoted to a DPO. Dan mentioned the 3 that left to the sheriff's office. We had an admin assistant leave, our clinician. And so, we're in a position where we are asking those questions. What can we do? How can we retain staff? And I've talked to every single one of those employees that have left, and I've asked, what could we have done, if anything? And of course, we hear some of the things you guys have been hearing over the number of days, pay, time off. But really what it boils down to, in my opinion, is it's the workload. Our staff are tired, they're working really hard, and that is just compounded when we experience the vacancies that we do. So I am so thankful for the staff that we do have. They're so committed. We are in the same position where we are saying, I'm so sorry, I need you to hang tight. I need you to come in and cover this shift. And they're doing it. And we're just so thankful. But I see it in their faces. I hear it in their voices. And they're tired. So we are having that conversation, I feel like, kind of weekly at our level. And we have some ideas of where we would like to go, but it's an ongoing conversation that we're having. You can scroll down, Amy. I don't probably want to dig into this too much. I think as we look at the graphics up there, we are projecting a 43% increase in revenue and an overall 11% increase in expenses compared to fiscal year 2021 adopted budget. I think the chief talked about some of the reasons for that. So we are seeing that increased utilization with our county partners. We're seeing some additional funding come through DJJ realignment, which I'll talk about. We've been successful in a couple of grant applications, as well as kind of anticipating our camp revenue. So I know Dan mentioned that very briefly, but just as a reminder, we've been operational with our camp program for over a year now. So we are anticipating that first allocation coming, I think, or knowing what that allocation might be sometime next month. So we're hoping that it's good, but that will be a new revenue source that we've never had before. So we're excited about that. Our camp program has become something that other counties are seeking, so we do offer it obviously locally to our youth, but our other county partners are now taking advantage of that. We're currently full. We have a waiting list for our camp program, so it's a good position to be in. And I don't know if I need to say much about this. I think the graph and the image speaks to itself. Again, we have just seen quite a bit of an increase in that overall revenue. Again, it's a result of kind of all those things I just mentioned, coupled with the fact that our county partners are very satisfied in the services that we're providing. We're seeing longer commitments from some of the youth of those counties. And so we're just, couldn't be more thrilled to see that. I think the chief did mention COVID, but I do have to reiterate that a little bit. Super excited, proud, you name it, that we have gone kind of through this pandemic without having a single youth become ill. So I'll knock on some wood. I hope we continue that trend, but we're very, very ecstatic about that. The other thing I'll add just briefly that's not reflected on there, but I think it's important to point out, we've continued to not have to experience putting any youth in any sort of group home placement or STRTP placement. And that's a big deal. Those placements are very expensive. We've been able to provide those services locally. We have a great partnership with our HSA group. They recognize the cost savings that we are able to provide by partnering with them, getting some very specialized services locally, specifically treatment services for juveniles with sexual offense adjudication. So I have a feeling that our partners will talk about that when they present to you, because it's a huge budget risk area. So we're very excited about that savings.
I do have a quick question about this. With the revenue growth, and first off, thank you for all the work in that as well. Because it's very clear this is a great facility and it's staffed by great people. I had seen on the campaign the results of the programming that was offered there and the impact it had on kids' lives. The big issue, of course, was paying for this as a very large center for a relatively tiny county population-wise, regionally sized, that we're now seeing our regional partners stepping up. So thank you for getting those contracts. I know you've been in and you've kept us up to date whenever we've got a new one. That is a huge help, and I'm really happy to see that. Do we expect that to continue into the next year at kind of the same pace? And I guess, I know you sell bed space, I believe, right, on an ongoing basis. How much more bed space do we have to sell?
Well, I think, to answer your first question, we have no reason to believe that that trend will not continue to go up. Because overall, we have seen a reduction in numbers. We've attributed that partially to COVID because that's consistent across the state. But despite receiving overall less youth, those numbers are continuing to trend up again because of those longer commitments. I think I was in a position a week ago where we were at capacity. So we're staffed to 16. And I had a county partner on the phone and I said, I'm not sure if I can help you in this situation. Their guaranteed beds were full. So to answer your question, or maybe skirt it a little bit, I think that we're going to continue to be sought after. What we need to do is, can we continue to kind of grow with the staffing we have? I don't think we can. Again, being in that position just a week ago where we were at our max and just kind of hoping that we didn't have a kid come in, what are we going to do? I don't have staff to pull in to get those ratios up.
If you have any type of projection on that, say if it was another increase of $300,000 over the next year or 2 years or however many, and what that would require in a couple circumstances, that would just be, I think, really helpful to know in thinking about that, because certainly that seems like an area that with some investment in staffing, we could potentially get a lot more back in revenue recouping. So
yeah,
thank you.
we'd be happy to do some of that exploration.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to add that I think if we were fully staffed, if we had, all of our vacancies full, it would be a lot easier to manage and to increase the level of the youth that we're taking on. We certainly are always looking at how can we do this right now, having a waiting list for our juvenile camp program. Our camp program really is kind of like double dipping because we get funding from the state for those beds, and then we also, potentially can charge our county partners for the rate as well. But it's because it's for higher level youth. It's for youth that really, are committed for a longer period of time. But we're capped at 5. I mean, so we're looking at maybe potentially increasing that camp if it really continues to be that highly sought after. We think it probably will be because, in a lot of respects, the camp commitments are an alternative to DJJ secured track commitments, which are very expensive for counties, and and that's what we're hearing from our county partners. There's ways that we can increase revenue, but we're finally kind of at the point where we're pushing up with our capacity as one of the factors we're having to deal with. In addition to the vacancies, we also have staff out with injuries and staff that are pregnant, or we have all those various issues that are make it a challenge to run the facility. But I think it certainly would be easier for us if we had all of our positions full. And we're always also looking for relief staff, and we're also initiating a partnership with Columbia College internship program. Once again, I'm talking on Annie's behalf here, so I'll let her take it back.
Oh, that's okay. So yes, I mean, I think those are questions that we're, wrangling with. I think we're also trying to predict with DJJ, realignment, what is the need going to be locally, elsewise, or, with our regional partners. So it's a discussion that we're going to continue to have to come back to.
I realize it's highly speculative, but even just a few potentials would be good to know. And one follow-up on that too is another discussion was on the other side, the other ones that were built. I think El Dorado was the one that always came up of the cost per day for that facility. Are we still pretty worried about it? Let's say, I don't want to pick on El Dorado, but what's a better word than subpar? Not as good.
Well, one thing I can
service,
say
but
is that with DJJ realignment, it's certainly put a demand on beds, youth beds. And El Dorado County is actually pursuing a secure track commitment program, meaning they're going to be designating part of their space for former DJJ realigned type youth. So I think that's good for us, and I think in part it was aided by the fact that Amador County, Calaveras County were going there regularly, and they've really committed to us. And so I think that they've kind of decided, well, we need to take this empty space we now have and designate it for other things. And so they've gone in that direction, which I think is good for us. So, yeah, I mean, I don't see El Dorado as a competitor for us now. And I don't hear any sort of, well, I can get a cheaper rate elsewhere. I think, all I'm hearing is, I don't know if I can afford to contract for another bed, but I kind of need it, or, it's like, so I just hear very positive feedback from the other chiefs in terms of the services they provide, so.
Excellent customer service, thank you.
I have one
Okay.
quick follow-up on the camp program. You said you had 8 now, is that correct?
We have 5 total beds dedicated for our
Okay, you
camp
have 5.
program.
What, if staffing allowed, what capacity, I'm not sure how you've got that structured, what could you go to if you had?
Well, I don't know if there's necessarily a limit. I think we have to consider that besides camp, we still are in a position where we have to be able to accept just detention, beds, kids that are maybe waiting for that court process to go through, as well as kids that have been committed to a commitment that's not camp. So I can tell you, again, just within the last couple weeks, we were in a position where, because our population was what it was, we were kind of running out of the ability to kind of have an empty room. We do have some rooms that are double occupancy. We try to avoid that for obvious reasons. And we have continued to see that trend of youth with sexual offenses come our way and need that treatment. So that's another kind of complication when we think about how can we kind of move the population and keep everybody safe and secure. So I know I didn't answer that question, but I think we have some ability to look at that. I think we were in the position of, let's wait and see that we're going to have this program be utilized. I think we have that answer now. So I know that we've talked about, do we need to look at potentially increasing that bed capacity, but what would that do kind of for some of the other needs that we're serving?
Okay.
Once we dedicate that space to the camp program, we can't use it for other purposes.
Right,
So we
yeah.
want to make sure that there's a need and that we can keep that bed full if we're gonna go in that direction, and then that we still have enough beds available to serve, the other populations. So it's a challenge, but we're working it out. I think there's a possibility.
Okay.
We're certainly looking at.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if you want to scroll down. So let's see, what have we not covered? Dan talked about this a little bit, just kind of that overall increase in kind of the level of offense types that we're seeing. We are continuing to see that kind of tick upwards. And what results in that sometimes is us kind of caring for kids that have some pretty extreme behaviors. So we are seeing kids that are highly combative, there's just more kind of aggression that we're seeing in some of the youth that we're serving. And so it's something that, we have to adapt to because it is something that's a little bit newer to our facility. So that includes just, supporting staff, making sure that they're getting the training they need, doing a lot of de-escalation, and really continuing to focus on providing those kids with those mental health services, because at the root of a lot of those behaviors is that untreated mental health component that we continue to see. In terms of realignment, I'm not really sure how much to get into with that other than to say that it's here. As of July 1, DJJ is no longer accepting commitments, so new kids committed to the facility except in some really specific circumstances. So we as a county are starting to talk about what is our local plan going to be, how are we going to address that need. I think I've told this board before, we have served kids that could have gone that direction locally. So I know it's within our ability to do so. But with some of the changes with realignment, there's a change in the age of jurisdiction. So kids could potentially be in custody locally up till like 25, which is really strange to consider when you think of maybe having a 14-year-old in that same setting. We're a 1-unit facility. So we have gone, I think, intentionally very slow as we start to think about what is that plan going to be, and how can we meet those needs, meet our partners' needs as well. And so we got some work to do. You're going to hear more from us as we move through that project in the upcoming months, I think. Did you want to add anything on that?
Well, actually, I think I'm coming back next week to to have our Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council bylaws adopted by the board. There's been a great deal of litigation and attention from advocacy groups about this process, and you know, in an effort to avoid any of that, we want to make sure that we're abiding by the requirements of the law and we're doing everything right. So, you know, we want to follow the law to the letter of the law, and so that's why we're having our bylaws adopted, and then we're going to form a subcommittee based on that. And I'll talk more about that, and I think next week I'm coming back to talk about that. So, but it will mean that we're going to get an additional $250,000 to basically address this issue. Now, the concern, go ahead.
I hate to be the one to cut this short, but we do have to be cognizant of the time, and we've got 3 other.
We'll talk more about that
departments
next week then.
go,
All right,
so
thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I think with that, that is the next slide. I think we've talked about just about everything, or at least touched on it. So I'll go ahead and end there.
So the only thing I think that we really wanted to address and make clear is that we are looking into all of these issues, and we have a number of goals that are set out. And again, I don't want to go too much into DJJ realignment. I'll be back before the board to talk about that specifically, but it is something that we're tracking and we need to be paying attention to, and we expect to receive that revenue and use some of it, but also set some of it aside into a trust account. We're always looking to pursue opportunities for grants. We received over $200,000 in grant funds this year, or been awarded. We'll be utilizing those funds, you know, in the manner they're required to be used on. I think, you know, Undersheriff talked very astutely about that. It's a challenge when you take the grant money. You have to, you know, track the stats and make sure you're doing everything that's required, and it's a great deal of time and energy and effort that goes into that. You know, it takes a lot of resources to apply for grants, and then, you know, to manage them is a whole nother thing. But we certainly do go after grants when they're available. We have, you know, $200,000 that we'll be putting forward for various uses specific to those grants. Some of them have to do with COVID. That'll provide, you know, funding for certain things that will be a benefit to the facility and to, you know, the adult services as well. We also have a DJJ grant that we'll be utilizing to deal with some issues with the juvenile facility, improve some of our security features and some issues that have arisen that on things that have fallen out of warranty. So we're very grateful to have taken advantage of those opportunities and utilize state funds to fix those issues. And the one thing I want to say is that we are focusing on staff wellness. You know, there was Supervisor Kirk, you know, made some very good suggestions. I mean, we are always trying to listen to staff, but all of my management staff are involved in the county's recruitment retention committees, as am I, and you know, we do participate with the Sheriff's Department in our peer support program, and we're always looking for ways to, you know, reach out to staff and let them know they're appreciated. We did have a very successful probation services week where we every day during probation services week we acknowledged staff. We had you know, events every day, and you know, it ended with a barbecue at lunch on Friday and a game of Jeopardy amongst various groups, and it was a lot of fun, and we had a lot of good positive feedback from staff on that. Unfortunately, with COVID hitting, you know, it's how much of that we'll be able to continue to do. We'll have to wait and see. But you know, we're looking forward to you know, focusing on staff wellness, getting back together as groups and meeting and you know, helping each other out and getting through these difficult periods. But that's where we're at. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions for probation?
Just a couple last comments. Kudos to you on the having no COVID cases. Really appreciate your staff efforts there. That could really, you know, have gone sideways easily. And I'm I'm excited to hear about your Columbia College internship and learning more about that, and if you have some success with that for getting some recruitment.
Yeah, I kind of skipped that just for the sake of time, but when we have maybe something more kind of in place, we could be happy to come back and give you an update.
Yeah, and just so it's clear, this isn't the end all be all. I mean, I'm sure Dan is open to phone calls or visits, and I think usually you guys like it when we swing by, so. Although, yeah.
Anytime. Well, hopefully, I mean,
Yeah.
if I'm there.
I'll give you a call ahead of time.
Yeah. We'll work it out, for
Yeah,
sure.
okay. Any other public comment? Any other questions, comments? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's take a, let's take a 10-minute break. Be back at 3:55, so that's a 9-minute break, 3:55. Okay, welcome back to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. It's August 4th, and we're doing a budget study session for 21-22, and we're here with our county's district attorney. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Supervisors.
Thank you, Chairman Campbell. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Cassandra Jenneke, your district attorney. So today I'm here to discuss with you my office, my incredible staff, our various cost centers that are associated with my office, and really talk to you about what our long-range goals, needs, and obstacles are. But I want to preface this conversation by emphasizing that I wouldn't be here without every single member of my staff. They're an incredible group of people that I'm going to talk to you about today. I also wouldn't be here without the remarkable public safety partners that you've heard from today. You're going to hear from my absolute counterpart after me today, Scott Gross from the Public Defender's Office. Without each and every one of these agencies, we could not coexist in a way that attempts to keep Tuolumne County safe. And so I'm very grateful to them, and I'm remarkably grateful to my staff. So on the board, you see what our mission statement is and the non-exclusive list of our work. You've seen this before. We gave you this very information during the Get to Know You presentations in January. But it's important for us to note that our mission at the District Attorney's Office is to seek justice. Justice looks different in every single case, but our primary focus is also to protect the rights of victims and to prevent crime through the vigorous and equitable application of the law. Truth and justice are our guiding principles. And so our mandates are many, but our primary focus obviously is prosecuting crimes that happen in Tuolumne County. What does that look like though? So for us, that requires that we review about 4,000 cases a year for filing purposes. We serve over 40 local, state, and occasionally federal law enforcement agencies that submit reports to be evaluated for the filing of crimes that occur in Tuolumne County or with a nexus to Tuolumne County. Of those 4,000, we prosecute approximately 3,000. There was a lot of conversation during the appointment process for my position about what cases we file and how we file them. I'll talk a little bit about some changes that we've made in our office, about that a little bit later. We are also the last county in the state of California to represent foster youth while they are making their way through the dependency system. That is an incredibly draining task that our office provides, but I cannot begin to describe for you how incredible it is to represent those youth as they walk that journey with their families. I couldn't imagine a scenario of giving up that representation, having done that for 4 years myself. It's remarkably important that we continue to provide that service. And the list goes on. We attend parole hearings with our victims who have suffered some sort of crime against them or against a loved one that resulted in an individual being committed to the Department of Corrections for life. We serve victims and survivors of crime by offering them services, support, and advocacy. We, with the assistance of this board, have really beefed up our investigative bureau, and we now have 2 full-time investigators working for us, and we're working on hiring a 3rd. They assist us in investigating public violations, officer-involved shootings by running concurrent investigations for ethics purposes and to make sure that everything is being handled appropriately. Child concealment cases, abductions, welfare fraud, insurance fraud. Those are just some of the investigative obligations that my office has. And I wanted to touch on something that Lieutenant Vasquez mentioned earlier because I think it's a remarkably important function that my office provides. We lead a multitude of multidisciplinary teams that are focused on crime prevention and crime investigation in Tuolumne County. 2 of those teams include the Kids Interview Team, or KIT. That's our multidisciplinary forensic child abuse investigations team. And we also lead SART, which is our sexual assault response team. There was some conversation about SART, and earlier Supervisor Half, you had some questions that take us way back to the beginning of SART and its inception in Tuolumne County. And just touching on that, SART has suffered significantly with the loss of TGH. It left us kind of afloat with trying to find stable providers for forensic medical examinations. The scenario that Lieutenant Vasquez described for you today is horrific, and it's true. I had a victim who suffered an absolutely heinous sexual assault, and she waited in Tuolumne County for 6 hours before she could be transported to Modesto, which took 2 hours, and then waited at Modesto for another 7 hours before she could receive an examination. Thankfully, that was 2 years ago, 3 years ago. We at our office have made remarkable strides, frankly, with the help of our community, to recruit and retain sexual assault nurses. The individuals who own the shop Addictions downtown have been instrumental in finding us nurses, getting those folks on board, convincing them of our needs. And I will admit to you that sometimes dealing with our sexual assault team can be very downtrodden in a way, because it is a fight that we fight day to day. I am so incredibly grateful for the assistance that we're receiving from the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office. Lieutenant Vasquez has been instrumental in us making changes at the investigative level, shifting where those exams are paid for, and a variety of different things. And as a team, we are really growing. Many of our team members are attending a sexual assault response team summit in September, and we've been working with representatives from the state to really figure out what the best practice is so that we can institute that here in Tuolumne County. And that is just one of the teams that your Tuolumne County District Attorney's Office and our Victim Witness Program lead. So that's a remarkable service that we provide to Tuolumne County. Again, 100% not mandated by anything, but absolutely the right thing to do and something that we have historically done and will continue to do. As I mentioned, your DA's office is staffed with a remarkable number of people. So much like probation, there's kind of an artificial differentiation in our cost centers between what you're seeing on the screen. So we actually have 4 cost centers that exist out of the Tuolumne County District Attorney's Office. We have the DA's office budget, and then we have 3 separate grant programs that exist for our Victim Witness Program. So here what you're seeing is the allocated positions for the District Attorney's Office. So that would include all of our attorneys, our support staff, and our investigative staff. But when we switch over to the other cost centers, what you'll see is that that is where our Victim Witness Coordinator is housed, and that is where our Victim Witness Advocates are housed. That program is 100% not general fund funded. It is funded by Prop 172 funds, grant funding, state penalty assessments, AB 109 funded, and so that entire program, while it is housed in the general fund, does not take any general fund funds. As I mentioned, 23 incredible staff members. Maybe I shouldn't have put all of their names on our list. But I'll be quite frank with you that I will brag up and down about them every single day. We have a remarkable staff, many of whom have been with the county for 10 plus years. These are individuals who have interacted with our witnesses, our survivors of crime for decades. And as I mentioned, I couldn't do what I do without them. We are currently allocated to have 6 deputy district attorney positions. We are currently experiencing a singular vacancy at that position. We have interviews in 2 weeks for that position. I will inform the board that with efforts with the Human Resources Department, we actually received quadruple the number of applications that we normally receive for that position. So that's really, really exciting. We're also changing a little bit how we're doing our interview process. So we're all really excited to get that position filled and to see where we can go from there. We have 2 investigators currently, but we'll have 3. 7 support staff members, which includes my incredible business manager, Patrick Spink. He's brand new to the county, so if you see him, say hi. And then, of course, my remarkable victim witness coordinator and program manager, Ginger Martin, who manages a staff of 6, which includes support staff members and victim witness advocates. The 2 funnest people, though, that work in our office are obviously Ann and Stewart, who are our court support animals. They're not here today because they're working. So a little bit about some of our budget. So you may ask yourselves, and the public may ask themselves, what do these services cost the county? And I think that that's an incredibly complicated but fair question. So you'll see here that our cost to the county is about $2.8 million. I'm rounding up. And our revenue stream is about $950,000. Here's what I'll say about revenue in the district attorney's office. I will be quite frank with this board that our office is not revenue generating, and it shouldn't be. Generating revenues off of criminal justice prosecutions, in my humble opinion, creates a weird ethics issue where if we're getting paid to do something, there's this backhanded encouragement to do more of it. And if that backhanded encouragement encourages us to do things not ethically, we shouldn't be doing those things. So when we talk about revenue generation in other departments, I will say to you that fee-for-service and cost recovery are not models that apply to my office, and that's simply a reality. So what that leaves us with is billing for things that the penal code allows us to bill for, like prison billing. So if we prosecute crimes out of the Sierra Conservation Center, my office is reimbursed for those. We represent foster youth in dependency cases, so the court through the state reimburses us through that representation. And we also receive state and federal revenues, some state proposition money. Prop 172 is a big fund for us. And then, of course, some random billing that goes through the DMV and CHP for those types of related cases. But we are primarily general fund funded. You all did not hear from me during the American Rescue Plan conversations, and that was purposeful. I agree with this board's stated purpose that we shouldn't be using one-time expenditures, or we shouldn't be using one-time money for ongoing operational costs. And what I will tell you is that our needs are operational and they are long-term, which is why I didn't come before you asking for those funds. I also recognize that there is an incredible amount of need across the county that money can be used towards. And that's why you didn't hear from me. So when we look at what our achievements are, because your DA's office does a lot, we were significantly impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. I mean, it brought our criminal justice system to a halt statewide. What I will say is that we are incredibly grateful to our Tuolumne County Superior Court and our judges for really pushing forward and trying to implement restarting our criminal justice process as soon as possible. We didn't perform jury trials in Tuolumne County for about 4 months. Now we are experiencing an incredibly significant backlog of cases. And that's just a reality of not being able to get cases out for a long period of time, not being able to get cases moving down the line because we're not completing contested hearings. So we're experiencing that backlog now. We also had to create a shifted and ever-shifting work-from-home model for our employees. That made things a little bit difficult. Remote appearances that were made easy in other counties, perhaps by access to broadband internet, were not as easily available to all of us. And so your deputy district attorneys, myself, Eric Kovater, my assistant, we were all in court the entire pandemic. That didn't stop. Same thing for our public defenders, same thing for your conflict counsel. That did not stop. So what we experienced was a lot of expedited releases that increased our requirements to talk to victims about what that meant and what that looked like. Lots of things that were unanticipated. But despite that pandemic, we completed 42 jury trials, jury or court trials, including really serious, really violent cases that included child molest, residential burglaries, criminal threats, things of that nature. And we had 28 of those cases return guilty or true if they were juvenile delinquency cases findings. We successfully opposed 5 lifer inmates, their release back to society. And that was a really interesting process because those had to happen remotely. So I completed a lifer hearing with a victim that I have met 3 times in person since I started here in Tuolumne County at various different prisons across California. She had to do her hearing from Washington and I did mine from my office. So it was a new world for us, to be sure. Serious and violent crime, I know you heard this from the sheriff's office, you heard this from our probation department, but serious and violent crime in Tuolumne County is up. You see here on the screen that I've provided you a 2010-2020 capture of just basic crime categories. And I did this myself a couple of weeks ago because I was really having perhaps a Ms. Hockett moment and I was sitting back and reflecting because your attorneys, your support staff, and your victim witness advocates at the DA's office are tired. We have been burned out for a long time, but the severity and increase in types of crimes occurring is hard. It's really hard. So you'll see here, I mean, the first one is eye-opening, I would offer. 2010, 1 homicide. When I applied here, Laura Krieg told me, oh, we get 1 homicide here every 18 months. It's complete, we're so safe. And last year we had 6. Like, very basic number, but that is an incredible increase. And when we talk about the severity of crimes, those homicides are not just run-of-the-mill homicides, right? We had a shooting at our high school. We had 2 juveniles commit an atrocious homicide up on Big Hill. I mean, just awful crimes. And that's not the only category that's experienced that. I mean, you look at the top, you look at the bottom, and sexual assault has increased. Sexual assault and child molest has increased by 300%. Those are just the numbers that I have for you. And those are the realities that your staff at the district attorney's office is suffering through. Averaged out over the number of cases that we filed last year, because we've averaged about 6 attorneys for the last 2 years, despite that includes myself or includes the person who held my position prior to me. That averages out to about 500 cases a person that are filed. That doesn't even include the cases that we don't file, right? Because we still have to review those. And so the caseload is extreme. And I bring that to you not to complain. I'm not complaining. Because as I mentioned, I have a remarkable staff who will put in 60, 80-hour weeks. If you drive by my office, there is a very good chance that one of my attorneys is there over the weekend. There's a good chance that I'm there over the weekend. Because we love what we do and we care about Tuolumne County and we want to do all that we can to make sure that we are protecting the citizens of Tuolumne County. But 500 cases is too many a person, and it's a simple reality. When you look at the American Bar Association recommendations for prosecutors, there's a very specific subsection that applies to us. It's standard 318. And it talks about how a prosecutor should not carry a workload that is excessive in size or in complexity because it will interfere with providing quality representation for the people. It endangers the interests of justice and fairness, accuracy, and the timely disposition of charges. I have always firmly believed that if you wanted to change the criminal justice system, the person to be was a prosecutor. Because ultimately it is our job to assess whether or not we can prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt, and the power to dismiss a case lies with us. And that number of cases makes it very difficult for any person of any years of experience to be able to critically assess every single case in the way that it deserves. And that's just a reality. Do my attorneys do it? Absolutely. Do I still do it? Absolutely. I'm currently carrying a jury trial caseload myself of about 15 cases. And all of them, with the exception of perhaps 3 or 4, are all to life, really serious cases. And I'm doing all of that while being here and being an administrator. And this is not singular to me. This is an expectation that was passed to me by my predecessor because that's what we've had to do. And that's what we will continue to do. But one of the things I'm going to be asking you all today is to help us not have to do that anymore. When we look at our population data and our case submission data, population across Tuolumne County, 2000, 2010, 2020, looking at the census, all of that has remained pretty much the same. There's like 1,000 person difference, 1,500 person difference. But cases have increased significantly. We've had a 12% increase in case referrals and at least a 6% increase in cases filed. And as I mentioned earlier, when we were here for the appointment process, there was a lot of conversation about, well, the DA's office isn't filing good cases. Well, the DA's office isn't, they're filing to a probable cause standard rather than a proof beyond a reasonable doubt standard. I want you to know that I took that criticism to heart, and we went back and we looked at our filing, and we looked critically at what we were doing, and we have started pushing back on law enforcement. We push those cases back on them and say, you know what, I know that this seems really bad, but here are the things that need to be fixed before I can file it. And I'll be honest with you that it's all a down trickle effect, right? The sheriff's office doesn't have enough people to properly investigate crimes. They come to us because they were able to arrest somebody based off a probable cause standard, but there isn't sufficient evidence at that time for me to file proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So I have to release somebody who's perhaps committed a really serious domestic violence against their partner. I have to release somebody who's been accused of a sexual assault. And that's because when you look at public safety, we all operate in a symbiotic relationship. I can't do what I do without the sheriff's department. Scott isn't getting cases unless I'm filing them. Probation isn't getting clients unless we're able to come to an agreement and dispo cases out. We are all symbiotically linked. And so when you hear about issues amongst all departments, I would submit to you that it is fair for you to assume that a lot of those problems or iterations of those problems exist across all of public safety. None of us are immune to the retention issues. None of us are immune to the recruitment issues. And that's just a reality. Now, what are some of the things that we are trying to do to address these top departmental concerns? Please ignore that picture. Come on, it's fine. So as I've mentioned, right, when I was talking to you during the appointment process, it was about employee secondary trauma. What we do is hard. It is so hard. Like, our job is functionally difficult, and then each one of us takes on those cases. I mentioned that sexual assault earlier. I run into that victim in town once every 3 months, without fail. That jury trial took me 5 weeks, and we lost. That case haunts me. And that victim and the denial of her justice haunts me. And I say that to you on a personal level because I know every single one of my people has a case like that. We all have that. And it's that secondary trauma, that burnout, and our inability to retain people because of workload and management style that has put us where we are today. So how do we fix it looking forward? I need more deputy DAs. I'm just going to be frank. I know we didn't want these presentations to be a woe is me. I know that we didn't want these presentations to be all about the ask. But the reality is that when we look at budget and we look at budget moving forward, I'm not asking for them today, because I think it's frankly disingenuous to say, hey, I would really love for you to give me 2 more deputy DA positions, even though I can't seem to keep all of my deputy DAs employed, because I think I need to show all of you a good faith effort at changing the culture in my office and protecting my employees to make sure that they're gonna want to stay. So I'm not asking for it now. I'm priming the pump, if you will. I want us to be looking forward, because as I discussed with Supervisor Haft during the appointment process, I'm a forward thinker, right? I'm a planner. I had my 30, 60, 90-day plan, and good Lord, it's 150 days in, and I'm still working on that 90-day plan, I promise you, but things get in the way. But this is a long-range goal. Are we going to apply for grant funding? Absolutely. We had a grant-funded position available. It was vacant for a year, and then we gave back the grant money. Hiring into grant positions is hard, and it's even harder when you contemplate a person coming in who has law school debt, which is real, $300,000 typically. For them to come to Tuolumne County, if they're not from here, put time and effort into a position that may not last very long, and expect them to want to come here and to stay. That's really hard. I'm gonna do my level best, but it's really hard. And so when we look at what our current budget has done for us, I cannot begin to thank you for the improvements that we've been able to make as a result of the recommended budget that you all put together. And by you all, I mean the royal you all, the Board of Supervisors, the CAO's office, who worked with me tirelessly as I trudged through a process that I didn't fully understand. And I want to thank them for working through me with that. We have now been able to go fully paperless. We are now utilizing an e-discovery platform that helps all of our, helps Public Defender's Office, helps our related partners, also help or force, Scott, I'm not sure, forces them to go paperless. And so that's a really exciting advancement in our ability to operate and to operate efficiently. And then, of course, I've mentioned our ability to hire our investigators. We're incredibly excited about that. We also have multiple applications for the welfare fraud investigator position, and we'll be having interviews for that soon as well. So that's what I have to talk to you about for the DA side. Before I get to the victim witness side, does anyone have any questions? Seeing none. Okay, great. So, as I mentioned, our victim witness program spans 3 different cost centers. So, our first cost center is the Victim Witness Prosecution Program. This is our most stable cost center, and it also represents a combination of revenue streams. So, we get the Victim Witness Grant, which is funded by VOCA, Victims of Crime Act funding, so federal funding from the from federal white-collar crime that trickles down into the states, and that states then allocate across various grant funding streams. It also comprises of AB 109 funding, which were given by our local community corrections partnership, state penalty assessment funds, and then Prop 172 money. The Prop 172 money comes to the DA's office, and then it splits out between our cost center and the Victim Witness Cost Center. So victim witness, as I mentioned, our most stable funding stream. This grant supports one of our court support dog teams, Team Ann and Christine. Ann will be featured a little bit later. So we have a senior office assistant position that's funded through here. Our supervisor is funded through here, and 3 of our advocates are funded here. Our grant years are, different than the county fiscal year. So oftentimes you'll see small deviations in our victim witness cost center simply because our grant years don't match up with the county fiscal year. So I won't get too much in the weeds about that, but in terms of statistics and achievement, the photograph here is a remarkable case. The lady featured on my left is one of my deputy district attorneys, Samantha Arnerich, and the victim you see there is Stephanie Mitchell and my advocate, Jan Fuller. Stephanie was in a remarkably abusive relationship that through prosecution we were able to get her out of, get her stable, and actually send that individual to prison for 5 years. Our victim witness advocates are incredible. They served 574 victims of crime last year in this cost center alone, and offered those victims almost or over 1,700 services. Services range from a referral to Center for Nonviolent Community and all the way up to housing, emergency housing, food cards, gas cards, getting them out of the situations if we can. So our departmental concerns are shared across because we are one department. The one thing of concern for us this last year, this is Anne, in case anybody was wondering, is that the Trump administration had stopped seeking criminal prosecution of white-collar crime at the federal level. What that did was it prevented a significant amount of funds from going into VOCA. So we were anticipating a possible 25% cut across all VOCA-funded grant funding until, thankfully, July of this year when the Biden administration passed the VOCA fix, which now allows us to capitalize on the civil versions of white-collar prosecution at the federal level and puts that money, instead of it going into the federal general fund, into the Victims of Crime Fund. That being said, across our cost centers that are grant funded through VOCA, VOCA funding is stable, but prioritization at the state level, I will be frank with you, does not prioritize rural county and rural county issues. One thing that we are seeing, and I'll slide over to that here, is our DA Victim Advocacy and Outreach Program. So this is our elder abuse focused grant fund. Right now, what you're seeing on the screen is one of the Facebook posts that we did to bring awareness to Elder Abuse Awareness Month during the month of June. Our advocate Jan served 283 victims of crime and provided over 4,500 services to our elder victims in Tuolumne County. We anticipated this grant going competitive and we anticipated applying for it. Unfortunately, they have taken this grant and not yet made it available in its current form, but appear to be shifting the unserved and underserved focus at the state level to more urban-based concern areas, specifically LGBTQ youth, which in my opinion is an incredibly important focus for the state to be looking at, but is not a focus that we, have tracked enough to have the numbers to justify a competitive grant. So that's not one that we're gonna be able to qualify for. So what that means is that in December of this year, we are going to lose Jan and we are gonna lose our elder abuse program. Now I am working with Ms. Espino to see if we can do something about that, because what Jan does is she also does an incredible amount of social work, goes out with adult protective services, meets these people where they're at in their homes, in their care homes, and tries to bring them up and lift them up. And so she provides an incredible service, and the unfortunate reality is that even if we lose Jan, those victims and the services that they need are going to be spread across my other advocates. And I can't begin to describe for you how specialized dealing with elder issues is, or how difficult that's going to be for my other staff. So looking at our last cost center, the Child Advocacy Grant, or KC. So KC, we received a 5-year grant in 2018 focused on child abuse. And what we did with that was we opened Sunshine Child Advocacy Center. It's out on Sunshine Road. I'm pretty sure all of you have been out there. If you haven't, please feel free to come by. We're very proud of the center. KC is also funded through VOCA, and it was a 5-year grant. It was non-competitive, and it remains non-competitive, but there is no guarantee that that funding is going to continue. Knowing that, we are in the process of trying to apply for national accreditation. What that does is it opens us up to a variety of federal funding streams. That is an incredibly daunting task. We are having to go through each one of our bylaws. We're having to create bylaws for Sunshine. We're having to create a bunch of operational agreements, MOUs with our various partners. It's a very daunting task. It's been spearheaded by my victim witness coordinator, Ginger Martin, and my KC advocate, Holly Brown, and myself. But it is daunting and it's a lot. The application process typically takes a year, and we're trying to get our application in by January. So we are working with our regional representatives and our state representatives to try and get that accreditation pushed through. The great thing about KC is that I think it's brought a lot of awareness at the state level to the need for child advocacy centers. So we've had several state and assembly bills passed recently regarding the structure and standards that should be associated with child advocacy centers. One way that I think this board could really help us is advocating at the state level for the state to create a child advocacy center funding stream. There's some push for that at the state level right now. I think with COVID, there's been we've had to, pivot, if you will, focus at the state level, but help with that would be greatly appreciated, not just for Sunshine, but for child advocacy centers across California. We've talked to you about Sunshine before, so I won't harp on it too much. But KC also helps us fund our second team, our second court support dog team, which is Stuart and myself. And that thankfully, there is a lot of support in the community for our court support dog program, so I don't doubt that program, even if we lose KC, will continue in its current iteration, but it is something that we are looking at and concerned about. Does anybody have any questions about our victim witness cost centers? There's Stuart.
Hey, no question, but if you could kind of put in writing what you talked about as far as advocacy. Some things came to mind, so if you could put that on paper and get it to me, I'd appreciate it.
I will absolutely do that. Thank you, Supervisor Kirk.
You beat me to it.
I'll get it to you, don't worry.
Do you know, regarding the same subject, if there have been any strides made with either RCRC or CSAC?
I don't know the answer to that question, but I can find out.
Well, I'll find out for you as far
Perfect.
as RCRC goes, and we have another representative here on the board for CSAC.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Okay, great. Thank you so much for your time today. I truly appreciate it.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure that, so that was.
Sorry, I thought you meant for this section.
Oh, no,
okay.
we are done with our sections. I have done all 4 because I'm cognizant of the time
All right.
today.
Well, I did have things I wanted to say, but I want to give everyone else.
She thought we were just going to let her walk
Yeah,
out of here
I
without
know.
saying anything nice, without complimenting her, without any questions.
I was trying, but I'm ready. I too have a fresh pad of paper. I'm ready.
Great. Okay. I only have a few. Thank you, because that was to mention. We talked a lot about this going through the appointment process as well, getting more familiar with a lot of it, visiting these centers, and I really appreciate the work that you and your staff do in keeping the county safe, because it is amazing to see not only the number but the severity and complexity of these cases, how much that's increased, and the caseload per attorney, which is absolutely massive. So in that, how is the 30-60 day plan going? Just wanted to check up with that. You mentioned culture change in the office, and And how has everything been?
I think it's good. You know, our leadership team is meeting on a regular basis to really discuss larger issues across our office, really focusing on flipping the pyramid and encouraging leadership at all levels. I had my staff go to the high performance training, and they came back really enthusiastic to encourage our team to identify areas that we can improve in. You know, this paperless process has been daunting for all of us, but I have been so incredibly impressed with my support staff because, as I tell them every day, they do 90% of my job, thankfully, and they do it and they make me look good. Because I couldn't do it without them. And so every time something comes up in that paperless process, they're right there with ideas, ways for us to switch the system and to change things up for the better. And so that kind of enthusiasm is really present in a lot of my employees right now. And so it's a really incredible shift. I had somebody tell me the other day that they're the happiest they've been in years. And that kind of made me want to cry a little bit because it made me really happy because the work is hard and it makes it harder if you can't enjoy who you're working with and enjoy what you're doing back at the office. So I think that we've seen a great culture shift. Like I said, sometimes you get lost in the minutia, in the day-to-day stuff. So some of the big stuff, you know, we're still working on, but we as an office are really striving towards those goals. And I think the great example is us completing that paperless process. Super hard, daunting every day, but we're doing it.
Well, if it would be helpful for the Sunshine House accreditation process, I think we brought it back up way long ago, but having a resolution from this board in support of that, something that then we can also take to these representatives at the state level. Please let me know.
Absolutely.
I think something I'd certainly be interested in working on. And beyond that, and this is to you, but also I think every other department as well, you're the experts. You really know what especially is happening at the policy levels, far above the local level. And I think sometimes we're trying to balance everything and it's difficult. Yet we also have representatives up here that are members on RCRC, CSAC, and NACO, and some resources there, whether it's asking for their policy reps to help give us some advice, or we can introduce a policy platform. Please let us know how we can be able to help and work with us on that. I know I always appreciate that direction. It helps me know how I can support you the best and get you what you need. So
Absolutely, we will do that.
With that, thank you so much.
Yeah, just a few comments. Thank you very much. A lot of information here, some areas that I wasn't too familiar with. Yeah, the going paperless, that's great. The efficiencies and a lot of different opens up doors. Glad to see that. I, as well as Supervisor Brandon, the 500 cases per attorney, that's huge. We need to look at that. The elder abuse program is near and dear to my heart, and I think you said it was going to drop off in December.
Yeah.
So let us know if there's anything we can do to support that. That's just such and we've got a very high population of elderly people in this county, and we need to look out for them.
Agreed.
And so the other thing is, the stats you showed, the 2010 versus 20, homicides are up, 6 times, elder abuse 3 times, child sex 8 times, sexual assaults 3 times. I know from previous discussions, we talked about the effects of COVID and people being cooped up and how those stats come up. And right now, we're getting a resurgence in a number of cases. We don't know what that's going to lead to. Just today, a report came out again. We got 40 more new cases today. Got 17 people in the hospital. So who knows? This thing's really kind of going sideways on us. And I certainly hope we don't get into situations, where we have any shutdowns or anything. But it's some of these numbers were driven by that, and I was hoping to see those numbers, look to come down. And so we'll just have to track it. And I know you guys are doing the best you can. So thank you very much.
I really appreciated this update. I hear you guys are working really hard, and I'm worried that you're working too hard with 500 cases between not too many people. I respect and especially appreciate that you're not coming to us until you can fill all your positions and change the culture where you feel very comfortable about it. That speaks miles for your character and what you're trying to do. So I just want you to know that whatever we can do to support you, and I'm hoping you're finding some ways to, I don't want to make it sound silly, but laugh or have some kind of, I know when I was in social work, we had some comic relief and sometimes it was pretty, an outsider would think it was very odd. So I'm hoping you have some kind of ways to relieve yourselves and lighten up in the process, like there's a light at the end of the tunnel for you, even though you're not asking for bodies yet. And any opportunities you see that bring money in from the outside, I'm sure the board is really anxious to hear about that would help you in that endeavor as well. So keep up the good work.
Thank you.
To all your staff.
I will let them know.
Thank
I hope most of them are watching.
Okay.
I'm going to give Supervisor Kirk a second to chime in if he would like.
Sure. No, thank you for
Okay.
the presentation. I know we're running short on time, but I'm listening to what you're saying. I know in my mind there's critical positions where, you call 911 and a sheriff shows up, but then there's the whole back end of it, which you're completely aware of, where when they show up and they make arrests and then they go through the process, if we don't have you guys there, it's kind of all for nothing. So I get it. I'm aware of it. I wish, there was some sort of formula to basically auto-correct this, where when you go over a certain amount of cases, it justifies bodies. I wish we just had something automatic in place to fix that. That's kind of where I'm at in my mind, maybe in the future. But thank you for what you do. I don't think we're here to solve your problem today. I think we're here to just listen to you. And I think you're doing a great job so far. And it sounds like you're making some strides inside the office for the culture. So thank you for doing that. And sounds like we'll be discussing this and some other law enforcement issues in the future. So thank you.
And just to your point, Supervisor Kirk, you're absolutely right. Unfortunately, the ABA does not put forth a number associated with prosecution caseload. It's more like a gut feeling. But what I would offer to you is that the recommendation for indigent public defender representation of clients is 150 felonies a year. So we're triple that, at least in my office. And I know the public defender's office here, because two sides, same coin. They've got the same workload that we do.
I'm aware of some organizations where once you hit a certain number of cases, they automatically justify positions. And if you fall below those caseloads, you lose positions. And I don't know your office, but it sounds like you're definitely above that threshold. So I just want you to know I'm aware of that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I agree with everything the other supervisors had said. And to hear you talk about your department, your understanding and control of the needs and deficiencies that you have. If you hadn't mentioned that you have only been on this particular job for what, 5 months or so?
5.
I would have thought you'd been doing this for 10 years. Because you absolutely come across like you really understand the problems. You're really hitting all of the areas that as a non-attorney and non-law enforcement person, the things that I think about when I think about the district attorney's duty to justice for all of our citizens. And I'm just really proud of you and really proud of the work that you're doing. And I also wanted, to kind of echo what Supervisor Half said about committing to filling positions before you ask for more. I mean, that's like music to our ears, because we want to support departments and we want to make sure you have the people we need. You need to do your job, and so that you know, it shows a lot of courage and a lot of responsibility, and really understanding the situation that the whole county is in with respect to everyone being overworked, and that we need to find ways to help resolve that. And it's a struggle, and we're going to have to work through it. But I really appreciate you. I think that you're doing a fantastic job, and I think you've got probably the best district attorney team of any county our size, and much, much larger, I think.
Completely agreed.
We just have the most committed team, and I see them out doing stuff all the time. I mean, really, you would think you have 100 people working under you by the reach that the district attorney's office has in Tuolumne County. But it really, I mean, we see here, that's everybody. That's the team.
This is the team.
So, so really keep it up, and I really appreciate the update, and as others have said, you know, Supervisors Brandon and we have resources to advocate for the needs of our law enforcement, including the district attorney's office. We can reach out to CSAC, RCRC, NACO, these different associations that the county belongs to, and often issues faced by law enforcement are high priorities in those organizations, and there are opportunities out there. If you tell us what you need us to fight for, we'll fight for it.
Thank you.
So
I appreciate it.
So use us as a resource as much as you can.
Shall do.
Yeah.
I'll be calling.
Please do.
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute break and reconvene at 4:50.
Do we have public comment on that?
Oh, I'm sorry, we did not have public comment? Is there any public comment? Okay, shake of the head. Thank you, you caught me. Okay, reconvene at 4:50. Okay, so welcome back to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. We are conducting a fiscal year 2021 budget study, and we've reached the Public Defender's Office, who's here to present. Before he does, I'm going to recuse myself because my wife is employed by the Public Defender's Office. I'm recusing myself from this consideration on this department.
Chairman Dell, before you leave, thank you for introducing me, and good afternoon to the rest of the board. I'll let the chairman give him an opportunity to exit.
Okay.
I wanted to thank you for the introduction.
Well, thank you very much. So I'll turn it over to Supervisor Kirk.
So I am Scott Grost. I'm your Tuolumne County Public Defender. What do? We handle all your felony, misdemeanor, and juvenile cases where individuals cannot afford private counsel. We're the only department that's mandated by the U.S. Constitution and the California Constitution. We must give due process. You must get your day in court. So I just wanted to emphasize that. Now, what did we do last year? We did approximately 2,000 cases. It was about 500 cases per attorney. We talked about Ms. Jenneke of the DA's office brought up our 6 homicides. It started out, 4 of them were in the Public Defender's Office. 2 of them were being handled by private counsel. No longer. All 6 are now in the Public Defender's Office, either in Public Defender's Office or in the Conflicts Office. So I've got all 6 homicides. One of our greatest accomplishments last year was we received grant money. I got a call from my counterpart in Yodel County, and that would be Tracy Olson. She indicated we're going to have some funding available. It's the 17 smallest counties are going to get that funding. We were able to receive that funding. We had to show need. It just wasn't given to us. We had to show need. We had to go up there, and we were able to show that we needed it. We got $274,000. We've implemented that immediately. So I added another attorney, I added another staff member. So we have 7 people in the office. We went from 7 to 9 overnight. And that's a big difference in a small office. Not only did we get that grant funding, we applied for AB 109 funding as well. We've never applied for it. So I thought we should make an effort and see if we can land some of the AB 109 money that we now share with our justice partners, and that's being district attorney, the sheriff, probation. And we were fortunate enough, we got some funding from AB 109. So I learned today we might possibly fill that position. That will be another attorney position. So we're going from 9 to 10. Lastly, we had a summer intern program. We were able to find 2 summer interns. One of the young men came from Washington, D.C. He was going to law school in Oregon at Lewis and Clark, saw our internship online, came on down to California. Incredible story, but true. A very fine young man. Our other intern is from right here in Sonora. Now, our young man that goes to Lewis and Clark, he'll be starting his 2nd year. Our Sonora intern will be starting his 1st year at UC Davis. So I cannot thank them enough for they volunteered. And we used them for 4 months they were there 40 hours a week, not receiving any pay. And that's when I say we're doing more with less. So they were able to, when we're in the courtroom, I was able to send them over to the jail to do some jail interviews. Took a lot of stress off of our office, and we're getting a lot done all at once. Now I feel we work very well with our justice partners. I do want to thank the sheriff and probation. We are in their facilities every day. Every day I go to our jail. Every day I go to our new juvenile justice center. They're both safe, clean, and efficient. And these top-notch facilities allow for resolution at an earlier date. We're getting into the jail. We're able to get in the same room with our clients and see if we can work to a resolution. Now, before, we could never do that. Old jail, we're on the phone. It's very difficult to work with someone over a telephone and you got plexiglass in front of you. So we can get into the same room. I can bring multiple people with me, and we can see about getting to a resolution sooner rather than later. And that's what we're seeing happening. Now, looking for our future, it's possible that we may be able to land another grant. That would be for 2022, 2023, and 2024. That grant, our county hopefully will be $70,000. So that's for our future. I'm not saying we're going to get it. We're going to go after it like the other grant and see what we can do. Also, end of this month, we're moving. We're going to be moving to a new courthouse. That's going to be a huge change for everyone. In order to get ready for that, Fleet Services had an email out there to all county offices. We have extra vehicles. Who needs extra vehicles? I told them we do, because we're moving. We're going to be going from our office out to that courthouse. It's 2 miles exactly from our present location. So we're going to need vehicles to get out there. They had 2 vehicles at the time that were running, and they said, we'll give them both to you. So I wanted to thank Fleet Services for all they did for us. So now we've got a total of 3 cars. We're going to be able to get out to that new courthouse when it opens here in August. Also want to bring up that the county has proposed that we move my office to a county building. That's going to result in a $53,000 savings every year. After 10 years, it's going to be $500,000. So that's a lot. Ms. Janicki brought up, we are going to go paperless. District Attorney's Office took the lead on that. They're now going to give us our discovery, no longer in the paper format, but paperless. So I talked to our office manager. She's told me there's no way with our current machines that we have in the office that we could print all that out and put it into paper files. Our machines just won't be able to handle it. A few of my attorneys want to stay with paper, so we're going to have to work on that. Everyone's a little bit different. I'm open to going paperless. A couple of the attorneys in my office are open, so every one of us we're all going to pull together and see what we can do. The most important thing I wanted to tell you is that you have a very solid public defender's office. I mean that. I'm there every day. Often I have found people in the office on Sunday. Every one of my attorneys I've seen in there on Sunday. So I want to commend them for that. They're an incredible bunch we have. We all get along so well, and that's what makes our office go. We often, on Sundays, will be working together, and we might take a little break, and we hop in the car, and we go over to the DA's office, and let's see if they're there. And more often than not, they are also in their offices. And so when we see them, we go back to our offices and continue working. That's a true story. So we're checking up on them, seeing if if we're there Sundays, we want to see if they're there Sundays, and they are. So again, I cannot tell you what a solid office you have. That also goes for the conflicts office. We brought in conflicts, we took it in-house, we had to start it from scratch. It's been a huge success. This year, we were able to fill their staff positions, and I can't say enough about our conflicts attorneys. So they're always there in court, and that was a huge problem before when we would appoint on the wheel. Well, the defense attorney was never there, and then we'd have to search for someone. It could take weeks, and then when they do go to court, they say, well, I can't take the case, and then we have to search for someone else. With our conflicts, they're right there to accept the appointment. It's very efficient. It's adding to the efficiency of the court. So I can just tell you both offices are operating at the highest capacity, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have. Don't all jump at once.
Bring it back to the board, and I'll let you guys who are in the chambers, I'll let you guys decide who wants to have questions, and then I'll wrap it up.
I just have a silly one. I see Dana Gross as a deputy public defender.
Yes.
Any relation?
No relation. Everyone thinks we're married. And
Well, I know that's not true, but I
but
thought
let me
maybe-
tell you, what I tell people, it's a joke. I'll tell them, no, we're not married, but she's my niece. I tell people that it's not true. We're not related whatsoever, but everyone thinks we are.
Okay, that's it.
Scott, thanks for your presentation. Some really positive things going on, right? You went from 7 to 9, and now you're looking at going from 9 to 10, hopefully. That makes a big impact.
Well, when we actually applied for the money, we actually got it. So that made a big difference too. You actually have to apply. So we actually did it this year. So
Absolutely.
we'll continue. Now that AB 109 money was only for 1 year, but we'll take it.
Yeah.
So we'll reapply next year. We'll see where we're at. We got to work with our justice partners. Like I said, I'm going to go after. There's another grant maybe coming available. I'm going to be very aggressive and go after that. We got the first one. There's no reason we can't get the second one.
Yeah, absolutely. And, here's another example of interns being put to good use, right? And we've had some discussion at the board level, the viability of interns, in admin and, to assist the board itself, and there was some concern. But, I'm clearly seeing, you got a guy that lives in Washington, D.C., he's going to Lewis and Clark Law School in Oregon, and here he is for a few months, helping out and learning. And it's just real valuable to see that.
And we have invited him back next year. He'll have evidence under his belt, meaning he can actually do trials in next year. So we asked him back. They're leaving. Both of them are leaving Friday. We're going to miss them. The one from Sonora, Christopher, he got the chance to do 7 jury trials, sit second chair in essence. With my office. It's wonderful to have someone with you there at trial in case you've forgotten something at the office, or just to have a second pair of eyes in the courtroom, and he can quick shoot me a text and let me know what's going on. So it was very valuable having these young men in the office. We're really going to miss them, but I want to let anyone else out there, if you want to intern in my office, just come forward. We'll talk to you. More than happy to see what we have available, and it can be a rewarding experience for the both of us.
Great. And my last comment would be on the the conflicts division. That was just such a great move. Getting that all within your, whole program here, and just, I'm glad to see that that's in-house.
We had a lot of difficulty with billing from when it was on going out to private defense bar. They would never bill the cases, and that can make a big difference because in some of the cases we do, prison cases, juvenile cases, we can get reimbursement from the county. If we don't get their bill within a certain amount of time, we can never seek reimbursement. That's no longer an issue because we brought it in-house. I have one employee dedicated to doing the billing, and that's why you're seeing our revenues. Our revenues are going up, and we want them to go up. We need the money. We need to provide defense services for everyone in this county that's qualifies.
Yeah, well, good job, and thanks for all your efforts.
Thank you.
Well, I wanted to call you Scott, but Public Defender Gross, I got to get better with titles and everything. I appreciate you coming in. I know you've been waiting all day very patiently with everybody going through, and hard to rein up, but save the best for last. I just wanted to say that I'm really impressed, not only with the grants you've brought into the office, be able to support it, but hearing about the intern program, that's extremely exciting. I've had a number of conversations online with people who have said it's a waste of money, it's something flippant, and I 100% disagree. For exactly what you, I think, talked about here is it brings these people down, that gives us the opportunity to show what Tuolumne County is about, to maybe get them to consider a future here for recruitment, retention. I think it brings energy and ideas in, and it's just a fantastic thing, not only give back for the community, but something for the county in the future. So thank you for your work on that. Hopefully before Friday, I don't know if you can possibly bring them in, or if we can swing that, to at least say, congratulations and thank you for them creating going through this program and participating.
I was going to bring him today. I should have. But let me tell you one more thing. Christopher, our gentleman from Sonora, is going to be attending UC Davis. He knows someone that did a summer internship in the San Francisco District Attorney's Office. And he would ask her, how many times have you gone to court? None. How many times have you gone to the jail? None. And unfortunately, she was just in the basement filing documents. Now, that's important too, but I think Christopher, he got to watch seven trials, jury selection through closing argument. He got to go with me to the jail, and we talked to some of our clients. It's been I think our program is probably one of the better programs because we're smaller and we can give them a lot more individualized attention. And a lot of times when you go to a big city office, you get lost in the shuffle. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention too.
That's great. And I think other justice partners too have been looking into internship programs, which I'm extremely excited about. I know it was a similar thing when I was at UC Merced. It was not a big brick and ivy 100-year-old campus, but you actually got an opportunity to work with the professors or the local staff to meet the members you represented. So Tuolumne County, it's where it's at. Please, definitely get involved. So wondering, just for the record there, if anybody watching, if you want to tell them a little bit about your old office downtown there. As I understand, it's a retail space, right?
It is. Unfortunately, I think we're just getting too large for it, and we need to move. Fortunately, when the courthouse moves, it's possible we might get the Washington Street Courthouse. They're trying to figure out if that's feasible. It looks like it is. It looks like there's a 90% chance we're going to get it. That would be fantastic. It's all set up for us, and we wouldn't have to do a whole lot of reconfiguring if we could get into that building.
That's really great. I mean, this is a situation I think a lot of our justice partners have had to deal with is facilities spread all around the county. The number of times I'm sure you got to commute up to where you're working is it's a lot of time. So I'm happy that it looks like there's something better there. And just to close out for that, the work that you do is extremely important. Justice is obviously two-sided in trying to find justice for the community and public safety, but on the other side of justice for constitutional rights. And so, you are an exceptionally needed part of that process, and I know that is not either or easy on either side, and I appreciate it.
Well, either side, Ms. Janicki's office, very professional. We're going to continue to work with them. If we can't all agree, we'll just go to trial. So that's pretty much what we do.
All right. Do we have any public comment or anybody on the phone?
Nope.
All right, I'll close it up then. Thank you for coming, you guys. Yeah, 20 seconds. I'm hearing awesome things about grants, about interns. I think the board needs to be aware. The difference though is your intern is very specific and honed in on a specific task. I think if we can get interns in CDD, in public defenders and district attorney, that's all good. I don't know what the board's gonna do with an intern, so that's where my confusion is, but I think you're doing a very wise thing with the intern that you're using, and great work. And thank you for your presentation.
Supervisor Kirk, let me just tell you one thing. Our law clerk from Washington, D.C., he was going to go into an environmental law. That's why he's at Lewis and Clark. After 4 months in my office, he likes the fast pace of the criminal justice system and all the camaraderie in the office and the tactics and strategy. He no longer is probably going to do environmental law. He's probably going to go into criminal defense. So I think we've inspired a career.
That's awesome. And he's
really
going
is.
to get a job because you put in a time like that, you're going to get a job. So good for him.
I just want to thank the board. Thank you for allowing me to present.
Great, thank you. I guess looks like they're going to grab Ryan.
Thank you for your presentation today. I didn't get to say much other than a funny question, but I sure appreciate what your department has been doing.
I appreciate. Thank you so much.
All right, I'm done.
Great, and thanks very much, everybody. I think I get the easy job. Do you have anything else you want to talk about? Assistant CAO Eric Earhart?
No, I just want to say thank you to everybody that put in the time and the effort to make this all come together, from the departments to the staff in our office. It took everybody working together and a lot of hours to put this together, so thank you for taking that time and taking time out of your days to sit here and educate all of us. I think we all learned something today, so it was fantastic, so thank you.
Yeah, and really, thank you. I'm sure there are people that have, at home, that have watched this, and this is really where the rubber meets the road in terms of county government and funding our vital services. And so I'm really grateful for the people who have participated and taken the time to come in and watch what our departments are all about. So with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting for the day. We'll be back tomorrow for continuation of budget study sessions at 9 a.m. Thank you all very much.